Alright, are we ready to go before we gonna go anything? Red, yeah. Cutscene, consultation, screen shaking, yeah. Alright, episode select. Chapter 1, the foreign turnabout from episode start. The foreign turnabout. Here we go.
On the western edge of the Far East. Lies a peaceful country of spirit mediums and mystery.
Subtitles on, baby. Khura'in.
But now, the flames of revolution are threatening to consume it whole.
Ooh. Oh! See it!
But things like revolt and revolution were
1
the
month
furthest
prior.
things from my mind when I first arrived in this land.
Okay. Arclight, perhaps? Mayhaps. The foreign turnabout. Here in Khura'in, the death is not the end. Even after death, the soul lives on in the Twilight Realm. And priestesses can commune with the spirits of the dead. Fear not death. In the name of the Holy Mother. Fear only the impurities of your soul. And somebody's dead. Somebody's dead! Who's the killer? Well. This blight on my soul. I'll have the child take the blame. Well, I know who the killer is now. Just like that. April. King of the Khura. Alright, before that though. You know what? All. Because I don't like the, the delay there. Okay. Phew, I'm finally here. So this is the King of Khura'in, huh? What a long trip. I wonder how many hours I was in the air. But just look at this place. Ching ching, get a lot of this street. It really feels like I'm in another world here. And that gorgeous temple. I read that's the center of town. Wow, and an ox right in the middle of the street. I have to get a picture of that. That kid though. Excuse me, sir. I wonder what kind of bird that is. I've never seen anything like it. That's quite a crest it has on its head. Excuse me, sir. What? Oh, yes. Pardon me, but are you Mr. Right? Yes, that's right. Oops, hope he hasn't been trying to get my attention all this time. Wait a minute, are you... That's right, I'll be Urgite at your service. I'm a monk in training at Temple. And I'll be your guide around town. Temple, huh? It's very nice to meet you. Happiraki. Happy what now? Happiraki. That's how we greet people here in Khura'in. It's like a hello or how do you do? It's a pretty handy expression to know. Okay, let me give it a try. Hello, I'm a Felix Wright. Happiraki. My name is Phoenix Wright, and I run a small law office. Well, that's what I do back home anyway. Right now, I'm just a traveler, a stranger in a strange land. Welcome to our country. Welcome to the Kingdom of Khurain, land of spirit mediums and a mystery. Oh, I just realized he's got a Makatama. This for you. To celebrate your arrival. Speaking of mystery, what is this mysterious green lump exactly? Let me to explain. This is a famous Khuraini sweet bun. It's called a Makataman or a soul bun. Shaped like a Makatama, it's so yummy it'll send your soul to the Twilight Realm. That doesn't exactly make me eager to try it. Thanks. I think I'll indulge it later. That will be 20 damas. Thank you for your patronage. Patronage? I have to pay? I always have plenty of those on hand, so just let me know if you ever want any more. No wonder his back looks so heavy, it's stuffed with all the tools of his trade. Oops, I almost forgot to tell you something really important. It's about Miss Maya. Miss Maya! She can't come to see you for a few days yet. Yeah, when I called her from the airport, she said she was still training up in the mountains. I told her I'd wait for her here. Either way, I must got to meet here. She's in a good spirits. Maya Fey. She's a spirit medium who used to work as my assistant. Maya! I came all the way out here to celebrate the end of her ascetic training with her. Albi. This is my first time. Alibi, more like, right? It's my first time in this country, so I'll be counting on you, okay? You got it, sir. Please don't hesitate if you need anything at all. Maya was right when she told me I could leave everything in your capable hands. Oh, shucks. She said that? That sure was nice of her. I had a chance to show Miss Maya around a little bit too. There's one person Maya was worried about, it's me. Because we both know trouble likes to follow you wherever you go, she said. That girl worries too much. But you sure came early to the party, Mr. Wright, sir. I mean, Miss Maya won't be done with her training for another 2 weeks. Ugh, I hate to admit it, but I came early because I was worried about her too. Oh well, you know. I thought I'd get in a little sightseeing first. Oh, sightseeing? Well, I'm your man for that. I'll show you all the best sights this country has to offer. Thanks, that would be great. I guess Albi takes his job very seriously. Well, what are you waiting for? Those sights aren't going to see themselves. Yikes, you don't have to shove. First up, Temple, right there in the center of town. There's something there I really want to show you. Wow, it's even more impressive up close. Allow me to explain. It is, yeah, April right now. This is the heart of our town, Temple. It was created by the founder of Khurainism, the Holy Mother herself. I'm training to right here at this temple to be a monk someday. I read that the people of this country are all adherents of Khurainism. According to my guidebook, it's a religion in which ancestral spirits are venerated. The Holy Mother was a great spirit medium who could commune with our ancestors' souls, and spirit mediums become queen to this day, direct descendants of the Holy Mother. A spirit medium rules the entire country, huh? Talk about power and influence. The main thing you'll want to see when you come to the temple is the Dance of Devotion rite. The Dance of the Devotion takes place twice, once in the morning and once in the afternoon. It's danced along with the Song of Ceremony is performed in offering to the Holy Mother. The Dance of Devotion has the power to summon forth souls. Oh, let's slow down. I can't remember all of that at once. Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I got a little overexcited. Anyway, the main thing I got from all that is that you really love your country. Well, that's sure true. I like this kid. He pours his heart into everything he does. Let's see, I guess I just explained about half of what I usually explain. So I'll give you a special discount and only charge you 10 dahmas for the tour fee. Thank you for your patronage. I guess I poured his heart into aggressive salesmanship too. I don't think of it, Miss Maya told me she could tell I love my country too. We stood here for about an hour while I told her all about the Holy Mother. Really? An hour? Hope that counted as a patience trading. And she seemed really interested too. She listened to my whole speech. Huh? That doesn't sound like the Maya I know. This Maya is so kind and nice. She treats me really well like a little brother. She's kind of like a big sister to me. This is Maya Fey you're talking about, right? Maybe she's grown up since I last saw her. Glang. Oh no! What's the matter? Is it that time already? We have to hurry into a temple right away. But first, let me give you this lyrics card for the song ceremony I told you about. There's an English translation of the lyrics there too, so give it a read. Okay, let's go. But why the big rush? If you don't hurry, we'll miss the beginning of her benevolence dance of devotion. Her benevolence. Oh, is that Maya? Maybe, I'm not sure. Maybe not. She does look like Maya, but... The Dragon Tiger battle? No, yeah, it's not Maya. Dragon Tiger battle. Is that it? Damn, there offers divine protection. Oh! And the butterfly embraced in Mitama. The fate of the orb is be stopped.
I'll be your guide. You're under arrest for treason.
I'll be your guide. Okay. Oh. Oh. The accused let me in. Why would you let me in? Cause you are a foreigner. What business do you have with this court? I told you my friend is on trial in there. The police raided the temple in the middle of the dance performance yesterday. They arrested Albie on suspicion of the treason. I was worried about Albie, so I just had to come see his trial. A trial is in a tourist attraction, so clear off. You want a picture for your scrapbook? Take one of me and get out of here. Look, you've got it all wrong. That's great. Well, I guess there's only one thing to do. Tell him I'm a lawyer. Yes, I'm a foreigner, but I'm not your average foreigner. What? I'm actually a lawyer. Back at home anyway. What? Lawyer? I can't... That's not possible. What's he so shocked about, hey? Hey? Well, whatever. Now's my chance. Nothing wrong with a lawyer entering the courtroom, right? Wait, get back here, you. So this is a Kurai's courtroom. Oh my god, Pain! Wait, isn't that her benevolence? What's she doing here in court? The divination science has been performed. I will now hand down my verdict against the accused. Guilty! What? A verdict already? But the trial is just started. Guilty? There's gotta be some kind of mistake. Please take another look. Seances performed by Princess Raifa are infallible. They show only the truth. What right do you have to question her abilities? But I didn't. Oh, isn't it alright that you, a devout adherent of Quranism, would dare doubt her insight? Non-believers will only be met with suffering in the Twilight Realm, you know. But I didn't do it. Your benevolence, allow me to explain, I beg of you. Raifa, be silent, impudent whelp. There is no merit to be had in indulging the rampings born of a criminal's unclean soul. But what in the world is going on here? The judge made his ruling be based on something called a divination seance. What is Alby's attorney doing? Wait a minute. Where is Alby's attorney? Why is this happening? I didn't do anything wrong. Foolish child. Doubting the divination seance is tantamount to doubting the Holy Mother herself. Your Majesty, as royal priestess, and in the name of the Holy Mother, I command you. Impose the highest penalty against this unclean soul. As you command, so shall it be done, your benevolence. May her holiness grant us her divine favor, Urdihara Kurain. Objection! Or something! What? Huh? That's right. Wait, just one moment. You are... me and my big mouth, now what? Mr. Wright, what are you doing here, sir? Well, I mean it now, so I have to do this right. Your Honor, it's too soon to give you a verdict. This trial has only been underway for a few minutes. Excuse me? Who on earth are you? Well... an ordinary tourist, Your Honor, just passing through. Ah, a tourist are you? Happiraki. But more importantly, where is this boy's defense attorney? Defense attorney? Whatever are you talking about? He doesn't need a defense attorney. Wait, what? Of course you wouldn't be aware, being a foreigner and all. But we have no need for defense attorneys here in the kingdom of Kurain. We leave it all up to her benevolence's sacred power of spirit communion. Her divination seances determine all. What? But sure you see how unfair that is. What kind of an insane court system are they running here? You would dare mock me, you barb-headed buffoon? If you value your life, you will live post-haste. Or shall I summon the bailiff? The bailiff is that big scary dude with the big scary gun, isn't he? I'm sure he would be happy to oblige you with a bullet or two as a souvenir of your travels. At the cost of an arm and a leg, no doubt. Now hold on, Mr. Wright has nothing to do with any of this. Alby. I appreciate what you're trying to do, Mr. Wright, but never mind about me. You just go ahead and go see Miss Maya. But forget about me, you have to go now. I'm sure you can find another guide. There were lots more places I wanted to show you, but it looks like I won't get a chance now. I'm sorry. The poor kid. He's trying to put on a brave face, but look at that, how terrified he is. What can I do? What should I do? Defend Alby, obviously. I can't just let the verdict be handed down with nobody standing in Alby's corner. If Alby doesn't have a defense attorney, then I'll do it. I'll defend him! Defend him? You can't be serious. Did you hear that? Is he out of his mind? Heaven forbid. Defend me, Mr. Wright! What are you saying? You can't do that! I most certainly can. Don't worry, I'm quite used to tackling all sorts of trials. Besides, can you imagine how furious Maya would be if I let anything happen to you? Mr. Wright. You are but a naive tourist, ignorant of our ways. If you are smart, you will heed my advice. Do not pursue this matter any further. Looks like defending somebody is easier said than done in this country. Bailiff, throw this man out! Hold it. Payne, your magistrate, if you please. You have something to say, Mr. Payne? Why not allow it, your majesty? Why not have him defend the accused? It could prove very interesting. Right, Mr. Phoenix, right? Right. Mr. Whoever you are. Prosecutor, are you acquainted with this traveler? That's Chief Prosecutor, your majesty. And yes, I am acquainted with him. He's a defense attorney from my native land. I had dealings with him in the courtroom before. Heavens to Betsy! What? Mr. Wright, you are a defense attorney? Payne, is that Payne himself? A defense attorney? Well, this is a shock. You may be surprised to hear that I have more than 10 years of experience. Guess there aren't all of that many lawyers around here. Your Majesty, would you kindly allow us to proceed in the manner of my old country? Well, Mr. Payne, I have already made a ruling in this case. Call it nostalgia if you will, but I am most eager to give it a try. But I have a previous engagement, you see, a class together with the missus. Your Majesty, I agree we should have a whack at it. It sounds amusing. A score of years have passed since we last saw a defense attorney in this courtroom. A score? As in 20 years? What's the deal with this country? Mr. Payne, I want that barbed head brought to me on a stick. As you wish, your benevolence. I, Chief Prosecutor Payne, will see to it myself. Very well, Mr. Payne. If that is what you and your her benevolence want, I will acquiesce. As for the defense, I hope you are prepared for every eventuality. Every eventuality? What is he talking about? There, are you satisfied now, Mr. Wright? Yes, thank you, Mr. Payne. I'm sorry for not remembering you earlier. That's Chief Prosecutor, or the incredible Payne, as I'm also known in this country. And you will see soon enough just why that is. Then you're forced to capitulate to me before this very court of law. Why is he so strangely confident? And not only that, but what's with the gallery? Just you watch, that defense attorney will try and twist the truth, you can bet on it. Get him, Chief Prosecutor! Crush the defense devil! This is way more lawyer hate than even back home. Now, if you would please give it your opening argument once again, Mr. Payne. Suddenly, your majesty, the accused is charged with 2 crimes, larceny and murder. Yesterday, the founder's orb was stolen from the treasure room of the temple. In addition to the theft, 2 other things were discovered in the treasure room. The dead body of a Mr. Patrol, temple security guard, Patrol, and the empty treasure box that housed the orb which Mr. Roll was in charge of guarding. We believe that Mr. Roll was murdered by the thief who stole the treasure. To kill a guard armed with a gun, what a terrifying bold act. I couldn't agree more, your majesty. Please allow me to submit as evidence the victim's autopsy report and crime photo. It's been a long time since we had that evidence present in court as well. It's kind of refreshing actually. You may rely on the power of the CNSS, but our police still carry out investigations. Thus, any proof I have provided is indisputable. Oh, really? Well, forgive me if I don't just take your word for it. Okay, well, let's see just how thorough you and your police were, Mr. Payne. Such a deplorable crime. There's some black. Okay. My all-important badge, proof of my profession. The defendant, this injurious young man, is about a monk in training and a Korean tour guide. Prosecutor from back home, though what he's doing here as a Korean chief prosecutor is beyond me. When the butterfly embraces the Mitama, the favor of the orb is bestowed. Time of death is around noon. His head shows signs of being hit with a blunt object. Head injury, okay. Temple treasure room. His dead body was discovered at the base of the stairs to the altar. Okay, we can see some blood on it and scroll. There's a gun there. There's a head. Wound. Okay. The audacity of stealing the sacred treasure of Her Holiness, our founding mother. It's a crime that strikes at the very heart of our nation. Exactly, Your Majesty, we mustn't let the culprit get away with the heinous deeds. Heinous deeds? Indeed, such deeds are the best described as treason against the crown. Is this treasure really such a valuable object? How can you even ask such a thing? Of course it is. Why, sealed within this treasure is the very soul, the Mitama of the Holy Mother. Her soul is sealed within the treasure? I think I'll take that with a grain of salt. Yeah, you don't believe it, do you? Oh, of course I believe it. Something tells me I better play along. This kind of irrelevance is exactly why I dislike defense attorneys so much. Your Majesty, what is it now? This treasure, I've never seen it, so it's a little hard for me to imagine. Could I see a photo of it or something? Of all the Atlantis requests, your defense attorneys are truly beyond the pale. He's been getting awfully angry with me. And are those veins popping out of his forehead? Alright, give me a guy Sekerino, alright? Give me a Sekerino. Give me a Sekerino. Give me a sec. Okay, I see. There we go. Okay. There we go. It's forbidden for anyone outside of the royal family to view the treasure itself. What was it again? He's beginning awfully angry with me and all those veins popping out of his forehead. They say that anyone with a treasure without the proper spiritual power would be blinded instantly. That is why the average person has never seen the treasure, Mr. Wright. I guess there are national treasures that are off limits to the public back home too. For the benefits of the shamelessly uninformed defense, let me share this newspaper's article. It includes photos taken about 8 years ago when the treasure was unearthed. These are the only public photos of the Alder box in existence. What's more, the treasure box only leaves the temple's treasure room but once a year, for a special New Year's rite that takes place at the palace. Therefore, this treasure box has only ever been seen by a handful of people. Force open. I hear there's been a string of peps lately of historic artifacts from the temple. Force open and its contents stolen. The average person can only see it in the newspaper article. Okay. Right, you match inexcusable thievery of precious national treasures for personal gain. And the culprit is the accused. So he used his position as a monk in training to get his hand on the treasure. Is that it? The accused's family is by no means wealthy. To help with the family's finances, he works as a tour guide in addition to his ascetic training. Thank you for giving an excellent outline of this case, Mr. Payne. Now, no more questions from the defense, I presume. But yeah, let's save the data. What? No, I do have questions. Even more? But you just asked a bunch. Well, make it snappy. My class starts in just a few short minutes. Short minutes? But is still planning on going to that thing? There's still a lot I don't know about the case. I should ask now while I have the chance. Let's see, what else do I need to know more about? The crime scene, the weapon, the motive. The weapon, probably? Mr. Payne, what was the murder weapon? The murder weapon was the treasure box itself. The empty treasure box left at the scene had a large spot stain on it. How other are reprehensible using the sacred treasure box for murder? Okay, the treasure room. The accused came to the treasure room with the express purpose of stealing the treasure. He climbed the altar stairs and snatched the box, ready to abscond with the treasure. But he was discovered by Mr. Roll, who had come to the room in the course of his rounds. After walloping Mr. Roll on the head with the treasure box, the accused forced to beat the bloodied housing open and made off with the treasure inside. Not off limits to the public. The photo in the paper is the only one of it in existence. Its contents were stolen. But the defender is just a little boy. I hardly think he would be able to hit the victim, a grown man, on the head. Ah, a very good point, Mr. Wright. But I'm afraid that won't help you. At the time of the crime, the accused was on the stairs leading up to the altar. The accused's elevated position would more than make up for the difference in stature. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Mr. Payne, your reasoning is flawless. What an elegant argument. Hats off to you, Chief Prosecutor. Your title is obviously well earned. But the accuser's guilt is certainly conclusive. Unless there's anything else, I am ready to announce my verdict. Very well. In that case, I find the accused... Just one moment, Your Majesty. Don't you think you're rushing the verdict just a little bit? I told you, I have plans to attend to and... Ah! I'm late. It's already late. Started. How did the time fly by so fast? You still stuck on that? We haven't even heard the defendant's side of the story yet. Your Majesty, the defense asserts its right to cross-examine the defendant. Huh? Did I say something funny? Cross-examine the... What do you mean by that? What? What do you mean by do I mean? I seem to have some dim recollection of the process, but I can't quite recall. A little wonder, as so-called defendant hasn't been questioned in over 20 years. Should I even be surprised anymore? Anyway, I demand we let the defendant or the accused tell his side of the story. Is that really necessary? Of course it's necessary, Your Majesty. What harm could it be? What harm could it do? I say we allow the boy to speak, Your Majesty. Though I doubt he'll have anything of the relevance to say. Oh, how kind of you, Your Royal Payne-ness. Very well, as long as it's okay with you, Mr. Payne. I'm already hopelessly late for my class anyway. In that case, the prosecution calls the accused back to the witness stand. Oh, but before we do, I'd better call my wife and apologize for missing that class. Any objections? Go for it, Your Majesty. Accused, state your name and occupation again if you would. I'll be Urgate. I'm in training to be a monk, and I'm a tour guide too. Why me? Now, where were we? Cross-examining the defendant, Your Majesty. Payne always here for the start? Yeah, he's always there. He's always at the episode 1, for sure. He's always there. Right, let's do that then. Since episode 1 is always a tutorial. Or a guide. The defense attorney's assistant, I might add, Sounds a little dispirited. His wife must have given him a piece of her mind. Well, defense had better get to it, and make it quick, if you please. The defense? Mr. Wright, I didn't know you were a lawyer. Well, I am, and I'm here to defend you, Albie. Don't worry. All you have to do is tell the truth, and you'll be alright. You tricked me. What? If I knew you were a lawyer, I wouldn't have given you that tour. Give back that Makat salmon I gave you yesterday. Albie, what's got into you? Don't talk to me. You disgust me. Now even Albie's against me? But why? This must be a new experience for you, Mr. Wright, being loaded by a client. Now then, accused, please give the court your testimony. The incident occurred around noon, during the break between the morning and afternoon dances of devotion. I want you to tell the court what you were doing around that time. Alright. Alright. Ooh. Witness testimony. I didn't kill Mr. Roll, and I didn't steal the treasure. You come back to the other game in this series? Back to the other game? I would say this is 2016. This is the recent one, I think. No, not really. The Great Ace Attorney is the recent one. But I'm going back to the games I haven't played yet. Wireland. I'm not allowed to go anywhere near the treasure room. I've never even ever seen that treasure box with the green Kurainis butterfly on it. When the incident happened, I was in the hallway flying on my tour route. This neighbor, I feel like this looks worse. Well, this is, you know, this is on 3DS. It was released on 3DS, so don't expect much. Where are you well acquainted with the victim? Yes, he used to chat with me whenever we'd run into each other in the temple. Mr. Roll was a monk in training when he was a kid too, you know. I bet Albie looked up to him. But he had to give that up and go to work when his family needed money. That's why he became a guard, but at least that way he could still lay on at the temple. He was so proud when he was put in charge of guarding the treasure box. The games which are on console, they're more like a remastered version of the, of the OG. He even got to carry the box to the palace for the New Year's rite. The victim's parents apparently both died at relatively young, so Mr. Roll had to support his younger brothers and sisters as well. But even with his job as a security guard, I'm sure things couldn't have been easy for him. So were all the main games on DS? I think so. I could be wrong. Sounds like his circumstances and Albie's were very similar. Mr. Roll encouraged me to never give up. I'll be try hard and make sure you become a monk one day. Ace Attorney. Judas and spiritual just never went on easy. Yeah, that I know, but Environment, you know, all the main games like 1, 2, 3. Originally it was on yeah, DS. I was right. Don't have like me, he'd say. He was always cheering me on in my training and in my tour guide's business too. Why in the world would I kill a nice man like that? Yes, I see. You express yourself well. Defense, now that you heard the accused's account, are you finally satisfied? If so, let's draw this to the expeditious conclusion. What, Your Majesty? I haven't even cross-examined the defendant yet. That wasn't the end of it? It's been so long, I don't rightly recall what this cross-examining thing is all about. A judge who doesn't know what a cross-examination is? What a fresh hell is this? What fresh hell is this? I really do wish I could remember how it works. Should I give the Cha-Cha a refresher on cross-examination? Not necessary. I barely save my breath. The judge doesn't exactly seem like a model student. He'll just have to watch and see how it's done. Yeah, that's a tutorial there. I don't want a tutorial. Absolutely not. Skip tutorial. Cross-examination. Let's go. So that's my HP there. Looks like HP. Thank you, Mr. Raw. I need still treasure. Okay, let's see.
Hold it!
Believe you didn't do either of those things, Albie. You do? But you're a lawyer. Of course you'd say that. Now. There's no need for that. But he's right. Lawyers always claim their client is innocent, even if they have to lie. Just like you're doing right now, accused. Don't lie with me with that lawyer. Lie me with that lawyer. I'm not lying. I didn't steal anything and I didn't kill anybody. Near the treasure room.
Hold it!
You're not allowed to go near the treasure room? Why is that? It's a rule of the temple that they keep a lot of important things in that room. Yes, like the founder's orb in particular, only the royal family may lay eyes on it. Did Mr. Payne say anyone without spiritual power would go blind? I heard you won't be blind if you just looked at the outer treasure box. But I've never been anywhere near the treasure room. I'm too scared. You gotta believe me.
Hold it!
Hold it. Box with a butterfly on it. Yeah, you can see it in that newspaper article. Look. See, there's a relief of the Kurainis butterfly on the treasure box. Oh, there is a sign here carved in the back of the box. I see it now. There's a butterfly? Okay, then what about... There's a flower. Maybe. It's a sacred butterfly said to carry the soul of or Mitama, of the departed. Its wings form a loop that cradles the Mitama and carries it to the Twilight Realm. As you can see, there's even one depicted here behind me at the Cha-Cha's bench. Well, what do you know? There it is! Though it kinda looks like he's about to be carried off to the Twilight Realm himself. Anyway, I never ever even seen this treasure box besides...
Hold it!
Planning out your tour route? Yes, I was planning out a tour for you. For me, but thank you, Albie. What would have done it if I knew you were a lawyer? I wasted all that time on you. Give it back. Said I'm a lawyer, not a time lord. Actually, as soon as he heard that's what I am, he's been like a totally different person. I still don't think Albie committed murder, however. Don't talk to me, you disgust me. That outburst earlier makes me wonder if he'd willingly tell me the truth. We'll compare his statements and court records carefully. Yeah. So my guess... Right? Butterfly?
Objection!
Oh, Albie, why would you lie to me? So you say you never laid eyes on the treasure box? Is that right? That's right. It's forbidden, so I'd never do that. In that case, how did you know there was a green butterfly on it? Huh? Because I saw the picture of it in that newspaper article. Nope. Take another look. These photos are in black and white. You could possibly tell what color the butterfly is from these pictures. Oh! Hold on. He's back. Did it just move? Well. Polkunga? I beg your pardon? Polkunga is a word in Kurainese that people use when they're surprised. You just exposed a lie, so this is the power of a cross-examination, is it? I should be the one shocked here by your shocking lack of understanding. But, just a moment. If the accused was lying, then that just makes him more suspicious than ever. And this just makes things worse for me than ever. Albi, are you hiding something? Please give only the true statements. I can't help you if you don't tell the truth. Darn, I just can't seem to get him to open up to me. So accused, you have seen the treasure box with your own eyes after, haven't you? Well, maybe I did take a peek one time a long time ago when I was cleaning the treasure room. But you weren't in the treasure room at the time of the incident, right? Of course I wasn't.
Objection!
That is a lie. You were most definitely inside the treasure room on the day of the incident. And I have proof. He does? This was found on the floor of the treasure room. It's a scroll entitled Notice and contains a list of temple monk duties. These instructions pertain to the day of the incident. And what exactly is that supposed to prove? The accused's fingerprints were found on the scroll. What? Oh no! Where is it? It's not here! I must have dropped it somewhere. Indeed, you must have dropped it when you were busy murdering the victim. Okay, notice from the day of the incident, the defendant's fingerprints were found on it. No. Then that means... April 23rd, due to the growing numbers of the thefts around the temple, will be tightening security throughout. Therefore, all of the hallway shutters will remain shut for today's dance of devotion. Okay, remain shut. The kid is a murderer! Now we need to put him into jail. Albi was still there on the day of the incident. So this is the power of cross-examination. The more the accused talks, the guiltier he points himself. Yes, it would seem so, Your Majesty. He predicted my argument and had evidence ready to refute it. How was any of that supposed to help with the accused? See? I told you can't trust any lawyers and their lies. Her benevolence already said the kid's guilty. Just declare him guilty and get it over with. No, everything's going all wrong. Shadu. What do I do? Wouldn't be the first time in an anime game, to be honest. No, it would not. I suspected this cross-examination session has served no purpose whatsoever. No, you're wrong. But armed as we are with her benevolence's insight, there's no reason to doubt his guilt. Then I guess I'll just have to poke holes in this insight of hers. By the way, this didn't prove to be very interesting at all, Mr. Payne. Nevertheless, I will now finally announce my verdict. Hold it! Wait just one moment, Your Majesty. I haven't seen today's divination seance for myself yet. As a defense, I have the right to check it. Is that really necessary? I have to get home and apologize to my wife? I guess she really did give him the business. Your Majesty, I enthusiastically support having Mr. Wright see the seance. You do? And why is that, Mr. Payne? Don't you want to see it? See the lawyer being utterly crushed by the power of the seance? Or so, I don't know how to spell it. And then watch him tearfully beg for mercy? Well, now. I'm sure it'll make up for not getting to go to that class with your wife. It certainly does sound worth seeing, and it gave me a juicy tidbit to tell the missus. Ha 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 ha. I've been reduced to a juicy tidbit? Well, for an interblooper, I imagine you do have to see it for yourself to be convinced. It's certainly unprecedented, but let's have the divination seance perform it again. But then, right after the tearful begging, I really do have to be going. The only tearful begging is going to come from the prosecution when we're through. How pitiful the defense looks, still scrambling as desperately for a foothold. Please fully unaware that defeat and despair are all that await him. Okay. There she is, her benevolence. Your benevolence, Rafa Padma Kurain. Thank you for coming all this way once again. Your gratitude is unnecessary. This is simply my duty. A barbaric attorney. Yes? I am told you question the veracity of the sacred divination, Seance. It would seem that the depths of your irreverence and blasphemy are lost on you. I'm just a foreigner, ignorant in the ways and customs of this country. I apologize in advance for anything rude I might say or do, your benevolence. All I want is a fair trial for Albi. You would imply that the trials of this country are unfair? Do explain, outsider. How verdicts founded on truths imparted by the very souls of the dead lack impartiality? What's fair about trials with no defense and no chance for the accused to tell their story? How do you speak to her benevolence in that manner? Did you hear that? Did you hear how he talked to her benevolence? What does he know about anything? Ignorant outsider. He won't stand for it. He must be punished. Yikes, looks like I really stuck my foot in it this time. Punish him! Punish him! Silence, one and all! Is she standing up for me? Be not disquieted, my people. He merely expresses his opinion. Well, looks like her benevolence is going to be more reasonable than I thought. Attorneys are ghastly creatures, with souls stained black by brazen untruths. Punish him! We riot! The words of a lovely worm such as that are not worth troubling yourselves over. Alright, I take that back. None of his prattling can sway the truth of my insights. Rest assured, he will soon see the error of his foolish ways. Now then, your benevolence, the divination seance if you would. Certainly. Nena, my robe. Nena. Okay.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
We expect that part to be voice acted. This game has some anime cutscenes too. So, get some anime cutscenes too, which is nice, with voice acting. Especially the openings of each episode. Is this the divine seance? Thor! She's dancing in a court! Okay. How does that tell the truth, or, you know, is he guilty or not? The fuck? Incense. Cosmetic dance. Song at ceremony. Boy's voice. Boy's voice. pain. Okay. What just happened? An image appeared in the pool. A final message from the victim's soul. The last communication of his Mitama. The divination Seance has revealed this to us. Her benevolence can use her power of spirit communion to project a victim's memories of the last few moments before their demise. Pep, I'm magic too. So what we saw in the pool is what Mr. Raw actually experienced. In the victim's memories, we see the accused raising a weapon up over his head. This is consistent with the findings of the police investigation. There has to be some kind of mistake. I didn't do it. This looks bad for Albie. Really, really bad. Now do you see why I'm the incredible pain? More than I can express. But even if those really are the victim's last memories, what can I do with them? There it is. There's the face of a man being utterly crushed. Oh, how long I waited to see it. Isn't it wonderfully gratifying, Your Majesty? Oh yes, very satisfying indeed. Now are you finally convinced, traveler? The accused is most assuredly guilty. Am I really the only one biased one here? Now then, I think we've been amused enough. If you give up now, I won't even invoke the Defense Culpability Act against you. You'd be free to sling back to your own country with your tail between your legs. The Defense Culpability Act? What's that? What? You mean you honestly don't know? No. What's with all the hubbub? Well. Not only is he a lying, black-hearted lawyer, he's also an imbecile. Your Majesty, I think you'd be better explain the Defense Culpability Act to him. Yes, I think I better. The Defense Culpability Act, or DC Act for short, is as follows. In the name of Her Eminence, those who would support criminals will be deemed just as guilty. In other words, if you help the accused by defending him and he is found guilty, you will receive the same sentence as he. Oh, so that's why there's not many lawyers in this country. What kind of insane law is that? Under the DC Act, many an attorney has been convicted and met with a grim fate. You're guilty too! Oi! Some went to prison, others received the death penalty. That's why there are so few in our country today who admit to being an attorney. That's as it should be. The history of our courts proves that attorneys are black-souled creatures who will tell any lie to save the accused. Those attorneys deserve to be exterminated. Exterminate! Exterminate! I never felt so much hostility coming at me from so many sides. What could have happened to make everyone feel this way? No lawyers! You fell right into my trap, Phoenix Wright. Your win streak against me and my brother ends today. With the Seance and the DC Act on my side, I'll finally get my revenge. So that's why he was so eager to have me defend Albie. Albie? Chased out and humiliated back home, fate brought me to the fruit hills of Kurain. I thank my lucky stars that I'm chief prosecutor here now. Defense, know that if I rule that the accused is guilty, you will go to prison too. That explains Albie's reaction earlier. Your Majesty is in a prison, a sentence a bit lenient. After all, we're talking about treason. One should pay for such a crime with one's life. Oh, hello? Yes, I believe the death penalty might be appropriate under these circumstances. The death penalty? No way. You're kidding, right? Your Majesty, dead! Do I look like I'm kidding? I'll have you put your life and your dark tainted soul on the line here. Dead? This can't be happening. The Courts of Resignation. Our courts are well known as thus. In this land where my CNs provide the truth and no attorneys can intervene. Criminals know that all they can do is resign themselves to their fate. Oh, foreign lawyer, I asked you once more. Are you sure you still want to defend the accused? Go. There's Maya to think of. There's Maya to think of in all of this too. I can't just lay down my life. What in the world should I do? Continue defense, man. I will not keep it. I will not give up. Isn't this why I became a lawyer in the first place? To help those with no one on their side? I can't just abandon everything I believe in. End the game! All I can do now is stand firm and fight. Well, don't hold your tears back on my account, Phoenix Wright. Admit your defeat and grovel before me, the chief prosecutor, for your life.
Objection!
Even if it means being subject to the Defense Culpability Act. I will defend Albie. Oh, yeah. What? But Mr. Wright. The defendant insists he is innocent, and not even a divination science should be accepted without examination. Porkunga! But if I'm found guilty, you'll get the death penalty too. Even knowing that you still want to defend me? I don't know what happened in the past, but it looks like everyone in this country considers lawyers to be liars. So I can understand if you don't believe me. But I still believe in you and you're innocent. So all I have to do is keep believing and find the truth. That's all there is to it. Barb-headed attorney, you continue to amuse me. Though your barb chaps are proving to be more than mere jokes. Your benevolence? Believe me when I say that this attorney will knock your insides out. That's enough. Insolent, disrespectful attorney. You have plenty of time to regret your folly in the Twilight Realm. Not a wise move, traveler. Not wise at all. You should have taken the chance I offered to save your life, but you have made your choice. The Defense Culpability Act will be applied in this case. With this verdict, you'll both soon be a party with your heads. Death! 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 The souls of the departed speak only the truth, and I but give their message a voice. If you think my insights contains falsehood, I challenge you to prove it. Insight, okay. The accused want whatever he was holding down on the victim's head. With the pain, the victim's vision went dark. This is when he lost his life. Still, I can believe it, a murder after the morning dance devotion? What? These are the victim's experiences just before his death. As the victim's final memories, we can assume they aren't lies. So how do I break this down? Allow me to relieve you of your ignorance defense. Did you notice the words that appeared in the seance vision? I did. Boy's voice, I can't think of it. I did see the words like song of ceremony and incense. The victim's final memories are not limited to sight alone. Sight, smell, taste, sound, touch, all is laid bare in the pool of souls. So Mr. Roll experience with his 5 senses appears in the vision as words, right? Precisely, and by examining these sensations, we can perceive the victim's final moments with unparalleled clarity. Works for me. I can use all the extra information I can get. Now, to find a contradiction between her insights and the seance vision. Your benevolence, I ask that you please show me the seance vision again. Very well. Oh no. Okay, incense. Song of Ceremony, boy's voice. Magic. And I should pay. And I should bother for. Okay. Wait a minute. Her benevolence said after the morning dance of devotion early, didn't she? Isn't there something off about that? I use these arrows to select the inside thing is off. Yes, this is the inside of that silent funny. Now just carefully compare this insightful with the Seon's vision. When there's a sensation that seems contradictory, I'll tap the select X. Okay. Huh? This is it. This is the part of the vision that contradicts the insight. Now I just select the sensation I think is inconsistent and then press send. Whereas...
Objection!
Wait just a moment. Yes? What is it? Barbed head? You say the incident occurred after the morning dance of devotion, right? That's right. What of it? Then isn't it strange that Mr. Roll could still hear the Song of Ceremony? Oh my, you're absolutely right. Oh my! Is that all that troubles you? Huh? What the victim heard was just a practice run of this Song of Ceremony. Practice run? What are you talking about? Mr. Payne, if you would... Certainly, allow me to explain. The incident occurred in the interval between the morning and afternoon dances. During that time, the singers were practicing in the performance hall. Precisely. I was there as well, so I can corroborate this statement. I see, so what the victim heard was that practice session. There goes my contradiction. Okay, so they were practicing in this performance hall. That must be the room where Albie and I saw her benevolence dancing. However, Mr. Payne, I admit one detail troubles me. Ask away your majesty. It's a big temple. The performance hall and treasure room are quite far from each other. Could the song really be heard all the way in the treasure room? He's right. It is a very big temple. Oh, well, how about it, Mr. Payne? Your majesty, have you forgotten? There are speakers in every room of temple, including the treasure room. Oh, that's right. Speakers? For what purpose? Are you serious, Mr. Wright? They're to broadcast the sacred music of the performance hall throughout the temple. That's what the victim could hear the Song of Ceremony in the Seon's vision. It was the practice run going on in the performance hall, heard over the speakers. Thank you for your explanation, your benevolence. That makes perfect sense, even to a feeble-minded old man like me. Think nothing of it. Now, if you wouldn't mind, could you please alter your insights for us? Very well. Insight revise? What the Song of the Ceremony and the victim heard was a practice run throughout the temple speakers. I think I'm getting a hang of this. If I point out an inconsistency, she'll update her insights accordingly. So if I keep pointing things out, maybe I can knock all of her insights out after all. Better find another inconsistency, no matter how small. No matter how small? It's a bit hard to focus on the insights with the Seon's vision going. I'll just use the pause L. There, pause the vision. I think I can touch the flashing panels Y and A to jump to different panels of the vision. I'll try moving the midtime mark to the flashing red panel. Oh, okay, now that I know how to get around in Cyan's vision, it's time to find inconsistency between the insights and the vision. Gonna find more. The third one. The pain in the victim's vision went dark. This is when he's lost his life. Wait, where do you even see? Pause! Did I?
Objection!
You're saying the victim's field of vision went dark right after he was struck, correct? Of course, as anyone with eyes can see. You're part of me, but I must disagree. What? Your benevolence, please take another look at the exact moment the victim felt pain. There's a... Oh! Everything goes black and then, only after that, the victim feels pain. Inconceivable! This place is the order of the events and odds with what you say happened. My word! Paul Kunga, your benevolence, what is the meaning of this? I cannot be wrong. My insights are beyond fallacy. Fallacy? If what the defense says is true, this is a very grave matter indeed. Please forgive me, you benevolence, but I'm afraid this contradiction is something we simply cannot ignore. Now, let's not be too hasty, your majesty. I think I can clear this up. Do you have something to add, Mr. Payne? 1,000 apologies. It seems the prosecution has failed to make one tiny thing clear. And that would be... On the day of the incident, there was a power outage, a blackout in one part of the temple. Of course, of course. And as I recall, the crime scene was in that sector. The power outage must be why the victim's field of vision went dark. I apologize for neglecting to tell the court this detail. I'm afraid it slipped my mind. Or rather, you knew all along and are only letting it slip now that's convenient, Payne. How the fuck do you have a blackout in temple? Well, to be honest, temple, it is in the mountains. And in the mountains, there's not a lot of electricity, right? The power outage knocked out both the lights and the speakers. Oh, there was a blackout there, was there? Well, now, that explains everything, does it not? Temples are made of fucking rocks. But they have, light and everything. Got electricity for the lights. What do you mean, you benevolence? They need electricity either way for light, food, warmth. Please share your thoughts with us if you would. The blackout occurred when the accused and the victim were faced with one another. Fearing the victim would flee under the cover of darkness, the accused swiftly brought his weapon down on the victim's head. I see, that makes perfect sense, your benevolence. So the victim was struck after the lights went out. The depths of your insights is awe-inspiring, your benevolence. Give her a hand, everyone. Well done! Long may you live and prosper! Hey, I want to live long and prosper too. Enough applause. You flatter me. Now, your benevolence, in light of this new information... Yes, of course. Praise me! I will alter my insight. Okay. Let's see. One can safely assume the accused struck the victim the moment after the blackout began. Okay. So much for my inconsistency. At least I was able to throw out some new info, and with the new info comes a chance to find new inconsistencies. Now, to compare the insights with the vision again and see what else I can dig up. Okay, so what changed? Voice. Pain. Wait, what? Was a practice run to at the temple's run, right? So visit song ceremonies there. It's still playing. It's still playing. Pain. It's gone. What? The song ceremony was practice to at the temple's run. The accused swung whenever he was holding down on the victim's head. So you have to change all the base ones? No, I don't. We're just gonna find inconsistency. I think we're just gonna find the inconsistency. Accused swung after he was holding down the victim's head. One can safely assume the accused struck the victim the moment after blackout began. I don't know how this works though. The song of ceremony the victim heard was one of the practice run throughout temple speaker. Interesting. You know what? Smell, touch, sight, sound. Let's see. Did me wrong? Yes, I finally found it. Hey, this is the gaping hole I've been looking for. Your benevolence, as impressive as your spirit communication power is, not infallible. You never know when to stop talking, do you? I hope you realize your words are an insult to all adherents of Kuranism. Defense, watch what you say. If you don't mind the tongue of yours, you won't have one left to mind. It's certainly not my intention to insult spirit mediums, but maybe I'm not the one who needs to learn when to stop talking. What malarkey? I believe you said a few moments ago that the victim could hear the song of ceremony thanks to the temple speakers. Oh, but if there's a blackout, right? If there was a blackout? But then how do you explain? Yeah, how the victim could still hear the song of ceremony even after the power went out? Oh. This contradiction of facts can only mean that the song of ceremony Mr. Roll heard was not coming from the speakers. What? Impossible. What are you saying? That the song he heard was coming directly from the performance hall? That's exactly what I'm saying. It's the only possible explanation. But the scene of the crime was nowhere near the performance hall. Right. The song couldn't make it all the way to the treasure room. Not unless... You mean to say... Yes, the treasure room was not the actual scene of the crime. It must have been somewhere else, somewhere closer to the performance hall. What? You can't be serious. There's a glaring contradiction in these claims of benevolence and the prosecution. Therefore, the defense insists that this case be thoroughly re-examined. What? No. This is completely unprecedented. An inconsistency in her benevolence's insights? Unbelievable. Heed not his forked tongue, your majesty. These are but the claims of a corrupt lawyer, a feeble ruse from a feeble mind. But the contradiction revealed by the defense is undeniable. We can't just turn a blind eye to it. What the defense's assertion is, in the end, meaningless. Even if the location of the murder turned out to be different, it doesn't change what we have seen of the moment of the murder. Indeed, the accused is standing right there in front of the victim. Furthermore, the murder weapon remains raised above his head. My insides still are stand. I hate to admit it, but she's right. The Cian's vision still makes the situation look really grim for Albie. I doubt even the defense can dream up an explanation as to why. The accused had his hands up over his head. But this defense dares to dream of making it out of this nightmare alive. I think I have an idea though. You what? You still insist on trying to tear down my insides? Do you? You better be prepared to back up your claim. Remember what will happen to that tongue of yours if we find you are just whacking it. Of course I can back up my claim, just as soon as I think of something. I do have an idea. Why, you know, the boy was holding his hands up. You know, obviously, the guard, you know, he has a gun. You know? Put your hands up! Ching! Right? Makes sense. Like the guard caught the kid, you know, sneaking into a treasure room or somewhere else. As the embodiment of this card, I give you permission to try and prove your claim. The blood is also on the back of the head. But I know for a fact, you know, the kid is not the murderer. Since this is the first episode, and in the anime opening scene, it already showed who the killer really is. It already showed in the opening scene of this game, you know, the real killer is not. The kid is the murderer. I can get you, Magistrate. Prepare the tongue and shears. Chop, chop. Chop, chop. Yes, let's have the bailiff fetch them. I think I saw a suitable pair in the basement. Chop, chop. I was anime just spoiling the plot always. Well, this is the first case, so I think it's meant to be easy. Stop, stop. After first case, it gets difficult and difficulter. Harder and harder. Since this is only an intro episode for those who want, you know. I hear that the lion lawyers have several tongues to spare. I'm sure he won't miss one. It's always episode 1 is always the easy one. Since it is a tutorial episode. Yikes, these people are actually serious. I'm rather attached to my tongue. Think, Phoenix, think. Other than to raise a weapon, why would Albie have held his hands up like that? See? Just like then. Aha! So that's why. The reason the defendant had his hands up over his head can be explained by something in the crime photo. What explains why Albie had his hands raised above his head? As in the Sean's vision, I witnessed the defendant raise both of his hands over his head yesterday. You did? Where did you see such a thing? When the police had their guns trained on him as they made their arrest. Oh, are you saying the victim was a security guard and an armed one at that? The defense proposes that the victim had pointed his firearm at Albie. And that's why the defendant's hands were raised in the air. Bokukunga! And she passed out. She did. Who would have thought the Sean's vision could be interpreted that way? This is not possible. It can't be. Not bad for a total knockdown. That's one way to kill a spirit dancer. How dare that lawyer devil go against the her benevolence? He's no better than that traitorous snake Dirk. Dirk? Traitorous snake Dirk. Who's that? Durke. No, I can't believe it. A contradiction in one of my insights? There has to be some kind of mistake. I won't accept it. That's right, your benevolence. And I won't accept it either. It goes against all we hold sacred. Throw him in jail immediately for less majesty. For least majesty? What the hell? What? I will prove it. Yeah, you said it. Throw him in jail. Yes, make him pay for the way he disrespected her benevolence. These people are definitely not my fans right now. That's right, exterminate him. Exterminate! Annihilate! Peace! I said peace! Peace! Peace out. Peace out, peace out. Please give me peace, man. He said peace, not silence, quiet. Peace. Is he? Your Majesty, please assign this black-hearted attorney a suitable punishment. No, I can't charge him with the less majesty. Please, Majesty. What? What? But why not, Your Majesty? He was simply following the proper procedure for defending the accused. There's nothing unlawful about that. But, Your Majesty, don't you want to wrap this trial up quickly? Why don't you just give up your verdict? Give your verdict, then you can go home and make it up to your wife. We can't end the trial now. Not when we just learned the new information about the case. What? Your Majesty, not you too. You would honestly entertain the idea that my insight contains a contradiction? Truly, it is shocking. In the 20+ years since the DC Act went into effect, such a thing has never occurred. To be honest, I didn't want to believe it either. But with his life on the line, the defense pointed out an inconsistency. And it is our duty to scrutinize it to the satisfaction of the law. You dare go against the royal priestess, you non-believer? No, my faith is as strong as ever. But I have a duty to make a fair ruling in this trial. If you insist on interfering with that process, your benevolence, I'm afraid I must request your removal from this courtroom, royal priestess or not. Ooh, what? Suck it, bitch! I'll have you know. Your benevolence! Please acquiesce in this. Your benevolence. Acquiesce? She's still a kid though, right? Her benevolence is she's a 14 years old, man. A little kid. A child. The fuck is that word? It's some kind of a Kula something work. Kulanim work? I don't know. Like Poluka, Polukunga. If looks could kill. I won't forget this offense, barbed head. I do not admit defeat. I won't. Bailiff, please see her benevolence out. Your Mitama will face due retribution in the Twilight Realm. The demons, they're real. They'll block the barbs right off your stupid head. I hope your suffering will be super duper painful. And I hope they throw you into a lake of burning fire. Yeah, and then. I guess she's still just a teenager after all. Now their defense, Mr. Light, was it? Right. That's right, Your Majesty. Phoenix Wright. Of course, Mr. Wright. My apologies. Light. Now that we have this newly uncovered fact, I suggest we proceed with arguments. Wait, 20 years since the act? Yeah, the DC Act. Since, she's only 14 though. Well, the previous, she's not the only one though. A Kuranis priestess and Crown Prince of Kuranin. Her divination scene showed the last moment of the dead. She's not the only priestess. It's a, family path, a family line thingy. Or whatever. Clan. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yes, but do not misunderstand me. Before her was somebody else. This doesn't mean I trust you completely. I'll be keeping a close eye on you, so don't even think about lying into this court. I understand, Your Majesty. Phew, maybe now we can finally run a real trial. Argument, Your Majesty. Very well, I accept your challenge. Huh? What's with him? Oh, the look on your face, Mr. Wright. It's just... it's just too hilarious. What's so funny, Mr. Payne? The defense still doesn't get it. The truth he unearthed is going to bury him on his case instead. What do you mean by that, prosecutor? I told you it's Chief Prosecutor. Yes, because that's the point to focus on right now. The defense is digging its own grave. Consider this, Your Majesty. Why would the victim, security guard, point a gun at the accused? Oh, indeed, because the accused was about to commit a theft. Still a logical explanation. What? That sounds pretty logical, actually. It doesn't help the accused situation at all. If anything, it makes him look even more guilty. Yes, I have to agree. Allow me to spell out this truth the defense didn't bother to think it through. Mr. Rowe came across the accused just as he was trying to steal the treasure. The guard pointed his gun at the accused and just when the power went out, the accused murdered the victim and hid his body in the treasure room. A hand truck for moving heavy treasure around is stored in the treasure room. The accused could have easily moved the body with that. And after all that hard work to knock down those insides, back into the old familiar corner once more. Mr. Wright, do you have a rebuttal? I'm drawing a total blank here. Hope you're ready to climb that scaffold. Enjoy your games, it's 2 AM. Alright, Marlon, have a good night's sleep, man. Sleep well, man. Sleep well. And happy weekends. I guess it's already weekends for you, but happy weekends, mate. I ask you a question, defense. I've got nothing. I can't think of any grounds for an objection. The only thing to do at this point is ask the defendant himself what happened. But I don't know if Albie will cooperate with me or not. Albie? Will you tell us what really happened? You don't have to say anything, accused. Fall for his evil trap and you only dirty your own soul. Albie, you have to tell me the truth. I can't help you unless you do. Mr. Wright, I'm sorry. Why? Why wouldn't he trust me? Is this it? Is this the end? For both of us? Maya, I'm sorry. I never met a real lawyer before. Everybody always told me they are bad. Bad people who help dirty criminals go free. I never thought a lawyer would actually try to help me. Would actually believe in me. Would risk his own life for me. I never would have even imagined it. Albie. So, that's why I lied. To try and save myself. But I'm not going to lie anymore. If you believe in me enough to put your life on the line, then I'm going to believe in you too. What? Allow me. Allow me to explain. Now we're talking. Time to finally get to the bottom of things. To be honest, I went into a treasure room lots of times to look at the treasure box. Even though the temple told you that you weren't allowed to go anywhere near it. Yes, I'm sorry. Mr. Roll even saw me once and scolded me. But that box is so beautiful, the way it glows in the dark, I couldn't help myself. Wait, it glows in the dark? That's right, it's covered in this special mineral called fluorinite that makes it glow. It's absolutely breathtaking. It's really a shame that they don't put it on a display for the public. Can you imagine how many people would go on night tours of the temple if they did? If only he had applied such a passion to telling me the truth earlier. Remember, it was forced open and its contents were stolen close in the dark. Wait! If it glows in the dark? But in the crime photo, it doesn't glow at all. And day after the incident, I was on my way to the treasure room again. Watch, it doesn't glow. At all, even though it's dark there. Right? I could be wrong though. When I ran into Mr. Roll on the Great Stairs. So those were not the treasure room stairs in the Seon's vision. No, they were the Great Stairs that connect to the hallway. Makes sense. The vision wasn't clear enough to show us what was at the top of the stairs. All of a sudden, Mr. Roll threw his gun and threatened me with it. I quickly put my hands up. Mr. Roll, he acted so scary. For some reason, he had his scarf over his mouth. I couldn't read his expression at all. Just then, the power went out, so I took that chance to hightail it out of there. I ran for my life, even now when I try to think of back on it. And all I can remember are the gun and the piercing look in Mr. Roll's eyes. That must have been when I dropped the notice scroll. Which means someone else brought it to the treasure room along with Mr. Roll's body. Someone else. Did Mr. Roll say anything to you when you ran into him on the stairs? What is it, Albie? I have no idea why, but he asked me as a strange question. Did you steal it? He said. What? I'm sorry. I'm sorry I didn't say all this before. I didn't think anybody would believe me. A grand speech. One that's confirmed my suspicions that you were the thief.
Objection!
But that might have just been the victim's misunderstanding.
Objection!
Where there's smoke, there's fire, as they say. The victim must have had good reason to be suspicious of the accused. Why does every new piece of information have to seem so incriminating? Shadow. What do I do? Shadow. What better reason to suspect the boy than seeing the treasure box in his hands? In the course of his rounds, the victim must have noticed that the treasure had been stolen, and then just after that, he ran into accused Albie Urgate. No, that's not what happened. Therefore, the one who stole the treasure and killed the victim can be none other than the accused. Ah! What the? It's a dog, right? What now? It's a doggy! Doggy! Hey, Shadow, down boy! Well, what do we have here? I'm sorry about this. This is my dog, Shadow. Shadow. You nearly gave me a heart attack, but that's what was making his back move. Can't you quiet that yappy mutt down? Shadow says that Mr. Roll made a mistake. You can understand him? Don't tell me this is a surprise witness for the defense. I beg your pardon? You're not thinking of cross-examining an animal, are you? Of course not, Your Majesty. Not this time, anyway. Phew. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I thought I'd have to reassess my assessment of your sanity for a second there. I think I better reassess my strategy and fast. I have to somehow ensure that somebody else could have struck the victim or we're sunk. While it's the truth that the defendant was standing in front of the victim when he died, it doesn't mean somebody else could have struck the victim at that time. You're going to go that far? Then I hope this means you have another angle of approach ready. Exactly, I mean who but the accused standing from front and center could have done it. Unless you can back up your claim, it's nothing more than a conjecture. Okay, come on Phoenix. I know I can think of something unconvincing. Where else could the victim have been struck from behind, obviously? The defendant standing in front of the victim. Isn't it possible that the victim could have been struck from behind? From behind, you say? I see. Yes, I suppose it's not outside the realm of possibility. Good, now at least I have some breathing room. But who do you suppose it could have been? Oh, the true culprit, naturally, the one who actually committed the theft and murder. The true culprit? And I suppose you have a true timeline of events to go along with that? I should have known I'd have to explain everything. Alright, if you assume the true culprit struck the victim from behind, then that means... After going to the treasure room and stealing the treasure, the true culprit tried to escape. But then Mr. Roll appeared, making his rounds. I imagine the culprit there quickly hit him there. So at the other end of the hallway. You're grasping at straws, Mr. Wright. Admit it, you have nothing but baseless conjecture. I'm going to look for something to base it on right now. Albie? When you ran into Mr. Roll in the hallway, was there anyone around the storeroom area? I don't know. There might have been somebody there, but I couldn't see. I was only halfway down the stairs, so I couldn't see the ends of that hallway. I see. Swing and miss. Swing and miss. Oh, Shadow says that someone was there. I see. Thank you for that. Too bad his testimony is inadmissible. You think this is a joke? Maybe the defendant didn't happen to see this other person. But that doesn't mean the true culprit couldn't have been there in the hallway. Your desperate floundering is getting hard to watch. But I will enjoy watching you sink. What are you talking about? Unfortunately for you, only the accused and the victim were there in that hallway at the time of the incident. How can you continue to make that assertion? Because there was a witness, a very reliable eyewitness. What? Your Majesty, the prosecution would like to call its witness to the stand. Calling an eyewitness to the stand, It's been a decade since that's happened. And unlike the defense's witness, you can rest assured that there are no pets involved. That was a low blow. Very well, I love it. And now for something we have not heard in quite some time. Bring the witness to the stand. Who is it? Yeah, this guy! Here we go, the true killer! The true killer, baby. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Peace lump understanding. This is the name. I'm like Temple's head monk, can you dig? Oh, if it isn't instructor understand what understanding. Understanding! You're the eyewitness. Understanding, huh? Understanding. Instructor. Not only is he Mr. Understanding Temple's head monk, but he's also a renowned Damalan expert. Sorry to have to ask, what's a Damalan? Check it, here she is, my sweet serenader, my one and only groovy ride. Have you heard our sultry sounds once before, brother? When... Hey, that's the song. And... It's Dragon and Tiger. Bat Girl. That's the song from the Dance of Devotion. Right on, brother, the song ceremony. Playing this tune together is a precious gig for me and my girl here, ya dig? The song of ceremony, the song that was playing at the time of the murder. Oh, Holy Mother, may the righteous sounds of my Damalan serve as my offering to you. Wonderful, a great performance as always. This is my thing, you know, my back, I make instruments speak, baby. By the way, Magistrate Pops, no Damalan class today? No, I'm afraid this trial has gone into overtime, thanks to the lawyer over there. The class the judge wanted to attend was a Damalan lesson. Well, you know what they say, baby, never trust a lawyer, man. But transgressor against the Holy Mother have to be brought to justice. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Understanding. As the treasure's keeper, you must have been shocked to learn it had been stolen. Yeah, man, that was not cool. Keeping the treasure safe is one of your duties, Mr. Understanding. That's right, brother. This here's the one and only treasure box key. And I keep it on me at all times, can you dig? But the sneaky thief went and cracked open that sucker anyway. Total bummer, man. So that's the key to the treasure box, is it? You know it, baby. It's called the Makatama key and it's a historical artifact to boot. It's been passed down from head monk to head monk at Temple. The Makatama key, huh? So key for opening treasure box. Understanding keeps it on his person at all times. Now someone's checked the treasure on my watch. It's a real buzzkill, man. How am I ever gonna face the Her Holiness again? Oh, Holy Mother, please find it in your infinite mercy to forgive me. Please guide this lost and humble lamb. Why do I always get the far out ones? Mr. Understanding, you witnessed the accused and the victim and heading to the treasure room. You know it, baby. Best believe I scoped that transgressor. Would you please give the court your testimony regarding what you saw? To bring justice against the transgressor, man? Yeah, of course. I'll do all I can. In the name of Her Holiness, I vow to sing naught but the truth I swear to bring. Hit me. Okay, what I saw, baby. After the morning dance of devotion to go back to my chamber, I got the notion. Don't you know my chamber's on the way to the temple's treasure room? Hey, hey. Anyway, any small footsteps I can quite clearly hear if anyone to the treasure room goes near. Albie was the only one. Albie was the only one. Before the blackout, one other than roll. Only Albie to the treasure room did stroll. Albie's the one, you say? I was how to listen just now. Can you believe Mr. Roll beat that big one after that? Harsh, man. I share your sentiments. You were the one who discovered the victim's body, weren't you, Mr. Understanding? What? You found the body as well? He really is a key witness then. That's right, brother. After the blackout, I went to reset the breaker and give power back to the people. The circuit box is near my chamber, so I'm always in demand for the job, you feel me? Wait, so that... Okay. The breakers are in the first floor hallway in front of the storeroom. Okay. On the way, I got a whiff of something funky, blood man, really harsh, my mellow. This something wasn't kosher, so I swung by the treasure room to see what's what. It was like, whoa, man, there was a poor Mr. Roll dead as a doornail. Interesting. Interesting. Shot. Okay. The only ones who went to the scene of the crime were the victim and the accused. So you see, Mr. Andy standing on unassailable account is what led to the accused arrest. Hold it! Isn't it possible that the murder took place before the end of the dance of devotion? I'm afraid that's not possible. The victim was in the performance hall until the very end of the dance. He was? Would you like some proof? How's this? A photo taken by the tourist of the morning dance of devotion. My what craze for dancing. I can almost hear the sound of misunderstanding the Amalan now. But isn't that guy there though? Pain's right there's Mr. Roll on duty. Never underestimate the incredible pain. So in addition to Ray Foss inside, he has backup evidence lined up too, huh? As head mom, my moms in training are like my own kids, like family. Can you dig it? I can't see it properly up that key though. Hey, the guitar is different though. The guitar is kind of different, hello? I should have thought I'll be better, man. Before Her Holiness, the Holy Mother. Oh, I'll be confess your sins, my young brother. Head monks understanding. I didn't kill Mr. Roll. So I don't have anything to confess to, Holy Mother. What? Bogus little man. Your face is weak like a wet paper bag. Are you feeling me? Spare the rod, hey baby. Spoil the child, not maybe. Her Holiness is magnanimous, son. If you confess your guilt, she'll forgive you in the Twilight Realm. I don't suppose she could forgive him in this realm first. Defense, please begin your cross-examination. What I saw, baby. Alright, let me see. This one, I wanna see. How could you tell it was Albie just from the sound of some footsteps? Yeah, man. Albie is practically family, man. The smooth groove of his shoes are easy to pick out. But how do you know he went to the treasure room? Do you think it was possible he went to the last storeroom at the other end of the hall? No way, man. I saw him with my own 2 eyes. You saw him? In the treasure room? This you can believe. My peepers peep the sneaky sneak. I'll be. And tell us where it is you stood when you saw the accused, if you would. When I heard the footsteps, I looked out the window. From my window, I can see the window of the first floor hallway across the courtyard, yeah, dig. And through that window, I saw Albie walking into a treasure room. Should I have him add this statement to his testimony? He add to a testimony. Could you please add that statement to your testimony, Mr. Understanding? You got it, brother. Okay, let's see.
Objection!
There's something off about that, Mr. Understanding. My Mrs. Off, I'm sorry you feel that way, man. Maybe this wife ain't topping the charts where you're from. What's your poison orchestra, Chasol? There's nothing wrong with my ears, witness. But something's not quite right with your eyes. Mr. Understanding, you've been lying to this court. Now why would I lie? I got nothing to hide. Truth and truth alone is all I sing. Lying y'all, nah, lying is my thing. I contend otherwise. Do you recognize this object, Mr. Understanding? It's a temple notice, man. What of it? In this notice, the following instructions to the temple monks is written. All of the hallway shadows will remain shut for today's dance of devotion. What you talking about, Phoenix? I'm talking about the fact that from your chamber, you could have seen anyone going to a treasure room through those shutters. Looks like you didn't get the memo. No way. I don't believe it, man. If you don't believe it, why don't you read the notice for yourself? Let's see. Something will something for something. Is that your idea of reading? I'm not so hot at reading Koreanese, man. I usually get one of the other monks to read stuff for me, you know. Doesn't that make your duties as head monk a little difficult? Hey, cut me some slack, man. I only moved to this country 6 months ago. That's quite recent, isn't it? So, how rich is someone who's only been here 6 months become head monk of a temple? How little do you understand? Religious faith can be measured within months or years. I only been an adherent of Koreanism for 3 months myself. The Holy Mother's teachings really spoke to me, prompting me to stay in this country. Or was it the fact that there are no lawyers here that spoke to you, Mr. Payne, I know just how you feel, my man. Her Holiness's teachings spoke to me too. Ladies and gentlemen, I present Brother Dumb and Brother Dumber. Well, I know Payne. I know why Payne suddenly became a believer in Koreanism, but could Understanding have had an ulterior motive for becoming a believer too? Mr. Understanding, were you really in your chamber as you claim? What? Hey, be chill, brother. Weren't you instead somewhere else?
Objection!
Mr. Wright, what kind of nonsense are you spouting now? According to Mr. Understanding's testimony, he saw Albie with his own eyes. Therefore, is it really nonsense to suggest he could have seen Albie from somewhere else? Well, do you have a theory of defense? Do you know where Mr. Understanding was if not in his chamber? If he wasn't in his room then... Albie had gone down the hallway towards the treasure room. There are only a few places he could have seen Albie from. I do have a theory, Your Majesty. Let's say the witness really did see Albie going towards the treasure room, but then... Defense proposes this is the only place he could have been to see Albie go down that hall.
Take that!
Since Danny, you were here, weren't you? That's wrong!
Take that!
There? But you just suggested earlier that that's where the true culprit might have been. True, but no matter how I look at it, this is the only place Unstanding could have seen. Mr. Foreign Lawyer, don't tell me. Are you accusing Mr. Unstanding of being the true culprit of this case? Accuse! Yes, Your Majesty. I contend there's a strong possibility this witness is the murderer. How dare you be disrespectful? First, you criticized her benevolence's insight, then accused the head monk of murder.
Objection!
This is the only place the witness could have been. If he was here, he could have struck the victim down from behind and moved his body to a treasure room. That's nothing but groundless conjecture. And there's one more thing. You remember what was said in the opening argument? The opening argument? During that argument, it was suggested that Albie use his position as a monk in training to get his hands on the treasure. That's right, and what's what of it? Well, why don't we try this twist on for size? Steve used his position as a head monk of the temple to get to a hold of the treasure. What? What? You joshing me, man? The key to the treasure box has been passed down from head monk to head monk. What better position to be in if you want to steal the treasure? You can't possibly be serious. Does this mean you are claiming that Mr. Unstanding Oath of Faith is nothing but a lie designed to get him close to the treasure? The witness hasn't been truthful in his testimony to this court, so clearly he isn't above lying. Didn't you swear to the Holy Mother that not but the truth would you bring? In light of that, I don't think it's unfair to call your faith into question. This is ridiculous. Are there no limits to what this lawyer will say? I mean, lie is such a strong word. Maybe it was just a mistake. Enough with the nervous wreck routine, prosecutor. You're just embarrassing yourself, man. What? What was that, Mr. Understanding? Lawyer man, you really are the lowest of the low. You gone and said something I can't forgive. You call my belief into question, my faith in the Holy Mother. And nobody gets away with that. Oh. Okay. What on earth, that music? It's making my ears bleed. This is the music of my soul. Tamashi. Dead to the lawyer. I'm the Twilight Messenger. Can ya tell? Gone. Now take this lying lawyer straight to the hell. He's tripping with lies, running with Philistines. I'm gonna send that lawyer to the Philistines. And now for something completely different. That blinkety black music just wouldn't let me express my rage. Your rage, huh? Isn't the real source of your anger having your lie exposed? I just don't get it. If I lie, it's cause you drove me to it. All sniffing around and suspicious and throwing out false accusations. Let me open the windows, it's so hot. Yeah, well, lawyers are crap. Keep making noise and I'll have to use my partner here on you. I'm the one making noise. Hey, so you wanna know the truth, huh? Think you can handle the truth, do ya? Fine. Let's see you try. Feel the heat of my brutal deadbeat. Savage, right? Sweating bullets, ain't ya? Screams of my soul are gonna make a mosh pit out of this peanut gallery. Did he really just win the court over with that performance? Yo, geezer, I got something to testify. Get ready for the howling of my soul. I call this chart topper soul screaming truth. The princess's dance had come to an end to the music storeroom my way I did went. That truth is what you dread, hear me straight. From my spot, in front of the storeroom, I saw Albie creep to the treasure room. The trailing from behind Han on the scent, I saw a patrol after Albie he went. Me and my girl here, innocent and sweet, back from the storeroom, can't be beat. Then out went the power, ticket to midnight, blacker than blackest black, wrapping all sight. Yeah, baby, let that soul metal flow. What is that music? I never heard anything like it. And it's so fast, it's making my head spin. This is the Marlins Metal. Hey, yo, geezer, how are those ears ringing? I don't know how much about music, but I've got chills and they're multiplying. You scared, lawyer man? Run away, fast as you can. What a wonderful rhythm. The perfect accompaniment for the further deliberations. Now, Mr. Understanding, what did you go to the music storeroom for? Hey, I went to put my Marlin away. She's my precious partner. Gotta give her a good rest after playing the ride. Then why did you lie before? Because you sent me to hell. Huh? We all know about lawyers and their love lying lawyerly ways. Am I right, people? 5 minutes I went to the storeroom, I hate to have trumped up a false charge on me. I didn't want to get sent to hell. What do you say? He's right, it so would have happened. Now I see why the Defense Culpability Act was passed. You feel me, Corain? Yeah, you said it. Is it too much to ask for a low-key trial? Now are you punks ready to rock or what? I can hear you. I said you ready to teach? You ready to teach this lying lawyer how we do things around here? Alright then, I'm gonna lay it on ya one more time. The screaming truth of my soul.
Hold it!
You say you went to a music storeroom. But how do we know how do we know you didn't go to a treasure room to steal the treasure instead? And on what grounds would you base that accusation? Got anything to show for it? That's right, I don't really have any proof, and yet... Well, you can't prove that you didn't go to the treasure room either. You stole the treasure and were ready to make your getaway when you saw Mr. Roll. So you panicked and ran into the music storeroom, isn't that right? Why do I feel like I'm being stabbed by icy stares from every direction? This silence is your answer, lawyer man. This audience knows the score. Just what we needed, a moment of silence to beat this lawyer-based claim goodbye. Why do they have to hate lawyers so much in this country? I said it before and I said it again, lawyer man. After the priestess's dance, I went to a music storeroom.
Hold it!
So what exactly do you mean by dead truth? It's the blade of truth that's gonna send your lawyer's soul to hell. I see your blood will be the last thing you ever see. I'm not sure I want to get what he's saying. Don't expect a bobblehead like you to understand. Either you get it and you feel it, or you don't. Simple as that.
Hold it!
How did Albie appear at the time? Come to think of it, he was glancing around all the shifty like. You could tell he was up to no good. Shady, I tell ya. What's that saying about people who live in the glass houses? But he was about to steal the treasure, so it only stands to a reason. He'd look furtive.
Objection!
The defendant admitted that he was sneaking in to see the treasure room, the treasure box. Wouldn't that be why he was looking around? What's that, people? Only the Holy Mother knows the truth, you say? Psst, wrong. Peace Lupin. Peace Lupin knows the score, baby. From my lips to the Holy Mother's ears, an artist only sings what he saw there. In other words, my reasoning isn't as good enough for a good boy here. God boy here. What did you see next, Mr. Understanding?
Hold it!
Something tells me this is going to be a spectacular waste of time, but what do you mean by Hound on the Scent? What? You don't get it? It's always the same, y'all. Lyrics questioned without mercy. The more famous the song, the greater the controversy. It wasn't your lyrical sense I was questioning. I say Hound on the Scent like a hunting dog cause, you know, Roll was guard and... Uh-oh, here we go. Inspiration came to me suddenly like a flash and...
Hold it!
That's okay. You don't have to explain your lyrics anymore. Hey, you're the one who asked. I knew I shouldn't have asked. Still understanding? You still understand, so please stick to your testimony. You can explain your lyrics to me later in Dalmalin's class. Fine, have it your way, geezer. The show must go on. Slash and trash.
Hold it!
Exactly what are you doing in the music room storeroom? There, get the picture. Picture? What picture? Mr. Understanding is requesting that you not ask him the same thing over and over. Yeah, geezer, you got one. Take a ball, baby. How technically he'll understand that. What's I doing in the music storeroom, you ask? I already told you. I was taking care of my partner in crime, here getting ready to put her away. See, would you believe it?
Hold it!
Where were you when the power outage occurred? Like I said, I was in the music storeroom. My girl had been sounding a little off, so I had to get her back in tune. Isn't it true that you were actually in the hallway at the time? The hallway, you say? Why would I be in the hallway? You were waiting for Mr. Roll to come back from his patrol of the treasure room. Now that he discovered that the treasure had been stolen, you were going to kill him. Lawyer man, just as always, so full of bull. Spewing obnoxious lies and pulling the wool. Filthy liar through and through, and I ain't never ever gonna forgive you. Other lies with no evidence. As always, his claims are just tenuous. Hey, nice prosecutor. I'm picking up what you're throwing down. Someone stop their jam session, please. You have made your assertions clear, defense, but your argument is rather substantiated. That's not good. What's so funny, Peace Lupin understanding? Nevertheless, the possibility is still there. You can't deny the witness could have killed the victim under cover of darkness. You're forgetting one very important thing. Huh? It seems you've forgotten that the outage happened by chance, not design. Oh, that's right. Oh, that's right. I did forget about that. It's not like the witness planned the outage so he could take the advantage of the darkness. And without darkness, it would have been hard to sneak up behind Mr. Roll and kill him. You're right. Even I would notice someone coming up behind me. Your defense, what do you have to say about that? What can I say about that? Mr. Wright, your claim is completely without merit unless you want to argue that the weakness somehow magically made the outage happen. Outage? Well, maybe not magically, but... Wait, that's it. I contend the weakness could have made the power outage happen with no magic necessary. What? You have a theory, defense? All you had to do was make use of something shown on this diagram. What did the weakness use to make the power outage happen? The breaker, obviously. The weakness was in the storeroom. The circuit box is on the storeroom end of the hallway. There's nothing really magical about turning off the breaker, wouldn't you say? Nice try, but that theory doesn't hold water, lawyer man. And why not? You're saying I turned the breaker up and then snuck up on Mr. Roll and hit him? In pitch black darkness with no source of light whatsoever, that's what you're saying? With the lights off, that hallway is blacker than 100 midnights. You can't see the hand in front of your face. How could I ever commit murder like that? Unless it was somebody standing right in front of the victim, like the accused. I hate when he's right. I can just let his point... Let his what? Let his point stand? Well, maybe the victim was holding something that served as a guide. A guide through the darkness? Something that's much than a little vague, wouldn't you agree? You ain't gonna move this room with a half-baked hunch like that, bro. You gotta hit him hard and really make him feel it, you hear me? Just like my worst baby, woo! Bill, I'm afraid I don't understand the witness's lyrics very well either. But in a trial, your arguments have to be clear and precise. Let's see some of that clarity and precision now, defense. Uh-oh, what do I do? Can you present us to... I can. Yes, I can. Because there has to be something. Alright, let's see what you have, defense. What could the victim have been holding that served as a guide throughout the darkness? The treasure box. Believe the victim was holding the treasure box. Huh? Have you got mad? Well, the box glows in the dark, so you could use it as a sort of beacon. Well, I guess you're right. But why in the world would the victim be holding the treasure box? Uh-oh, well, because their case is as good as mine. What is this lawyer talking about? Nonsense and lies yet again? Just give him the death penalty already. Is there no way to win them over? The defense? Are we going to be needing those tongue shears after all? No, your majesty. Yeah, man, do it. Then we can champ out to this lawyer's shrieks of pain. Better get those screams of agony out now, lawyer man. While you still have a tongue to scream with. I guess I better come up with a reason to no pressure or anything. As to why the victim was holding the treasure box. Can easily be explained as thus. Brain, don't fail me now. What reasons could the victim possibly have had to be holding that treasure box? The victim was holding the treasure box because he was... the thief? It's an idea I just happened to stumble upon, but I think it just might be the answer, and would turn this whole trial upside down. Hello, defense? Are you still with us? Let's hear this easy explanation you promised. Is it possible that it was because the victim himself was the thief? The victim? The thief? Ha 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 ha. What kind of bull are you spewing now? You might just treat this guy's off his rocker. If the victim was the thief, everything we have learned so far would all make sense and would give us a completely new way to interpret the victim's actions. After the morning dance of devotion, Mr. Roloff went to the treasure room. He grabbed the box that contained the treasure and started to take off with it. But then he ran into Albie and on the great stairs. That's why Mr. Roloff pulled his gun on Albie. Then when the blackout occurred, Mr. Roloff was bludgeoned unto death in the darkness. Let's explain why the victim would be holding the glowing treasure box in the dark. Now it would have been possible for someone other than the accused to kill him. Do you have any idea what you're saying? You're unbelievable, lawyer man. I think you have lost it. And you can... The treasure box is even open. And open is, you know, the one who has the key. Ha ha ha. It's the craziest thing I ever heard roll. Trying to roll the temple. That devout believer that pious Gurainist. I won't allow you to disparage the victims of the party so with unfounded allegations. Hope you're prepared to back up your claim. Of course, Your Honor. Your Majesty. Oh, really? In that case, can we assume you have proof? Uh-oh, proof, huh? Do I have any proof? I can back down now. Yes, I have proof. In my dreams. The proof that Mr. Roll was the thief may have been left behind on a certain piece of evidence. Very well. Let's see your evidence and be ready to stand behind it. Footprints, fingerprints, I'll take anything at this point. Any proof, something that would have been involved with the thief, that might still have some trace evidence left on it. What proof do you have the victim might have been the thief? Oh, first open.
Take that!
Defense would like to examine the treasure box. There might be trace evidence on it that would show that the victim had held it. Might? We better hope you turn up something more definite than that, defense. Yes, sir, Your Majesty. Majesty. Very well, Bailey, bring the treasure box. Ah. There you are, defense. You're free to examine it. If I don't find something now, my entire argument up to this point will be blown. Plus, there's that little matter of the old tongue shears. I have to find something. I just have to. Now, to make sure I remember how to do this. Okay, let's see here. This is the lock. It was forced open. I don't really see anything else of note about it. Anything here? The lid of the box was forced open, but while the victim was holding the box, the lid must have been closed. I'll check what's the lid too. Hey! What? You son of a... You locked it! So? What's the big deal? I thought you can open it with that key you're wearing. Yeah, I can. No sweat. Then why is there a bucket load tripping off of you over there? Think I'd like to open this box back up again? Could you lend me your Makatama key? Sure. Okay, let's see, where's the keyhole? Well, it's the Makatama key, so we need to go to in the hole above the Makatama mark. It doesn't go in! Ah, it won't open. Would you look at that? Thief must be busted the lock when they force the box open. Really? Cause I'm not sure about that. The mirror weapon, not with the Makatama key, can open it glows in the dark. In any case, I better take another look at... I have to find proof that the victim was holding this box. This bot shows the outline of the hand. Could this be what I'm looking for? Your Majesty, take a look at this. It's a bot here that outlines the shape of a hand. Really? Let me see that. Oh my, you're right. Now I'm getting somewhere. I believe the bot is an outline of the victim's hand as he was holding the box. What? Even as he was being struck, he held on tight to a precious treasure box. After he'd gone through a lot of trouble to steal it. The blood from his head wounds splattered across his hand and onto a box. Well, he did in the picture. I don't remember in the picture his hand was in blood though. Magistrate, don't let yourself be taken in. It's just Morton of his lawyerly deceit. What do you mean? Hey, Mr. Wright, where is your proof that the outline is that of the victim's hand? What? I should have seen this coming. Come on. Either show proof or prepare to meet the shears. Or you could save us all some time and bite your tongue out now and submit it instead. That I did not see coming. Your defense, how about it? Do you have a proof that the outline is off the victim's hand? Where would the proof of something like that even be? Please submit your evidence at this time. The crime photo. I got it. This is the evidence that's going to save my beloved tongue. Mr. Payne, despite your claims about my forked tongue, it just so happens I have the proof you require. You do? It's right here in this crime photo. It is rare, defense. Please point it out. What proves the blood stain outline the box is that of the victim's hand, you ask?
Take that!
Right there. Mr. Payne, take a good look at the victim's hand. See this? That's blood. What? If we place Mr. Roll's hand inside the bloody outline, do you think the blood on his hand would complete the splatter? Exactly. Here goes nothing. And if they do form one complete splatter, it would prove my theory correct. Then the victim really was holding the box. I'm willing to bet my life on it. The defense reasserts that the victim was the thief. Who stole the treasure box? You can't be serious. I protest. There's no way they would ever match up. Talk about tongue karma. Sounds like it just is. I said that it's patently impossible for What's the matter, Mr. Payne? Did your fork tongue get tangled up in there? Or were you trying to submit your own tongue to the record? Why, you... I can hardly believe it. Apparently, not everything out of the defense map is bluff. Of course not, your Majesty. This tongue doesn't lie. I'd like to continue to use my tongue in the future too, if you wouldn't mind. She never has to know it really was a bluff. No, not Mr. Roll. I can't believe it. I'm sorry, Albie, but I know it's upsetting news. He must have needed the money badly, probably to support his family. After all, he even gave up his dream of becoming a monk to help them. Oh, so that thing Mr. Roll would say to me. Yeah, he was probably warning you not to end up a thief. Mr. Roll.
Objection!
Now wait just 1 minute. The victim was the thief and he was holding the treasure box. And that means Mr. Roll was holding the murder weapon when he was killed. Oh, that's a very good point. Doesn't make much sense, does it?
Objection!
If the victim was holding the treasure box, it couldn't have been the murder weapon. Which means the real murder weapon must have been something else. The real murder weapon was something else? The blood was thought to have gotten on the box when the box was used as a weapon. But it turns out that wasn't the case. The blood spattered up to the treasure box the victim was holding. When he was struck with the real weapon, that's what really happened. Isn't that right, Mr. Understanding? Are you insinuating that I'm the one who used this real weapon? Are you saying I'm wrong in my understanding? Got me right up, lawyer man. I feel a song coming on. Looking for a weapon that just doesn't exist. Pathetic lawyer man dropped into the abyss. Despicable lawyer man, you make me sick. You can disappear just like a magic trick. Worthless lawyer man, done in by a weapon. For you, miserable wretch, help not beckon. Yeah. I know I don't need to remind you, defense, that your life is on the line. I know, your majesty. Yet you're prepared to risk it on this mere idea of a real murder weapon. Death to the lawyer. This is it, the moment of truth. I can back down, not now. Yes, Your Majesty, I am confident the real murder weapon does indeed exist. That's a bold acclaim, Mr. Wright. Now, let's see you back it up. Show us which piece of evidence points to this real murder weapon. Gladly. If I knew which one it was, what would somebody like Annalyn Standing use to bludgeon someone? Now then, defense, please submit your evidence to the court. Yeah, let's see it, lawyer man. Let's see this thing that shows the real murder weapon you...
Take that!
The guitar, man. What I'm about to present is really nothing more than a possibility, but this thin thread is all I've got. Allow me to direct the court's attention to this photo of the morning dance devotion. That photo, how is that going to help you, Mr. Wright? There's something about it that doesn't sit right with me. Oh yeah, and what's this something, This thing here is odd to say the least.
Take that!
Standing. Why is the instrument you're holding different from the ones you're playing? From the one you're playing in the photo? Would you look at that? They're completely different shapes. I believe you said your Dharmala was your one and only. Well, Mr. Understanding, what do you have to say to that? I got nothing to say. Then allow me to answer for you. They're different because the one in the photo is no longer in playable condition. Not after you used it to bludgeon Mr. Roll to death. My old partner wasn't doing so hot, so I brought her sister along, that's all. A big deal, lawyer man. In that case, please submit your old Dharmalan to this court as evidence. Too bad, you are too late. I got rid of her yesterday. You what? Burn her up with the rest of the trash. Ash to ash, baby. No! It's already destroyed the evidence. And I see more trash right here in this court that needs to burn in the fires of hell. Blood trash. Yeah, now there's no proof to show. Oh come on, that was pathetic. Your agony can sound better than that. Where's that great scream of yours? This can't be how it ends. I think I've heard enough. It seems the defense is unable to produce the evidence it needs to prove its assertion. But, Your Majesty, that's only because the witness destroyed it. Evidence is everything in court. Don't tell me you have forgotten this most fundamental principle of our profession. Without sufficient proof, your claim that Mr. Understanding is the murderer is no more than a conjecture. And that's the point expression I've been looking for. By the way, there seems to be one more thing you're forgetting. What is it now? You accuse Mr. Understanding of being the thief, but the real thief turned out to be the victim. Uh-oh. And with that, the misunderstanding purported motive for murder goes out of the window. Great point, but could you tell him? If I had been there, I would have just called Larry Roll and gotten the red treasure back. There wasn't any reason for me to kill him now, was there? There's no good counter argument to that. It sounds to me like Mr. Understanding has been completely wrongfully accused. Unfortunate as it may be, I think it's time to hand down the verdict in this case. Not good, not good. Defense, I trust you understand what you yourself will receive for taking on this case. Dead. Oh, chill out, please. What do I do? The murder weapon's been destroyed and now I got no motive. Poor Albie will be convicted and I'll lose my life too. Mr. Wright, you wasted this court's time and this barrage everything we hold sacred. We should charge you with less majesty in addition to the crime of appearing the accused. Yeah, you should pay for this desecrating my good name. Bye-bye, lawyer man. Time for you to do some repenting in the Twilight Realm. This guy is guilty as sin, I just know it. He must have had some reason to kill Mr. Roll, but what? Come on, people, let me hear ya scream and shout. Gonna take this loyal trash out. Exterminate! Annihilate! Exterminate! Annihilate! I think there are times like this to turn my thinking around. I shouldn't be trying to figure out what Andy's motive was. I should be thinking about what kind of situation would give him a motive. Did you steal it? He said. We know that Mr. Rowe was the thief and that he got his hands on the box. So then why? Why in the world did he ask Albie that question? What about the treasure box that would have prompted him to? Oh! Defense, what's gotten into you? Now I get it. Now it all makes sense. Like Paul Kunga, man, what you trying to say? Bothering and schooling to yourself sounds like you knocked out something loose upstairs. Your Majesty, please hold up on your ruling for just a little while longer. Don't tell me you're going to start begging for your life now. No, Your Majesty, that's not it. It's just that I realized something's important. You've been operating under a serious misconception this whole time. A misconception, you say? That's right. Mistaken notion about the treasure box. But could this really be true? If so, there's still a lot to figure out. Very well, let's hear what you have to say. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, this is just more of his nonsense. He's just stalling for time. This is your last chance, Defense. The second I find it really is nothing but nonsense. No amount of begging will stay my hand, understand? Yes, Your Majesty. We all know this is just going to be another one of your stupid bluffs. Now then, Defense, what is this misconception you mentioned? The thing we didn't realize about the treasure box was that it was empty? What if the treasure box was already empty from the start? What? Please recall. And when Mr. Roll ran into Albie on the great stairs, he asked the boy a question. You steal it, he said. I also recall that Mr. Roll was holding the treasure box at the time, so why then did he ask Albie the question that he did? That is a bit peculiar, isn't it? Not at all, Your Majesty. Not once you realize that. By the time Mr. Roll got to the treasure room, the treasure box was already empty. I beg your pardon. Mr. Roll suspected Albie had gotten into it first, which is why he confronted Albie when he ran into the boy on the stairs. But how would the victim have known the treasure box was empty? He didn't have any way of opening it.
Objection!
Once a year, the victim had the duty of carrying the treasure box to the palace. He would have been able to tell by the weight when he lifted it that the box was empty. Ah, I see, yes, I suppose he would have been able to tell, wouldn't he? Mr. Roll most likely decided to at least steal the empty box. It's an important historical artifact in and of itself, after all. But what's your point, Mr. Wright? What does any of this have to do with Mr. Understanding? My point is this. It gave Mr. Understanding a motive to murder his victim. A motive? Mr. Understanding, keeping the treasure safe is one of your duties, isn't it? So if anyone had found out that the treasure was missing, you would have been accused of incompetence. From the moment Mr. Rowe discovered that treasure was gone, his fate was sealed. Because you decided then that he had to be silenced forever. But that's absurd! Do you believe the stuff that comes out of this guy's mouth? This is all just a colossal joke. So then what really happened to the treasure? It had been stolen long before this incident occurred. But Mr. Peel's loop understanding himself. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to accuse Mr. Understanding? Your Majesty, please don't listen to these trumped up charges. The defense is grasping.
Objection!
The treasure box can only be opened with the key Mr. Understanding holds. Who else could have stolen the treasure?
Objection!
As I said, the accused stole the treasure by forcing open the box. Magistrate, I call for swift ruling. I'm not ready to give my verdict yet. What? The defense has successfully presented a new possibility in this case. Yes, finally, a tiny shred of hope. Mr. Understanding, would you care to make any statements in response to the defense's claims? Ah! This is all bull. My knocking is a rage cage and it's ready to explode, baby. But gonna take it? No, I ain't gonna take it. I dutifully watch over that treasure with pride. And now I'm getting accused of stealing it. This lawyer is a lying scumbag. You better believe I got something to say. Open up your ear holes, sleephole. Let's rock. Dead to the lying lawyer. Okay. Still, the families orb me. I did it. This lying lawyer's insult no limit. All this time I carried the orb faithfully, sacred duty to a holy mother, easy to see. Hands unclean, the accused did the deed. Force the box open, no key did he need. Lying lawyer, condemn him to hell, kick him, throw him into a prison cell. Okay, the key is obviously the problem, man. You know. Alright, we have now heard from both sides. Either the treasure box was first opened by the accused, as the witness claims, or Mr. Aniston opened it, as the defense claims. Defense, this is your last chance to cross-examine the witness. Yes, your majesty. If you are unable to prove your assertions by the end of this cross-examination, then the DC Act will come into play and both you and the accused will lose your lives. Understand? Life or death, it all comes down to this. Mr. Wright. Don't worry, Albie. I'm here to defend you. I promise it'll be alright. Thank you. I believe in you, Mr. Wright. I know you can win this for us. And after we win, we can go see Miss Maya together. It's a deal. I can't let Albie down. I have to win this trial. Somehow I have to prove that only Understanding could have stolen the treasure. Your worst lawyer trash. This is your requiem. The last song you'll ever hear on this mortal coil. Are you sure about that? Okay, where is he? Okay. The defendant didn't force the box open. That's a lie. In fact, you're the one who opened it. Isn't that right? Come on, you just saw for yourself, didn't ya? The lock was busted on account of the box being forced open. Oh, yeah. Well, that's your proof right there. Ah, score of 1 for the metalhead. Look, if the accused really didn't try to force his way into the box, then how do you explain why the lock was busted and wouldn't open up for you earlier? How do I explain why the box wasn't unlocked earlier? Maybe there's a different way to open it? There's a different way to open the box? Huh? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? There's a secret trick to opening it, to protect its contents from being stolen. And you're the only one who knows how it works, isn't that right? Are you for real? You've been watching too many movies, lawyer man. Ah, so you're one of those tourists. Honestly, Mr. Wright, did you come expecting magic and mystery around every corner? I'll have you know, defense, the kingdom of Coral-Inn is not some sort of fantasy funland. It's true, I don't have any real grounds to make that assertion, and yet... Oh yeah, I feel another song coming on. A little number about a crazy lawyer with a fantastic ideas. You're meant to open the lock, you say? Delusional, man. There ain't no other way. New words. Please do add it to your testimony, Mr. Understanding. New statement. The method to open the lock, you say?
Hold it!
Delusional am I? Well, still about that. Wild ideas, that's called delusion, mixed up lawyer with drowning in confusion. Indeed, the defense's sinful wrongdoing has made him lose touch with reality. Let's hear it. What will it be for this sinner flight of fancy? Nothing, because I'm not the delusional one. I just know there's gotta be some secret trick to opening this treasure box. Oh really? Where exactly is this secret hidden? The secret is obviously hidden in the key? There's always some secret hidden in the key. I'd like to examine it if you please. Ha 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 ha. You don't know when to quit, do ya? Here, go ahead. Examine it all you like. I don't see a thing. The defense, what have you discovered? I'm afraid I haven't discovered anything in your majesty here. I'll return it now. I told you, didn't I tell ya? Yeah, yes, you told me. There's just one no reason with this man. The accused forced the lock open. There's no other explanation. That's right. He desecrated the box by opening it without using this Mitama key. Wait, what did you just say? Mitama key, not Matsa. It's Makatsama key, not Mitsa. I'll sing it as many times as I want to get through your titular skull. Only the Mitama key unlocks the treasure force it and re up the fandom's displeasure. Yeah. For the forgetful defense's sake, could you please add that to your testimony? If I have to come it into your brain, lawyer man. Sure what? You want that? It's a Makatama key!
Objection!
Just a minute, Mr. Understanding. You just called your key the Mitama key, didn't you? Ah. But the intro originally said it's called the Makatsama key. Yeah. The Mitama key? What's that? I don't know, your majesty. But apparently, it's a rather crucial question. What? What's the big deal? So I said the wrong thing. So what? Simple slip of the tongue. An A for the effort, Mr. Wright, but your grandstanding betrays your desperation. I'm afraid a small slip of the tongue like that adds absolutely nothing to your argument. What say you, defense? Is it an important detail? Judging by Understanding's reaction, I'd say it's everything my argument needs. Yes, your majesty, it's very important. This key is apparently not the Makatsama key, but rather the Mitama key. And I believe this discrepancy holds the great significance for the defense. Nah, man. Just a meaningless mistake and insignificant. You are riding the crazy train to nowhere, lawyer man. Magistrate, please don't pay the defense any heed. It's all nonsense. To tell the truth, I'm not really clear on what the defense is driving at myself. However, I am eager to find out. What? Defense, you will explain yourself like your life literally depends on it, because it does. Now then, is the name of the key an important detail? Yes, it's an absolutely important detail, I think. Because the Mitama key is connected to the Founder's Orb. I see, very well, in that case. Please show the court the grounds on which you are basing this claim. The grounds, your majesty? You can of course show grounds. Can you not defend? Oh, of course, what else can I say? Have to come up with something, anything, even if it's just a bluff. The Mitama key, Mitama. It has to be something somewhere that ties Mitama and the orb together. Don't keep me waiting, defense. What evidence? And the powerful. Hey, Mitama! Nice one. What's that? The song of ceremony? All this time, the answer was right there in front of me. It's right there in the song of ceremony performed during the dance of devotion. Your Majesty, the song of ceremony tells of the treasure of the founder of Kuranism, but hidden within its lyrics. It's the secret behind how to really open the treasure box. Oh. Holy Mother! Oh, Holy Mother! How can that be defense? When the butterfly embraces the Mitama butterfly. The song of ceremony contains the following lyrics. When the butterfly embraces the Mitama, the favor of the orb is bestowed. I believe the Mitama here refers to the Mitama key. Well, yes, it is the same word, but that doesn't mean... We've been calling this key the Makatsama key. That's why I inserted the key into a lock with the Makatsama design on it. But was obviously not the right way to disuse it. I suppose you know the right way. I do your match to use the key properly. You have to first flip it horizontally, flip it vertically. You turn the Makatsama shape upside down like this. It becomes the Kuranin symbol of the soul. In other words, a Mitsama. Oh man, you're absolutely right. But now what? What do you think? What do you do with it? It's too big to fit into a lock that way. Oh, yeah, I knew he was just bluffing. Bluffs and lies are the only tools of his trade after all. There must be some other place this skill fits, but where? Let's see, what were the words of the Song of Ceremony again? The butterfly embraces the Mitama, the favor of the orb is bestowed. Should the Mitama key actually be used? The butterfly. Oh!
Got it!
There we go! My goodness! The treasure box, it really opened! No way, man! What? No! And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the real secret behind the Song of Ceremony. It's the true key to opening the treasure box. It's all over, Mr. Payne. How so? Let's say someone was fooled into trying to force the front-facing lock open. Sadly for them, it won't budge. That's because the lock is after all just a decoy. Then what you're saying is, neither the victim nor the defendant would have been able to open the box. They therefore had no way of stealing the treasure. The only one who could have stolen it is the one man who knew about the Mitama key. Please, Lupin, understanding. Ah! But I'm not done yet. Please record the scene of the crime. On the floor by Mr. Roll's body. Was the very unlocked and very open treasure box. With someone who knew how to open the box could have left it in that state. And so, there can be only one true culprit. Admit it, Mr. Understanding. You're the one who killed Mr. Roll. Jesus. Jesus. Okay. Go! Ha. Yeah. Yeah. Huh? Cuckoo. Cuckoo. Curse him. It's all his fault. Why did he have to try and steal the treasure? Why did I have to spot him with that box? On my way to the storeroom after the morning dance. It's his fault. I had to cause that blackout and lock him good. I couldn't let my secret get out. Nobody could know the treasure box was empty. I'd lose my position as a headman. Who knows what else they'd do to me. I couldn't let. I had to stop him. What a shocking development. I can scarcely believe it. Nothing like this has ever happened since the DC Act was enacted 23 years ago. No, my perfect, unblemished record destroyed. The incredible pain ruined. No! It was a week! Did the lawyer really win? I can't believe it. No way, this can't be happening. Peace! I said peace! Honestly speaking, I'm just as shocked as everyone else. But the truth has been made known, so it's time for me to give my verdict. In the name of the Holy Mother, this court finds the accused Albi Urgait not guilty. There's still quite a commotion. The people in the gallery show no sign of clearing out. I can't believe it. Not guilty? I'm still in shock. Can you believe that guy? I can feel everybody's eyes on me. This can't be happening. It's impossible. Oh, Holy Mother, preserve us. I've never been in a defendant lobby quite this uncomfortable. Mr. Wright? Oh, I'm Albi. Thank you. Thank you so much for what you did for me. I'm just glad it turned out okay. It was touch and go there for a while. I'm really sorry, Mr. Wright. I had a really hard time trusting you at first. It's okay, Albi. I know how unpopular lawyers are in this country. How did you ever get this way in the first place? Let me to explain. At least I wish I could explain. But I don't really know why. I never even questioned it before today. By the time I was born, all the lawyers were already gone. As far back as I can remember, verdicts have been based on her benevolence's insights. Right, Rayfa, the royal priestess. For her part, I'm sure she really believes in what she says, but even with her benevolence, the divination sciences, lawyers are still necessary. Without proper defense, people could easily wind up receiving wrongful convictions. Mr. Wright! Shh! Huh? Don't say that so loud. People might think you're a rebel. You could be arrested. A rebel? That's right. One of those people going against our queen and the court system. Oh. They call themselves the Defiant Dragons. And they're led by a scary guy named Dirk. They do anything to overthrow her eminence, even commit crimes. Dirk. I remember people in the gallery mentioning that name. The things you are saying sound a lot like the stuff they say. But you're not scary like that Dirk guy. Parent intrusion. You. Yeah, you. I wanna talk to you, see? Flight, is it? Right, sir. Phoenix Wright. You are? I'm the Kurainese Minister of Justice. The name's Inga Karkul Kurain. I received the whole legal shebang. I was watching that three-ring circus in there. You were? Wow, the Minister of Justice? Who's in charge of the entire court system, Defense Culpability Act and all. Minister Inga, how are you, sir? Run along, mini-monk. Grown-ups are talking here. Yes, sir. Very sorry, sir. May I help you with something? Just wanted to a good look at you. Guys like you aren't exactly a dime a dozen around here. Huh? Well then. He's eyeing me like I'm some kind of exotic creature in a cage. Oh yeah, might as well share this little morsel with you. Turns out Roll was a seasoned thief. A repeat offender, see. Had my men look into it and they found all the booty he'd pilfered right there in his digs. But he seems like such a nice man. Why, Mr. Roll? Why? Guess he was doing it for the family. What a mook. Mook? How can you say that? Guess that kind of sob story gets you common folks all misty-eyed, huh? Anyway, another thing. Had my men check out that standing fella too. Wasn't the one with the sticky fingers. It's the insurgents. What? They put the squeeze on our head monk apparently. So we gave up the founder's orb and tried to keep it in a hush-hush. Wow, I see. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, say white. That was a cute little number you put in my courtroom today, wasn't it? First not guilty, ruling in 23 years. You're making waves, see? Stirring the pot, catch my drift? Oh well, yikes, I'm in it for it now. But thanks to that song and dance, we know our precious national treasure got nicked. So I'm gonna call it a wash and let it slide this time. But all I did was defend the accused. You do best to read between the lines here, chump. You're standing on a thin ice, you get my drift? When a dirty no good Nick Punk show knows how to cash in his chips before the house steps in. Do us a both a favor and keep an eye out on the path you're walking down. You never know whose toes you might be stepping on. This ain't your turf, buddy. You never forget whose soil it is you're standing on. Yikes, he was kind of scary, wasn't he? Yeah, well, no use worrying about it. We have more important things to think about. Not just when can we continue the sightseeing tour. Tour? Oh, anytime, sir. We still have plenty of time until Miss Maya's training ends. And there are still lots of more temples to see and all kinds of local foods to eat. I can show you the natural beauty of the area. And waterfalls. Alright, slow down, Albie. There's plenty of time. When we're done with all that, we can go see Miss Maya together. Yeah, you bet. Maya, I wonder how she's doing. Hope she's okay. Oh.
So, how about that not guilty, Dirk? I heard.
Oh.
Sounds like the winds of change are beginning to stir.
Oh, shit. The end. The magical turnabout. Alice in Wonderland?
Behold my might!
A dragon! Dead! Oh, it's Druzy!
Shame on you, Mr. Rias. No! You meant for evil.
Okay. Apollo! That's how the evil magician Mr. Rias was defeated. Oh! See you for the Act 2, everybody! Brava! Brava, Druzy! Athena! Alright. Wow, Apollo, wasn't that a great trick? You bet, I've never seen such a great magic act. 17, 19, and 35. Did you know they even featured Chushi's show on TV this morning? Penrose Theater. A well-known getaway to success for entertainers. It's here at this famous theater that we'll finally get to see. Chushi writes, Choosing the Gramarye Land. The long-awaited revival of the magic of Trove Gramarye. Wow, that explains why there's a TV crew here to cover the show. This is the perfect opportunity to promote the Write Anything Agency too. After all, people look up this Stacy on TV, right? Wouldn't they be looking up the talent part and not the loyal part of our agency? Mamma mia, you're right. We get nothing but requests from Chushi's fans, wouldn't we? Oh well, guess we'll just have to make it the old-fashioned way. My name is Apollo Justice. I'm a rookie lawyer with only about 2 years of experience under my belt. We're here to see Chushi's magic show. She's a fellow member of our agency. Came on behalf of our boss, Mr. Wright, who's away on a trip. Oh, and did you hear, Apollo? Even though it's only her debut, her shows are completely sold out. What? Really? It's amazing. Voila, Star is born. Who knows how far she will go. At this rate, nothing in the world can stop us. You do realize this has nothing to do with you, right? This is Athena Sykes. She's another member of our agency. She may not look it, but at just 19 years old, she's a lawyer as well. What do you mean, she may not look it? Of course I look the part. Care to explain how exactly? Oh, come on, have a heart. Stop treating me like a child. I catch it around Athena's neck. That spoke just now, that's Widget. Widget helps Athena out with her special field of expertise, analytical psychology. He also has a habit of blurting out whatever Athena's really thinking. Yeah, this little guy can be a little unruly at times. Hey, upgrade me already. Your attention, please. The show will restart after a 20-minute intermission. Yes, you please be back in your seats before the next act. Thank you. Hey, why don't we go say hi to Chushi in her dressing room during the break? Oh yes, let's go see the big star. I'm so nervous. What should I say to her? Whatever you usually say to her at the office every day. This is Chushi's dressing room. Looks like she's busy over there with someone. Could you sign this please, ma'am? Sure thing. Just the one sheet in this clipboard, right? A fan asking for Chushi's autograph, maybe? I don't think so. It looks like some kind of contract. Thank you very much. I'll get this to the producer right away. Great, thanks. Oh! Holy, Athena, you came. Of course, congratulations on your big debut. Hehe, thanks. Who was that just now, by the way? Somebody from Take-Two TV, they want to turn my magic show into a TV special. They're planning to broadcast it nationwide. Hehe, can you imagine? Wow, you really are a big star. Hey, can I get your autograph later, Chushi? Sure, my signature is in high demand today. Would you like one too, Polly? Yeah, actually, I would. Oops, looks like I'm running out of flyers, so I'll have to sign your forehead instead. Hey, knock it off. Look, just forget about the autograph. This is Chushi Wright. She's a magician and a Mr. Wright's adopted daughter. She's becoming quite renowned in the magic world these days for her impressive skills. A lot of people get this wrong, but Apollo's actual job is being my magic assistant. No, you're the one who gets it wrong. Ooh, think you can do that trick you always do at the office for me, Chushi? Okay. Behold, the wondrous magic that can make anything disappear. 3, 2, 1. Ta-da! My magic panties are on an extra-dimensional galaxy. Brava, Chushi, brava. Okay, but why do you always have to make my attorney's badge disappear? Well, that's because out of everyone at the Write Anything Agency, you're the one I get the best reaction out of. That doesn't make my power badge feel any better. The show? Thanks again for inviting us, Juicy. Thank you for coming. You sure packs of Aloop. I nearly fell out of my seat when that dragon showed up. And then it attacked you? Whew. I was terrified, even though I knew it was all just a part of the show. It's good, because that trick is the crowning glory of the Act 1. I'm really glad you're enjoying the show. I heard your shows are completely sold out, Juicy. They say your fans were all over the tickets the instant they became available. Like hungry wolves going after their prey. Sounds like you made a loyal pack of followers for yourself already, Juicy. But you two are the only ones who got a special VIP invitation from me. Today's just a dress rehearsal for the performers, staff, family, and friends. A general probe, huh? That's what they call it in Germany. The real show isn't until the day after tomorrow. By the way, are you going to finally do your Magic Panties trick on stage after the break? Sorry to disappoint anyone who came just to see my Magic Panties. But my next trick is completely new. I'm debuting it today. Oh, a new trick, huh? You're gonna chop Apollo up into little lawyer pits? Funny, I don't recall ever agreeing to anything like that. Well, that does sound like a good idea. Today's trick is a totally new trope Gramarye original. The entire future of the trope is riding on the success of this special new trick. How so? This show is really important to me. It isn't like any of the other shows I've done. As the rightful heir to the trope Gramarye repertoire of magic, this show is my first chance to unveil the tricks I have inherited. Trope Gramarye, huh? You have a poster of them hanging right over there. It feels like it's been ages since I've seen a picture of them. Trope Gramarye was a group of magicians who dominated the magic world in their day. Juicy is the sole heir to the trope's entire repertoire of stage magic. Huh? Who's this guy in green and purple on the left here? Oh, that's the great Mr. Rios, the other magician in today's show. Used to belong to Trope Gramarye too a long time ago. Really? Hey, so tell us more about the special magic you are going to reveal today. Secret Trope Gramarye trick. Left behind by my late granddaddy, Magnifique Gramarye. It's never been performed before, so this is the first time it'll be seen by the public. The grand unveiling, huh? No wonder she's been working so hard. Well, I better get going. Huh? Where to? To practice my act, of course. The show's only a few days away. Really pushing yourself, didn't you practice until late last night too? Yep, because everything's gotta be just right. Juicy inherited all of Trope's Gramarye's magic tricks from her father when he died. But Trope's entire legacy is now resting on her shoulders. No wonder she's feeling the pressure. Looks like everything's going well today though. I mean, that last trick was perfect. Grace under pressure, that's me. After all, a true entertainer always keeps a smile on their face. That's the Trope Gramarye creed. It's hard to believe you have accomplished so much even though you're still in high school. But to tell you the truth, I'm actually pretty nervous. Who wouldn't be? Oh, I bet this would do the trick. You'll be fine, Juicy. If anybody can do it, you can. Polly. It was just the boost I needed. Thanks. Apollo's fine, sure has a way of really hitting you right in the heart. And in the ears. Enough reacting on my voice already? Juicy? Oh, hi, Bonnie. But honey, it's almost time for the second act. Oh, okay. Thanks. Well, Apollo, Athena, enjoy the rest of this show. Break a leg, Juicy. Thanks, I will. I hope her new trick goes well. Hey, this is Juicy we're talking about. She'll be fine. Oh, I won't be so sure. Huh? Performing magic is like walking a tightrope. There's always an element of danger. One little mistake can even cost you your life, you know. Wonder if she'll make it across today. And what do you think? What do you mean by that exactly? Oh, nothing. Now you'll excuse me. She's gone? What was that all about? Judging by what she said, I'm gonna guess she's probably a magician too. Come on, Apollo. We gotta get back to our seats now or we'll be late. Oh, hey, stop pulling. Okay, let's see. Guess it's time to move back to a stage. Stage. Hurry up, Apollo, it's about to start. I want to see what Trucy's next trick is. You're really warmed up today, aren't you? Why don't you take your seat and try to relax? Whoa, look, there's a TV reporter over there. Your TV camera and everything. Oh yeah, baby. If you next sit down, you're blocking people's view. Sheesh, I feel like I'm babysitting here. Hello everyone, I'm reporting from the beautiful Penrose Theater, where the public performance of Choosing Grammarly Land begins in just 2 short days. But today, they have very kindly agreed to give us a sneak preview. Isn't this exciting? Polo, do you think I was on TV just now? How should I know? But if you were disgracing our entire agency, that's for sure. Hey, what the heck's that supposed to mean? Ooh, here it comes.
Now, give up your dastardly ways!
Uh-huh.
Huh? Over here. Ah! Ah! Hmm. Come now, Mr. Hat. Offer the girl's life up to Mr. Rias and bring him back to life.
Oh!
What?
Just when and how did she make the switch?
You won't be reviving anyone today.
Dead body! Well, that's amazing. I have no idea how she escaped that coffin. I'm glad Trucy's escape trick went off without a hitch. And then I open the coffin like this. Inside you see a dead body! Mr. Rios? But how? I wonder what's going on. He's not getting up. Trucy! What just happened? Whoa, man, an accident. Is like that guy dead? Wait, that's not part of the act. Attention please, for your own safety we ask that everyone please evacuate the building. What's going on? Is Trucy okay? Outside everyone, evacuate immediately, please. Whoa, hey, stop grabbing at me. Trucy! Well, shit. They kicked us out. Hey, what gives? Will somebody please tell us what's going on? Poor Trucy, I hope she's okay. Hey, here comes that staff member from before. Your attention please. We forgot to inform you that today's show has been cancelled. What? But I was looking forward to the rest of it. We are very sorry, but the theater is on lockdown pending a police investigation. Excuse me, is it because of that accident? That man in the coffin, is he? Well, we are still trying to figure things out, sir. But I can tell you that Miss Wright is fine. She wasn't injured, so please don't worry. Thank goodness she's okay. Hey, you there. What the heck's going on? They won't even let me in. Me, for crying out loud. Oh, Mr. Red Teens, there was an accident during this show. An accident? Great, just great. That's all I need right now. Do you have any idea how much money we're sinking into this program? And you are... The man behind the scenes, that's who. This is a fine kettle of fish, let me tell ya. Spinning all this is gonna make me a real pain in my posterior, believe you me. Spinning as in covering it up? Look, I gotta get inside, seriously? Can a guy catch a break around here? Well, there he goes. Why don't we go back to the office for now? I'm sure Trucy will call us once things have settled down. Yeah, I guess you're right. It's no use. I can't get a hold of Mr. Wright. Wonder if something happened to him in Kura Inn. Maybe he got caught up in some kind of trouble again, as always. Yeah, trouble is drawn to him like our iron filings to a magnet. Yeah, Apollo, speaking of Kurain, they're showing something about it on TV right now. There has been some surprising news coming out of the Kingdom of Kurain. The country recently saw defense attorney Phoenix Wright win a not guilty verdict, the first verdict of its kind in 23 years. Mr. Wright won a trial in Kurain. Lawyers are said to be highly disrespected in the Kingdom of Kurain, so Mr. Wright's win was an upset victory amidst entrenched hostility. Wow, did you hear that? The first time in 23 years. Yeah, but what was he doing in a court there in the first place? They just went for a visit. So he was in some kind of trouble, just like we thought. Next, an update on the unfortunate accident that occurred at the Penrose Theater. Hey, now they're talking about the accident at Trucy's show. Famed magician the great Mr. Rios was skewered with a sword and died on the spot. Oh no, so he really is dead. Now here is the footage of that deadly moment. Oh no, they showed it? Oh, something, the shadows there. Something went up. I saw the shadows. And again! Mr. Reese's body is invisible in this footage, but there are still very shocking images. The magician Trucy Wright is reportedly still only a high school student. Could it be that this unfortunate accident happened due to a lack of proper training? Did the young magician have enough experience, preparation, and knowledge? Some might say that the Joe Grammary should be held accountable for this incident. Hey, what kind of biased reporting is this? Yeah, they're making it sound like it's all Trucy's fault. Oh, we have just received more breaking news. Oh my. The young magician is in question, Trucy Wright, is now under arrest on the charge of involuntary manslaughter. What? We will keep you updated as this unfortunate tale unfolds. Stay tuned. Trucy's under arrest? She can't be. Polo, we gotta do something. Yeah, let's get down to the detention center right away. But before I forget, I think I'll jot out a few things down about the case. Okay. Poor Trucy, what can we even say to her? Oh, Polly, Athena. Trucy, are you okay? I'm fine. Don't worry about me. You saw the news about the accident on TV? Guess I can't Houdini my way out of this one. I got arrested and everything. They say I'm the one who caused the accident, but that's not true, right? To be honest, I don't really know. I mean, I have no idea how an accident like that could have happened. The trick went off without a hitch, I'm sure of that much. Still, the police just won't listen to me. They already decided that it was all my fault. I'm exhausted after all their questions. Looks like she's been able to hang in there at least. Yeah, she really is one tough cookie. I know you're tired, but can you tell us a little bit about the accident? Yes, of course. Go ahead and ask me anything. I'll be fine. The incident. For starters, can you help us understand what happened? To this show, there was a dead body in the coffin. How did that happen? Was there some kind of accident? I don't really know. The coffin was supposed to be empty when I opened it, but instead Mr. Ryu's body was in there. That must have been a huge shock for you. When the dragon set piece fell down at the end, was that an accident too? Must have been. I have no idea how or why that happened either. Nothing went the way it was supposed to. I still can't believe it. Believe Mr. Roos is actually dead. As tough as she is, this is obviously taking a toll on her. How did Mr. Roos's body get into the coffin in the first place? Trucy, we need you to tell us the secret of the trick. You know what they say, a magician never reveals her secrets. But I guess I should make an exception this time. But if you ever tell anybody, I'll make you my guinea pig for every single new magic trick from now on. Don't worry, I'm a lawyer and remember client confidentiality is part of the job. Let's call this trick Trucy's Great Escape. How did you get out of the coffin? Alright, here goes. I revealed the trick just for you two. Prepare yourself for an exclusive explanation by magical girl Trucy Wright. There's a secret trapdoor in the stage that leads down to an understage passage. A trapdoor? So when did you slip down into an understage passage? Remember when Mr. Hat was unstaged, holding a sword next to the coffin? Well, by then I had already escaped from the coffin and was waiting on the stage. And while I was down there, I did several things to get ready for the next part. What do you think? Okay. So what happened next? Mr. Hat was quickly raised up to a catwalk by wire. There's a cushion up there that acts as a shock absorber when Mr. Hat hits it. Meanwhile, I pop back up onto the stage through a different trapdoor. And voila! The switch is complete. Okay, a stage diagram. Depicting the stage where the show was performed on the understage passage. I had no idea all of that was happening. Set piece, okay. I was convinced you were still in the coffin. That's what professional magicians do. They make their audience see something that isn't really there. In other words, you make us see illusions, right? We call it misdirection. But we keep you busy believing one thing, we're busy making something else happen. What we say is there really isn't, and what we say isn't there actually is. I get it. It's kind of like a magical bluff. But there's no escaping the fact that the victim's body was actually in the coffin. Is it empty like it was supposed to be? Yeah, that's the part I don't understand. The last thing in the world I expected to see in there was Mr. Rios. Could he have climbed in there by mistake? I should get back to asking Trucy about the accidental. Can you tell us more about the victim? Where exactly is this Mr. Rios? You said he used to belong to the Trope Gramarye, right? Wait, you don't know who the great Mr. Rios is, Apollo? Super famous, he's all people talk about on TV. Really? I just assumed he was one of the Trucy's assistants. Ready to dish the dead, Apollo. So how did the two of you come to perform together, Trucy? Well, like I said, he used to be a member of the Trope Gramarye. He was a protege of my granddaddy, Magnifique Gramarye. So the TV station arranged for us to perform together this time because of that connection. He continued performing as a magician after he left the Trope Gramarye. Now he got injured while practicing for a show about 13 years ago. So he left the trope. After that, he took a break from magic for a while. I'm pretty sure it's a recent thing, him getting famous again. I only started seeing him on TV again maybe last year. I had nothing but respect for Mr. Rios as a magician. I can't tell you how sad I am this happened. I can imagine how dramatic it must be to have someone die during your big show. But hey, don't worry, I'm fine. I have to stay strong for my fans. Oh. Huh? My bracelet is reacting. People tend to unconsciously tense up when they're trying to hide something. When I pick up under distress, the bracelet around my wrist starts to feel tight. I guess this means that Trucy is trying to hide something from me. Okay, let's see. See things other can't, the slightest twitch, gesture, or change in expression. Yes, I can see it all when I'm concentrating intensely like this, and when people are feeling tense, they sometimes reveal a certain habit or a little tick. I'll just shift my viewpoint around until I find Trucy's nervous tick. Okay, I think I found her telltale tick. Now to listen carefully to every word and see what she gets shifty-eyed over. There, right? Gotcha! Come on, Trucy, you should know by now that you can't hide anything from me. Don't tell me that your bracelet reacted. Yup. And here I thought my smile was going to do the trick. Looks like I broke the first rule of being a magician. A true entertainer always keeps a smile on their face, right? I remember hearing you say that before. That's right, it's a grammar motto that my daddy used to say before he passed away. I'll never forget it. It's one of the few precious memories I have of him. You can't keep everything inside, Trucy. You'll burst. Why don't you tell me what's bothering you? I can't. If I did, you wouldn't believe in me anymore. It's not true. As an entertainer, you believe in always keeping a smile on your face. And as a lawyer, I have to have a belief that's important to me as well.
Take that!
Your attorney's badge. I swear on oath. I swear on this badge that I would always believe in my clients to the bitter end. That's the cornerstone of being a good lawyer. Mr. Wright taught me as much. So no matter what you tell me, I'm going to keep on believing in you, Trucy. All I ask is for you to have a little faith in me as too. Alright. Thanks, Polly. The truth. Molly, what if I made a mistake? What do you mean? What if it really was me who stabbed Mr. Rios? What makes you say that? In my escape trick, I used both a real sword and a rubber sword. I switched the real sword for the rubber sword just before I stabbed it in the coffin. So even if somebody had been in there, the rubber sword shouldn't have hurt them. Mr. Rios was found dead in the coffin. I know, it just doesn't make any sense. I know I swapped the swords. You're absolutely sure? Positive. I practiced that trick hundreds of times with no mistakes. I remember very clearly swapping the swords this time too. But could I have made a mistake this time? Could she really have? Where to? Practicing my act, of course. The show's only a few days away. You're really pushing yourself. Didn't you practice until late last night too? Yeah, because everything's gonna be just right. Maybe I really did kill Mr. Rios. Trucy. The worst possible mistake I could make. Such a horrific accident right in the middle of my show, and yet all I can think about is, now that this has happened, Trope Grammary will get its performance rights pulled. There will never be another show. Everything my family worked so hard for will be gone forever. And poor Mr. Rios had his whole life and a great career ahead of him. I ruined everything. I destroyed it all. I took it all away. Polly, I'm ready to pay for what I did. Trucy, I don't think you did anything wrong. You don't? I've had one question going through my mind this whole time. Was this accident really your fault? What do you mean? I don't have any proof or anything. It's just, I don't think you'd ever make a mistake like that. Apollo, I saw how hard you work on your tricks, staying up late every night to practice. And I know you. You always get everything picture perfect. Nobody's perfect all of the time. Still, I think something else caused Mr. Rios' death, not any mistake of yours. After all, you are sure you swapped the swords, right? Yes, I remember doing it. And I just know it wasn't your fault, Trucy. But how can you say that? You don't have any proof it wasn't me. I mean, I know you're a great lawyer, Polly, but I believe in you, Trucy. And I believe in your skill as a professional magician. So I'm going to prove you're innocent. Don't worry, you're going to be fine. Sniffer. Thank you, Apollo. Thank you for believing in me. I'm going to believe in you too. Good. I'm sorry. I need a tissue. I've never seen Trucy cry like this before. She always seems so strong. But maybe sometimes she's just putting on a brave face. She's still just a kid after all. So I have to ask to make it official, but will you let me defend you? Yes, I'm counting on you. I don't want to have to cancel the show on its opening day. Right, she seems fine now. Choosy, let's win this trial together. Unlike some people. Well, we better get right to investigating. Come on, Athena, wipe that nose and let's go. Excuse you, do you see any snot on my face, Apollo? Sheesh, talk about an emotional roller coaster. We'll to investigate the stage at the Penrose Theater where the body was found. Yeah, I hope no one will try to stop us. You're going to the Penrose Theater, can I ask you a favor? Of course, what is it? I left a very special notebook behind in my dressing room. Sure, we can pick it up for you. The notebook is really important to me. I don't know what I do if anybody read it. Wow, I wonder what's in it. The notebook is in my blue handbag on the table. It's a big and black. You can't miss it. Thanks in advance. With that, I've gotta go. It seems they have got more questions for me. Alright, see you later, Choosy. So, should we investigate the stage first or go get the notebook? Penrose Theater. The person you are trying to call is not available. I will after the tone, please. I tried calling Mr. Wright 100 times, but he never picks up. Well, I left him some voicemails, so he'll probably call once he gets them. He's going to flip out when he hears what happened to Choosy. Hey, this is the place. Theater where that magical murder happened. Oh yeah, wonder if they brought the dead body out yet. I hear they already arrested the murderer. They say it's a young girl. Yeah, a high school student. Can you believe it? Kids these days. What's with all the curious bystanders? They sure are kicking up a fuss. How dare they call Choosy a murderer? They got some nerve. We can't let people think that about her. We have to defend her. Apollo, is that you? Emma! Emma? It's sure been a while. How have you been? Oh, can't complain. I haven't seen you in ages. Emma is not usually in the best of moods, so I never quite know what to do or say around her. Well, we have some business to take care of, so I guess we better get going. Hey, wait a minute. What? Was it something I said? You're darn right it's something you said. What's with you brushing me off like that? We got heaps to catch up on. After all we've been through, you're not still mad at me about something, are you? Sorry, I didn't mean to upset you. Who's this, Apollo? A distant cousin or something? No, Emma's a detective I had the pleasure of working with before. Hello, I'm Emma Sky, forensics investigator. What? So you're finally a full-fledged forensic investigator? Yeah, I finally achieved my lifelong dream. Look, I even have an official forensics investigator armband and everything. It's great, Emma. I bet the exams was really hard, huh? It was a cinch. Really? Because I thought you said something about failing it over and over. Well, never mind that. The important thing is I'm not a plain old detective anymore. So no more old investigation for me. I'm so happy I could hack the whole world. Coming from you, that's really something. Criminals beware. Fingerprinting, lumino testing, DNA analysis, Emma Sky is raring to go, so bring it on. Oh, I guess it's a goodbye, crumping clouds, hello fanatical sun. She's very cheerful, isn't she? Is it because of the weather or something? She sure wasn't like this before. She was pretty frustrated back when she was assigned to the Criminal Affairs Department. She was always munching on chocolate snackoos to relieve her stress. Snackoos and stress are a thing of the past. I've said goodbye to both of them. May you never have to see either again. By the way, are you two here because of the murder? Murder? Don't you mean the accident? Oh, then I guess you haven't heard. The case is being treated as a straight-up homicide now. What? Just so you know, I heard that the prosecution is going to argue tomorrow that... Choosy outright murdered Mr. Rios. What? Are you kidding? They're treating it as a murder? Emma, please tell us everything you know. Of course, anything to help Choosy. The incident. Why is the case being treated as a homicide now and not involuntarily manslaughter? Well, apparently, there's something that proves it was a straight-up homicide. Well, that's vague. Do you know any of the details? No, I'm afraid that's all I was told. Really? How come? But because the lead prosecutor is a kind of a hard cut to read. Though maybe it's just a culture gap thing. Anyway, he's not one to really share his thoughts. Wait, what do you mean by culture gap? I mean that he's a foreigner, so his way of going about things is different. So it's exactly am I up against tomorrow? Congrats on finally becoming the forensics investigator you always wanted to be. Thanks, I failed that exam so many times, but I finally did it. I can finally use my forensics kit openly whenever I want. Oh yeah, you used to have to still use a kit you send away for. I still use that one too, but now it's more of a hobby kit. It's important to have hobbies too, you know. So basically, nothing's changed. Are you kidding? I don't have to worry about getting in trouble for taking fingerprints for fun now. It's possibly life-changing. I can take all the prints I want. Are you sure you're allowed to do that? Sure, I am sure. I've been collecting all the prints I've taken into a personal database. Now hold out your hands. I need to get your prints too. Just promise me you won't use them for evil. I can't believe she took my prints too, Apollo. Prosecution. Chief Prosecutor Edgewood has been reorganizing the prosecutor office lately. As a part of that effort, he's gotten rid of a lot of corrupt prosecutors. The prosecutor's office is looking pretty empty these days. And that's how a foreign prosecutor got assigned to this case. It's part of it, yes. We were short on our prosecutors, and this guy just happened to be visiting. What's the purpose of this office visit? Well, some insurgents from the Kingdom of Khurain are thought to be hiding out here. As an international prosecutor, he apparently came to investigate the matter personally. So he's from the Kingdom of Khurain. That's right, he's also a Khurainist monk. A monk? So how did he get assigned to this particular case anyway? Seems he was very devoted to furthering his studies as a prosecutor. He wanted to learn how crime scenes are investigated here, so he just showed up. So he was just curious, huh? He looked the entire crime scene over quite earnestly. Just as everyone else was ready to call it a case of involuntary manslaughter, this is most certainly a murder. The cruel act of an impure soul. That's what he said, just like that. Then he volunteered himself as the prosecutor for this case. With the shortage of prosecutors right now, the prosecutor's office was glad to have him. So Chushi was arrested for murder all because of this guy, huh? I have to say, he's definitely not your typical prosecutor. He says court is where a victim receives their last rites. Where the truth is revealed, the criminal is judged, and the victim's soul sees salvation. Receiving his last rites in court allows the victim to finally rest in peace, or so he claims. So to him, a trial is like a performing funeral rites for the victim, huh? It's certainly a unique way of looking at it. His name is Nahyuta Satmadhi. Nahyuta Satmadhi? What? Nahyuta Satmadhi? That's right. What, do you know him or something? Oh, guess you could say I've heard of him. Yeah, but he is pretty famous. Really? Yes, they say he travels the world solving difficult case after difficult case. Where there's a hard case to crack, he's called in to prosecute it. Wow, so sounds like he's going to be a tough to beat. I can't believe this. I have to stand in court against him? He seems like a very kind and gentle person though. He's very polite and understanding to everyone else he talks to. So he's a pretty agreeable guy then. Yeah, he's bound to see what kind of person Chushi really is. But don't they hate defense attorneys in Khurain? Would he even listen to what we have to say? I don't see why not. He certainly seems like the type of person who would. Even so, do you think you could do us a favor, Emma? Could you tell Prosecutor Satmadhi about Chushi? About what a good person she is? Of course. Give it to me. I'll make him understand there's no way Chushi could have committed murder. I hope he listens to a reason. Me too. This is looking pretty bad, Apollo. They're calling it a murder and they have even got proof. What are we gonna do? Look on the bright side, that's what. Bright side? What bright side? But the good thing about there being proof is that it has to point to a real killer. If we can find out who that is, we can prove Chushi's innocence. Oh, hey, you're right. which means our objectives are clear. We have to find two things: a proof of Trucy's innocence and evidence of the true culprit's identity. You know what, Apollo, you're starting to give me a glimmer of hope. And that means there's only one thing to do. Emma, would it be alright if we investigate the scene? If I said no, you just do it behind my back anyway, right? Would I do something like that? Guess the jig is up? Alright, but I better come along. Who knows what sorts of mischief you get up to if I'm not there to keep an eye on you. Mischief? Sounds like Emma trusts you about as far as she can throw you, Apollo. He has been known to move things around at the scene of the crime, you know. And what about you? You used to do all kinds of forensic tests on things without permission. There's nothing wrong with that. After all, forensics is always on the side of justice. How is it even remotely fair? Yeah, the threshing room. The threshing room looks just the way it did before the incident. All these items looks kind of lonely without their owners. We have to find Trucy's notebook for her. Let's see, she will be in her blue handbag on the table, right? We should see what else we can check out while we are here. Oh, here's that handbag Trucy was talking about. I feel a little funny about thinking around in a girl's purse. It's okay to open it. After all, she did ask us to. But not you, Apollo. Let me do it. Let's see, huh? No, not this. What's this? Oh, wow. She has... Oh, Trucy, you are bad. What is it? I want to see it too. That's funny. She said it was a black notebook, right? But there's nothing like that in here. Maybe Trucy was wrong about where she left it. Let's keep looking around for it. What's this? A script of the show. It says Bonnie, so it must belong to that Bonnie assistant. Bonnie and Bonnie we saw in the show. You and I got to see the first two parts up to the end of the 10:20 a.m. segment. Magic show script. Mr. Rios transformed into a dragon. Trucy's hat trick. 10:20. Bonnie's teleportation trick and Trucy's escape trick. 11 a.m. Mr. Rios fire trick. This will be dangerous. Make sure the fire bucket is ready. But this Mr. Rios fire trick, we didn't get to see that part. Yeah, because they canceled the show after the incident. It has a note about the fire trick. This will be dangerous. Make sure the fire bucket is ready. Come to think of it, when the Mr. Rios turned into a dragon, it breathed fire, didn't it? Breathed fire? Coin tricks and fire tricks were Mr. Rios' specialties. Maybe they had some big finale plan? Where Mr. Rios and Trucy would face off in the Grand Magical Showdown after his revival. Show script? Oh, those are from Prosecutor Gavin? Roses, huh? How like him, pretentious. He might be pretentious, but you know what? He makes it work. Apollo, I've noticed this for a while now, but you get awfully prickly when it comes to Prosecutor Gavin. You think so? I mean, don't hate him just because he's beautiful. It's not it at all. Hey, these flowers, they're from Lamiror. Lamiror? Where have I heard that name before? She's a famous singer. They call her the Siren of the Ballad, and she's pretty popular. Why would a famous singer be sending Trucy's flowers? Well, we met her through a case I headed up early once. Wow, your circle of acquaintances is bigger than I thought. Lamiror, I don't know why, but her songs really touch me for some reason. Hope she's doing well. Aren't the Ninetales flowers? You know those flowers that only grows in the Ninetale Wells? Oh my goodness, you're right. There's a card here and the letter to go with it. The card says, good luck, Trucy, from Damien Jinxie Tenma. Mayor Tenma and Jinxie, huh? What does that letter say? Let's see. Oh! There's a message for you in here too. Please tell Mr. Demon Lawyer I said thank you for everything. Thanks to him, I overcame my fears and now I'm not afraid of yokai anymore. Guess what? I will become friends with yokai like Iten Moment and Konaki Gigi. No matter what happens, I guess she'll never grow out of her demon obsession. Something. I say we take a look at through Mr. Rios' things too. Hey, is that the notebook sticking out from behind his briefcase? You are practically screaming over here, look at me. Do you think it could be... Oh, wow, Tina. Our hunch was right. It's Juice's notebook. What is it doing mixed with the Mr. Bruce's stuff? Good question. Juice's ultra important notebook was mixed in with Mr. Bruce's belongings. Wonder why. It's locked. I guess that means we can read it. What kind of secrets are in there to make her want to lock it? A girl her age needs her privacy. Besides, everybody has a secret or two they don't want to others to know about. There's anything in there about kisses or crushes? I think Mr. Right would cry. Usually put some posters up, I see. Oh, here's one of the Trope Gramarye. Trope Gramarye Magical Menagerie, huh? Looks like a bunch of folks dressed up in outfits a bit too gaudy for their age, if you ask me. Isn't that pretty much how all the best magicians dressed? Was Trope Gramarye really such a big deal back in the day? Guess so everybody in the country knew them back then. They had a great tricks. I just realized Mr. Ryus has a scar on his arm there. Like making a building disappear, escaping a safe drop from a helicopter. Wow, I was in Europe at the time, so I had no idea. But if even you know about them, then they must have been really famous. I used to see them a lot on TV. I think it was back when I was in junior high. The one in black was the original leader of the Trope Gramarye, Truce's grandfather. His name was Magnifique Gramarye. The one in pink with the mustache, that's Zack Gramarye. Truce's late biological father. Oh, and look, there's Mr. Ryus. These posters from back when he was a member of the Trope Gramarye, huh? Truce said he left the Trope after he was injured during a show or something, right? Well, we have examined just about everything, I think. Looking through other people's stuff was so thrilling, like I'm doing something naughty. I know what you mean, just don't go poking around my things at the office. Why? What do you have to hide? I don't think I liked how her eyes lit up all of a sudden. Yeah, we better get this notebook to Trucy. Let's go to a stage next. Alright, let's get down to investigating, shall we? Just make sure you don't move anything or I'll get in big trouble. Fine, I promise. To only move the things I have to. Well, I have my own investigation to conduct, but let me know if you need anything. It's been a while since we've done any investigating. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's dive right in. You do remember how to do this, right? If you don't, I can give you a quick rundown. I'm okay. I am okay, man. There's no need. Good, I'm sure it'll come back to me too as we go along. Wait, wasn't it you who just offered to give me a rundown? This is what they call a set piece. It's a piece of the unstaged scenery. Suddenly fell down after the body was revealed, if I remember correctly. Just as the brave heroine screams, the spell on the dragon breaks. Losing its wings, the dragon falls to the ground. The moment marked up the collapse of Truce's magical kingdom. Magic, huh? Yeah, sure. Timing was so perfect, I'd be genuinely surprised if it wasn't magic. Oh hey, this is a curtain. I wonder what's behind it. The backstage area, there's magic equipment and stuff like that back there. I'll open a crack and check it out later. You weren't thinking of opening that curtain, were you? What, me? Hahaha. Would I ever do a thing like that? Rats, guess I have to ask her to open it for me later. There's a camera. That video camera is pointed right at that stage. I don't know what to record it. I want to take a peek, but Emma would. Wow, this residue data is so fascinating. She's so fixated on that bloodstain data, her eyes are getting bloodshot. Quick Apollo, while Emma's off in Forensics Fantasyland. Let's see what's recorded on the camera. Oh, we can? Nice. Oh, this is this one again. You can see the shadow again. Look at the shadow on the curtain. Very soon. Here we go. Right here. Whoop. It goes whoop. Like that. Whoop. Okay, it goes up, right? Like a trick. There's another shot at some point again. Goes whoop. Shadow, watch. There. It's the same video we saw on TV where you can't see the body at all. Polo, did you notice that strange shadow in the footage? No, why? I don't think it was my imagination, but I'm pretty sure I saw something. Yep, a strange shadow. I wonder what it was. Wonder what it was. Come on. We have one of these in the office too, don't we? Yeah, that poor match is probably used as a shoving unit. Kinda like to see Juicy perform this trick sometime. Yeah, we both know you be the one in the box if she ever did. Pretty bad for the prop bot. Can stay on a shoving unit in that case. Oh, I've seen something like this before. It's like that game where you stick swords into a barrel unit until a little man inside pops up. That doesn't sound like any game I ever heard of. Really, it's pretty famous in Europe. Did you not have anything to play with as a kid? Or you know how us simple Americans, we're happy with just a hoop and a stick. Emma, can I ask you a question? Shh, this is the best part. She won't even look at this way. Oh, what a great print. And a set of for my collection. She certainly seems to enjoy her work, doesn't she? Okay, let's see. There's a sword here. It's covered in blood. Must be the murder weapon. Juicy said she was sure she switched it out with the rubber sword. Fortunately, this one certainly doesn't look like it's made of rubber. Hey Emma, are there any fingerprints on the sword? Let's see, according to my data, no fingerprints were found, but that could be because of the culprits wiped them off. Come think of it, Trucy was wearing her gloves during the show, so she certainly wouldn't have left any prints either. Something isn't right. It just doesn't make any sense. What's the matter, Apollo? You're making that weird thinking face again. How did what should have been a rubber sword get switched with a metal one? Plus the timing of that dragon set piece falling down. Wasn't that just a little too convenient? Something that just isn't sitting right. Ground control to Major Apollo. Can you hear me, Major Apollo? Athena! I think I've got it. I think somebody switched Juicy's rubber sword for the metal one. Huh? To pin the murder on her. Someone switched the swords? But when could they have done that? When everyone was too busy to notice. Somebody could have switched the Juicy's rubber sword with the metal one. Right before the trick. Hey. The set piece fell, everybody in the audience was kicked out of the theater. In the ensuing chaos, somebody could have carried out the cover-up operation. Any one of the stage hands or show personnel could have done it before the police arrived. So what you're saying is somebody's actively trying to frame Juicy for the crime. Yes, some disgusting individual is trying to get away with murder. With someone related to the show. There's definitely a very high chance of that. Now, if we could just figure out who it is. Okay, still not done though. So this is the coffin the dead body appeared from. Actually haven't examined that yet. Would you two mind giving me a hand? No sweat. Juicy said the coffin was supposed to be empty when she stabbed it. So how did the victim even get in there? Bet there's a secret door or something. Sure is an oddly shaped thing, isn't it? Who knew it could unfold into something like this? But I heard that since it's used for magic tricks, the left and right panels are made to be interchangeable. How that helps with magic tricks though, I have no idea. I'm sure they make a use of it in some way we can't even imagine. A white outline, huh? So this is where the body was. What actually did it look like just after the incident occurred, I wonder? Oh, I have a photo of the crime scene. Here you go. Oh. Oh, wow. It looks like he was stabbed in the back. Yes, that's definitely that killed him. What's this? What's this thing around his waist? It's a stun harness. Stun wire can be attached to it so the person can float and fly through the air. Come think of it, he did fly in Act 1, didn't he? Okay. Wait a minute. It looks like the bottom of the coffin opens. Oh, it's a secret door. Let's try open it. Well, look at that. It seems to lead to someplace under the stage. That's right. It goes to the understage passage. It's a pitch black down there. Hold on. I think I see something glowing faintly. It's hard to make anything out from up here. If you try to go down there, the magician will get mad at you. Apparently, there are things down there that will give away the secrets behind their tricks. Well, that sucks. It's alright. It's alright there, and we can't even check it out. We're definitely gonna have to examine that understage passage at some point, though. I think that's it, right? Wow, this dragon is a lot more handmade than I expected. Yeah, but I can't tell you how many hours I put into that freaking thing. What? You made it? Trucy had me help me put it together, you know, as her assistant. She has you wrapped around her little finger, doesn't she? Princess Mal has some kind of magical power that makes it impossible to say no. Let's check it out up close. Am I missing something here? Oh look, there's a secret door in the back panel of the coffin. Do you think Mr. Reese could have entered the coffin through there? We could have done it without Trucy's noticing, then maybe. It's like two magicians trying to get out magic one another right under each other's noses. Let's see who else do we need to do on this stage. Emma, did you find any fingerprints on the coffin? Actually, I haven't checked yet. I was going to do that at the end. I like to save the best for the last. We aren't exactly talking about dessert here. Oh, but we are. Would you like to partake in my delicious dessert? I don't mind sharing. Oh yes, please. There's always room for dessert, right? Alright, I guess I'll join you too. So, could you show us how you check for prints, Emma? Oh, it's the time for the minigame, right? As you know, fingerprints are an excellent way of identifying someone. That's because no two people have the same set of fingerprints, not even twins. So if we find any prints on the coffin, they might lead us to the killer. If the culprit was dumb enough to leave prints behind, sure. Let's go ahead and dust for the prints now. Let's see. This looks like a promising spot. Try dusting the area with fingerprint powder. Keep tapping the touchscreen until the powder covers the surface thoroughly. When you're done, blow it into the mic to get rid of the excess powder. Okay, dust. Blow. Something there? Oh! Dust it, baby! There we go. We found some prints. Looks like the fingers are somebody's left hand. Now let's try comparing these with the ones we have on file. First, touch analyze. Let's select the print you want to analyze and touch car. Got a pretty clear print here. I wonder whose it is. I have the prints of everyone involved in the case right here. Just choose the person whose prints you'd like to compare the sample against. Well, the last person who was in the coffin was... It's the same. It's the same. Bingo, looks like the prints belong to the deceased Mr. Rios. We found prints here. Maybe we can find them elsewhere on the coffin too. Is that our lasting more for more prints? Is this one? Prints are apparently Mr. Reese's too. Can we try looking for prints on the outside of the coffin now? Yes, that's... This time you'll be able to rotate the coffin and look at it from different angles. To give you a chance to examine it thoroughly, if you ever get stuck or confused, you can always touch the reset. Okay, and if I find any prints, I'll choose one to run against your data just like before. What the fuck? Doesn't match the prints of anyone involved in this case. Really? None of them? How can that be? Now I wonder if I can find any more prints. It would have been too easy. What am I doing? Nothing. Okay. Might have been a mail when someone put this on the coffin. Let's see now. There was one part during this show where someone put this lid on. The juice had gone into the coffin. But this point should belong to Bonnie? Right? Yeah. Okay, Bonnie it is. Wasn't that print, like the print belongs to that bunny girl? Come think of it, she did put the lid on the coffin during the show. That's probably when she left her prints on the lid. Looks like that's all about all the prints we are going to find. To sum everything up, the prints were found belong to the victim, Mr. Rios, the bunny assistant bunny, and some third unidentified person. But that's strange. We didn't see anybody else up there on the stage during the show. Does this mean some outsider was up there, somebody unrelated to the show? I guess we can't really say at this point. Well, thank goodness we didn't find any of the Drusie's fingerprints, right? But that's only because Drusie was wearing gloves. Hey Matt, there's something else that's been bothering me about the prints. Don't you think there's something odd about Mr. Rios' prints? Odd? What's odd about them? If Mr. Rios was standing in the coffin facing forward, he would have left prints like this, right? But when we look at the actual prints, they're facing backwards. It doesn't make a whole lot sense. Hey, what do you know? You're right. Wonder how they wound up like that. Maybe he was accidentally facing the wrong way at first, but then turned around later? No, the coffin is much too small for a guy his size to turn around in. But all he would have been able to manage is maybe a little bit of twisting. It really doesn't make any sense, does it? I think I might have hit on something major here. Oh, I have just one more question, Emma. Oh yeah? What is it? Mr. Rios was stabbed in the back, right? But if he was standing in the coffin like this, how would that have worked? Alright, that. Yeah, what up? The King's Melee! What up? What up? Alright, that the lead prosecutor has an explanation actually. It's a very cute Nezuko. He thought that victim might have tried to dodge the sword as it came into the coffin. So maybe they twisted his body around and the sword ended up stabbing into his back. How are you doing though? How are you doing? Happy Friday! That's his theory anyway. I guess that sounds plausible. Fingerprinting results. Okay, I'll take that. I guess that about wraps up our investigation of the stage. Prints of the body, I know Drusie wore gloves during the show, so none of her fingerprints were found. Mr. Rios' palm prints are reversed. See image. Okay. Actually, there's still the area behind that curtain. Don't you want to know what's back there? Sure do, but Emma told us not to move or touch anything, remember? Would you quit staring at me? Fine, I'll go open it for you. Nice. Wow, look at you flaunting your lady killer eyes. I have my ways. I'm only doing this so I won't get charged with animal abuse for not throwing you a bone. I guess puppy eyes can be just as expected. Alright, I'll be back. Well. What do we have here? Now go on, investigate to your heart's content. But before you go moving anything, I know, we'll be sure to ask first. Oh, by the way, just examine the backstage to move to the area beyond the curtain. Okay, time to get investigating. Seeing the stage this way is kind of breaking the illusion, doesn't it? It just goes to show that some things are better left unseen. Oh, listen to you, sounding all grown up and stuff. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll have some cynical one-liners of your own some days too. Oh boy, I can't wait. Anyway, onto the more pressing matters, let's go examine the backstage area. Alright, let's see here. Dustpan, a broom, and a bucket. Guess they use these to keep the stage tidy. I doubt that's what this bucket is for, though. See how it says fire on it? Fire, huh? Oh, I guess it's a fire bucket then. Yes, I heard that the other owner went out and bought that just for the show. When he heard there was going to be a fire trick, he flew to the store to get it. Can a little bucket like this really put out a raging fire? Guessing the owner thought it could. It doesn't look like it's been used. In fact, the inside is caked with dust. What's the point of even buying the bucket then? Wait a minute, that means nobody actually prepared for the fire trick after all? I have a feeling this might be an important piece of information. Fire bucket! A bucket to be used in case of fire. Not only was it empty, but dust lines the inside of the pail. It looks like this ladder leads to a catwalk overhead. Do I really have to go up there? Why don't you go up and check it out, Yatina? I'm sure you'll like it. You like the air up there. Huh? Where in the world did you get that idea for? Wait a minute. You think I'm an airhead? How rude can you get? That's not what I'm saying at all. Now up you go. I'll just wait down here. Okay, now I'm starting to get the picture. You're afraid of heights, aren't you, Apollo? Come on now, this is for Juicy. She needs us, so up to the catwalk we go. Well, I guess it's time to put on a big boy pants. Big boy pants! Hey! Are you alright, Apollo? You're white as a shit. Fine, don't look down. Justice, don't look down. Those green things over there look like cushions. I guess one of them was used to absorb the force of impact when Mr. Hat sipped into it. Let's go check it out. Wait, over there. Let's see anything else here. What's that? Hey, look, Apollo, Mr. Hat. It's Mr. Hat. He's attached to the wire. Actually, didn't Juicy say something like... Maybe the stagehand pulled Mr. Hat up and left him here afterwards. That wire attaches to his back. Looks like it's connected to one of the winches down below. How Mr. Hat's cape is ripped. Did that happen during the show? That's odd. Someone looks like it was slashed with a blade. Okay, how in the world did that happen? With a blade, huh? Apollo, I see that you're trying to take this all in stride, and I respect that. But seriously, you are trembling like a newborn fawn up here. Get it together, man. I can't help it. Wow, that's a big pulley. Looks like it's connected to one of the winches down below. The dragon set piece must have been hanging from this. These set pieces looks like a rabbit and a moon. Although they kind of look like they could be a duck and a croissant too. Duck? What do they look like to you, Apollo? The Grim Reaper and a guy falling to his death. Come on, let's wrap this up. Let's wrap this investigation before your imagination catches up with you. Hey, look, there are cushions attached to the underside. Well, what are you standing way over there for? Come on over and look. You're not gonna try and push me up, are you? Seriously, Apollo? Come on, you'll be fine. Here, do you want me to hold your hand? Yes, actually, if you wouldn't mind. Looks like you're right, and Juicy mentioned something about this, didn't she? That a cushion was supposed to absorb the force of impact when Mr. Hat was pulled up. I think that's pretty much... It's understage. Hey, there's a coffin back here too. Looks like there's stuffed dragon inside. No, wait, look, it's just an illusion. See? The dragon looks like it's inside. It's really just painted on the front lid. Oh wow, you're right. It's really something else. If the show hadn't been cancelled, we might have gotten to see this trick too. What is this thing? It's a winch. I'm guessing they use it to pull Mr. Hat up. Oh, look, there are two winches, one back there and one up here. Apparently each winch was rigged up to something different. One of them was used to hold up the dragon set piece, while the other was connected to that weird puppet up in the catwalk. Do you mean Mr. Hat, Emma? It's a guillotine, but it's not real. It's just another one of the Juicy's props. Wonder if it was supposed to appear in the show. Huh? You mean that she didn't mention it to you? She said you were going to make a guest appearance on stage for her guillotine trick. No, I definitely don't remember not agreeing to something like losing my head on national TV. There's a sign that says under a stage. I bet these stairs go to the understage area. She told me she and her fellow magicians call it at the abyss. I wonder why. Who knows, maybe because it's really dark down there or something. Oh, I bet they got all kinds of magical goodies stashed away from down there. Come on, let's go check it out. Huh? The door's locked. The entrance to the abyss is a bar to mere mortals like us, huh? Oh well, that's what you call a swing in an abyss. Okay, clearly I'm missing something. Because Mr. Hat is rigged to the smaller pulley. Let's see how it go after being blown a kiss. Mr. Hat goes wild. And just as he's about to stop the coffin, he gets pulled up to the catwalk. And the smoke screen was to hide his accent from the audience's view. Ascend. Well, I think that about does it for the catwalk. Do you think we missed anything? Nope. Didn't miss a single thing. We're all done here. Yes, sire. I think you are ready to go down. Yeah, I think we're better. I feel a fainting spell coming on. Oh, brother, you don't need me to hold your hand again, do you? All done. Pretty much. There's just one thing. The door to the understage passage was locked. Anyway, we can get down there. That place. They locked it up as soon as we police finished our investigation down there. If you want to check it out, you have to ask a magician. Well, Juicy's at the detention center, so she can help us. Guess we'll have to look for somebody else from the show. Okay, and I better get back to my own investigation. See you around. It's too bad about the understaged area, but at least we learned a few things. Yeah, like one of your greatest fears. Hehe. I wasn't talking about that. I meant how all the behind the scenes stuff is set up. Let's see. We found out there are 2 winches backstage. One for the Mr. Hat and one for the dragon, right? This time was rigged to our first winch. And the dragon set piece was attached to this other one. And both of them were used during the show. Right after the body was discovered, the dragon set piece fell to the stage. And in the chaos that ensued, the culprit could have switched the rubber sword with the real one. So it looks like the best way to prove Juice is innocent is to identify the real killer. Wanna complete another mess? This is all great, just great. That right kid is a bit boshly. Small potatoes, a half-grown past bean. There's somebody on the stage. Wonder who it is and what they're doing. Maybe we should go and talk to them. Do I examine him? Excuse me, are you connected to the show? Oh, this guy. What? You two got a couple of more headaches for me to handle? I got my hands full as it is. Hey, I remember this guy. Is this guy? Is that man who was going off at the staff in front of the theater? I ain't never seen you guys before. If I had to guess, I'd say you're not production staff. What's that? I spy with my little eye on an attorney's badge? Well, how do you do? I didn't know you find works with lawyers. A business card, if you would. Charmed to make your acquaintance, I'm sure. Oh, thank you. So you're from the TV station, I take it. Sharp as a tack you are. I'm the producer of this TV special. All my idea, by the way. Apollo Justice, Intrusive Rights Defense Attorney. Intrusive Rights? Well, ain't that a kick in the head? How about you open with that tidbit next time, champ? Okay, what happened to this smooshy Magoo bit? I'm Roger Retines. Retines? Roger Retines? Hold the applause and no autographs, kids. I'm on the clock. Apollo, this guy looks really familiar, but I can't quite. Really, kid? Then try this on for size. Hang on loose, baby. Hang loose, baby. Oh, Apollo, it's the ratings Raja from Take-Two TV. He's huge, crazy huge, like a real famous producer. Really? I never heard of him. Seriously, man, what kind of cave did you crawl out of? Roger Routines, the ratings Raja, Titan of the TV screen, still not ringing a bell. You ain't seen my hit Saturday night talk show at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central? No, I can't say that I have. You're blowing my mind, kid. You even know what a TV is? Say it with me. Television. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions about the incident? No. What kind of comeback is that? Grow some backbone, kid. I basically blobbed that one at you. Now hit me with your best part. Viewers will love that. Come on, you gotta sell it. Sell what? Say something funny for the nice people at home. Go on, hit me with your best shot. Oh, my best shot. Rolling here. Hurry up before they change the channel. Chop chop. Okay, here goes. Stuck to the hand. Kapow! Kapow, really? And why are you pointing all dramatically like we're in court? I don't know. It just seemed like a thing to do. Apollo? Oof, that's going to cringe reel for sure. I think we can all agree that was a mistake. If I choked any harder, I'd need the Heimlich maneuver. Blame myself, really should have known better than to waste a good film on a nobody. So, you want an exclusive or what? Today's Magic show was being broadcast live on TV, wasn't it? And you were the producer, right? That's right, Rising Magic Star versus Old School Gramarye. It was gonna be wild. You could have viewers vote for their favorite magician during the show, and the loser would have had a really embarrassing prank done to them. It was gold, I tell you, guaranteed ratings. I don't know, it sounds kind of attack if you don't ask me. I'm telling you, man, modern viewers ate this stuff with a spoon, trust me. All we gotta do is serve it up nice and hot, a feast for the eyes. More like junk food for the brain. But that little brat had to go and ruin everything with that accident of hers. You have any idea how many times they dragged me over here to prepare for today? He must have known this theater pretty well if he came by that often. Oh, that gives me an idea. How about this? Matt Mindscope of Magical Murderers, closest comrades come clean. Tell me, has Chusi always shown signs of being unhinged? When could you tell she was about ready to snap? This guy's cruising for a bruising, Apollo. As long as you don't get caught on camera. Truth be told, I'm not surprised about the way things turn out. Magicians are pretty much the dregs of society, am I right? What's that supposed to mean? The incident. What were you doing at the time of that incident? Shooting a show in the station studio? You had a whole bunch of girls in bikinis wrestle each other before the camera, so you didn't see the accident as it actually happened? That's right. That's why I was shocked when I first got here. So you didn't hear about the accident until he arrived, huh? Guessing this what you really want to know is whether or not I have an alibi, am I right? My staff at the TV studio can vouch for me. Why not go there and ask them yourself? You can give them my card and they'll let you in. So you have an alibi, huh? Good to know. Magicians are a all bunch of good-for-nothings if you ask me. Con artists and thieves is what they are. They trick people and take their money. Coming from you, that's rich, pal. Magic tricks aren't the same as con jobs, you know. That's right, the people watching never feel like they have been cheated. Lawyers spout hypercritical nonsense, big surprise there, lol. And post. Did he just post about us in real time? Those Crammaries are all criminals. It's in their blood. Choosy Wright ain't no different. That girl is no good. She may look all sweet and innocent, but she's a stone-cold killer. Don't you dare talk about Choosy like that. You don't know the first thing about her. You won't find a sweeter, harder working girl anywhere, period. She's got the wool pulled over your eyes, I see. What in the world are you talking about? You'll see. I'll dig up the dirt and expose the dark heart behind that sweet smile. I'll prove those Grammary magicians are all a bunch of lowlives. So you have a grudge against Choosy? Or maybe against all of the trope Grammary? TV is a window to the truth. It's not like that magic stuff or the streetwise charlatans that perform it. It's a shame, a crying shame, I tell you. It was supposed to be a fun, light-hearted program turned into this sorry affair. I think this guy could be the murderer, to be honest. He, wanted to ruin the Grammary or something. I think this guy might be the culprit. I'll just sell it to news outlets all over the world if I'm gonna make my money back. Choosy Wright will make her debut, alright. Not as a magician, but as a criminal. What? It's my duty to report it. Can't let a tragedy like this happen again now, can I? When she gets off somehow, I'll make sure she never walks the streets again. We won't let that happen. We won't let you do that to her. We're going to prove her innocence in court. Listen to you, acting all high and mighty. You're just another money grabber. I know how you lawyers do things. You stop at nothing to win. I beg your pardon? If you win your trials, you get fat stacks, right? Is money really all you care about? What's with him, Apollo? Why won't he listen? But enough about you. I'm all about going after Choosy now. I won't stop until she's behind bars. That's how we in the media dish out justice. Before you even get to court, my expose is gonna take you down. Not if I have anything to say about it. Well, gotta get back to the station. Hang loose, baby. What an a-hole. Looks like the prosecution won't be our only opponent this time. But no way are we gonna let that guy have his way either. That's right. Okay, we're done with this stage, so let's go someplace else. Still wish we could check out that understage passage. What else can we investigate right now? I don't know. About all that's left to check out is that understage passage. We'll have to try to get one of the staff members to unlock the door. Someone just came into the dressing room. Oh, it's you people again. You came back. Huh? Oh, the bunny. I saw you, Oh, it's you, the bunny assistant from the show, right? Let me have a bathroom break. Be right back. What? Oh, yes, that's right. My name is Bonnie DeFam. Bonnie DeFam. Remember her talking to us earlier? She said some pretty strange things then. I saw you take it. You two took something from our dressing room. Oh, Bonnie, the teleportation trick you did was amazing, fantastic. What? Oh, thank you. What you did? Stealing is... What other kinds of magic tricks can you do? Me? Oh, well, how about this? Reinstating. Splendido! Splendido. I I think Bayan is trying to say something to us. She is. Thank you, Mr. Thief. Thief? I saw you take that notebook. Please don't take things from our dressing room. Huh? So it's true what they say. Thieves really do return to the scene of the crime, don't they? Thieves? I thought it was just our arsonist in real life. Guess that means she really saw us, huh? I bet this looks pretty bad. You return what you stole right now, I want to call the police. Oh boy. You got it all wrong, we are Trucy's lawyers. She asked us to bring the notebook to her. Trucy's lawyers? Oh, I'm so sorry I called you thieves. You really thought we were thieves while we're still doing magic tricks for us. I can't help it, whenever anybody asks, I just can't bring myself to refuse. Does that mean she's a real person, or that she aims to please a little too hard? In that case, can you tell us the secret to your teleportation trick? Well, I don't know if I should. If I keep up the pressure, she just might tell us. I've been dying to know. Leave the poor girl alone. Are you investigating the case? Yes, that's right. I'm Trucy's biggest fan. I just love her to bits. I'd do anything to help her. We appreciate that. In that case, could you mind if we ask you a few questions? Bonnie. You're a magician, right, Bonnie? That's right. My specialty are teleportation and this little trick right here. There's no... Looks like Mr. Bonnie's in a bad mood right now. Or that she messed up. You said you are a big fan of Trucy's, right? Oh yes, I looked up to her more than anyone else in the whole world. What about her makes you respect her so much? She's incredible. Not only is she extremely talented, she's so cool under pressure and always manages to keep a smile on her face. In spite of all that talent, she still works harder than anybody I know. Couldn't ask for more out of a magician. Sensing has shifted into a hyper fangirl tribe. I love the unique way she does her tricks and how she charms. Okay. And that's why I think Trucy's top class, a real first-rate magician. I see. I think we have a pretty good idea of how much you adore her now. Oh, what? Was I talking too much? I'm so sorry. I'd better be careful about when and how I ask her about Trucy. Anyway, that's why I'll do anything at all to help Trucy. Oh, Mr. Lawyer, you just have to prove her innocence. Don't worry, I plan to do just that. I wish Trucy could see that she has people like Bonnie in her corner rooting for her. You're in the magic show, right? That's right. I take it you saw my teleportation trick? Yes, it was just wonderful. You moved from one place to another in the blink of an eye. I mean, it was pretty amazing. I have no idea how you transport yourself over such a distance in just a split second. It must be so fun to be able to do a trick like that. Teleportation looks so cool. It's like a superpowers or something. Yeah, my trick is not turning some heads in the magic world right now. They're calling it new miraculous magic. Some even say it's the real deal. Hehe. Real magic, huh? I know there must be an explanation, but it sure does look real. You just have to figure that trick out. I want to do it myself. Oh, you'll never figure it out. I always perform it perfectly. Ah. This feeling. Looks to me like one is hiding something. Anywhere? Anything? Listen again, nothing's moving. Her bunny, her nose. Anything at all? Do you guys see anything? Oh. The hell?
Gotcha!
Bonnie, when you said perform it perfectly, your right hand would tremble and move your hat a tiny bit. I even caught a glimpse of the little rabbit hiding underneath. Oh. truly performed the teleportation trick perfectly this time? Of course, I definitely got that part right. What do you mean, that part? Oops. Wait a minute. Are you saying that you didn't switch the sword? Or no? Messed up Trucy's escape? Might have performed the teleportation trick flawlessly. But what about Trucy's escape trick after that? Did you make some kind of mistake during that? Oh, well, did you? You see, did you or didn't you? I did. You're absolutely right, Mr. Lawyer. I made a mistake during Trucy's escape trick. I'm sorry I lied. Phew, I feel like I pulled off a magic trick of my own just trying to get that out of her. Well, well, well. So you made a mistake doing Trucy's escape trick. Yes, I was in charge of the operating Mr. Hat, you see. But I made a huge goof. So, did Trucy explain to you how the escape trick works? Yes, she knew we need to know for our investigation, so she shared the secret. Let's see. After Trucy escaped from this coffin down into the understage passage, Mr. Hat was to be pulled up to the catwalk by a winch. Trucy would then pop on stage through a trapdoor. I was operating Mr. Hat at the time, and I flopped up where I was supposed to have him stand. I was supposed to make Mr. Hat stand to the left of the coffin. But I messed up and had him stand to the right by accident. That matches up with what we saw during the show. Huh? But then, doesn't that mean Trucy would have ended up in popping on the side of opposite to Mr. Hat? Yes, she would have if she hadn't done some quick thinking of her on her feet. She managed to pop up on the right hand side of the coffin for me. So the audience never even knew a mistake had been made. Way to go, Trucy. But my mistake caused her so much trouble. I think I better ask Trucy about this later too. By the way, we'd like to investigate the understage passage. Would that be alright? Oh yes, by all means, anything to help prove Trucy's innocence. Unlucky for you. Hey, there you are. You got a minute? Oh, Mr. Routines. Yes, of course. Not you, Bunny. The lawyers. They're the ones I want to see. You have business with us? I hear you two are from the same agency as Trucy. Is that true? Yes, that's right. This is for you then. Hang loose, baby. A contract between Take-Two TV, the first party, and Trucy's Right, the second party. If through the fault of the second party, the show must be cancelled in part or in full, the second party will pay $3 million as compensation to the first party. $3 million? Yeah, that's more like it. That shock reaction that they'll pay the expression. You make a great comedian. Really? I know, I'll put you on my show. Will I get one of those cartoon anvils to fall on your head? Wait a minute. Is this for one of those hidden camera prank shows? You wish. It's an official contract, see for yourselves. You're the lawyers after all. You should know I won when you see one, right? Oh no. He's right, it's all signed and everything. You better make sure your agency pays what Trucy owes me in full. Are you kidding me? The Right Identity Agency doesn't have that kind of money. I guess you're gonna have to go fishing for some. I can see it now. Craziest catch, the legend of the seasick lawyers. Fishing on the high seas? No thanks. I can't even swim. Objection! What kind of ridiculous, low-down, unfair, one-sided contract is this? Hey now, there's nothing ridiculous here. It's all perfectly legit. It's got her signature on it, see? Ugh. My boys have gotta see the stupid look on your faces. It's priceless. And post. Getting responses already. It's gonna go viral. No, how could he? Bye-bye reputation. Okay. You ain't not see nothing yet, buddy. Yet, baby. We pay all the dispensing for the magic show. The second party will convert all program broadcasting rights to the first party. If through the fault of the second party, the show must be cancelled in part or in full, the second party will pay $3 million as compensation to the first party. I'm gonna throw Cramorant and everybody associated with it into the ground. So you're right for getting involved with the Cramorants. What's this grudge you have against the Cramorants anyway? Huh? What are you talking about? Stress is making you paranoid, champ. Come on, Bonnie, we have more filming to do. Yes sir. Excuse me, Mr. Lawyer. Oh, and I'll unlock the door to the understage passage for you later. Later, lawyers. Hang loose, baby. Yeah, this guy's the killer for sure. No doubt about it. Why would Lucy sign a contract like this? Why did all of this have to happen when Mr. Right is in here? You have to come back for the understage later. Let's go hear Trucy's side of the story. Good thing we can't let you hit the high seas just yet. There must be something we can do. We can't let the ratings Rasha get his way. There, 3, 2, 1, ta-da! Wow, now you made my handcuffs disappear. How did you do that? She's doing magic tricks for the guard? Now, should I try making you disappear next, Mr. Guard? Can you do that? Oh, yes, please. This is so exciting. We should probably stop her before there's another incident. Juicy? Oh, hi, Polly. Hi, Athena. Well, have some more we have some more questions for you. Judging by the look on your face, it must be about something big. Yeah, I guess you could say that. Things have gotten a little sticky. Oh, and I have to remember to give her that thing she asked for too. Let's talk first. Trucy, do you remember this contract? Yes, I signed it before I went on stage. What about this liability for compensation article here? Liability for compensation? What are you talking about? Let me see that. What? $3 million? Just as I suspected, she didn't know about that part. I've never seen this article. And I read the whole contract from top to bottom. I think you missed such a big thing. But there's your signature, so what's going on? Maybe there was some kind of trick involved? You know, like when I signed it? In other words, you think there might have been some foul play afoot, and I'm willing to bet that the ratings rush is the one behind it. Fucker. Want to tell us about the mistake she made on the stage? Oh, you mean with where Mr. Hat had been placed? But I was at a loss about what to do for a second there. So, how did you fix the problem? Well, I was down in the understage passage when I found out. Had to work my butt off to fix it, let me tell you. After I escaped from the coffin and went down into an understage passage, got a signal from Bonnie saying she made a mistake with Mr. Hat's positioning. No joke, I was freaking out. After all, I had to be back up on stage in a few short minutes. Magical girl Trucy White was faced with an unprecedented crisis beneath the stage. Would this spell the end for Trucy in Cramorant Land? And then what happened? Tina's totally took. I was supposed to get back up to the stage through trapdoor number 1 on the left, using a platform that can be raised and lowered called a stage lift. There was a stray stage lift ready and waiting in the lowered position under the trapdoor number 1. Once that had been placed on the right above trapdoor number 2 by mistake, there was already another stage lift under the trapdoor number 2, but it was in the raised position since we hadn't planned on using it. Okay, so how did you get back up onto the stage? Why? Through the brute strength. I couldn't lower the stage lift by number 2 by myself, so I pushed it back and out of the way. What? Then I moved the lowered stage lift in number 1 into place under trapdoor number 2. This thing is heavy. I wish I could have moved it with magic. Unfortunately, my magic is useless under the stage. The understage is a dark abyss that drains magician of all their powers. You can see why it's called the abyss. I never knew it could take so much out of you. That's just how it goes in the real world. Illusions are created by the blood, sweat, and tears of those behind the scenes. Wow, I learned so much just now. Juicy, have you told anybody else about all this? Nope, nobody. This sounds like some critical information. I better make a note of it. Okay. The sketch placed him opposite the scripted location, and the right side. As a result, she had to quickly move the lift under the stage. She never told anyone that she had moved the stage lifts. Okay. There you go, Trucy. Here's your notebook back. Oh, great. Thank you very much. So what's written in there anyway? Looks like it's full of secrets or something. That's because it is. It was originally my granddaddy Magnific Gramarie's notebook. Used it like a diary and as a place to jot down ideas for new magic tricks. Some of which only members of the Trope Gramarie have ever laid eyes on. Wow, this notebook is a really big deal then. Yes, that's why it's always kept under lock and key. I bet a magician would do just about anything to get their hands on that notebook. We found it mixed in with Mr. Rios's belongings. Should he really have been trying to steal it? The Trope Gramarie's secret is also written inside. The true entertainer always keeps a smile on their face. That secret was passed down to me from my daddy, and as his daddy passed it down to him. It's true that Trucy always keeps a smile on her face. I guess it's due in part to her family secret. The Trope Gramarie, okay. Trucy, I want to talk to you about where we found this notebook. We found this notebook mixed in with Mr. Rios's belongings. What? Do you think he might have been trying to steal it? No way, I can't believe it. The great Mr. Rios would never do such a thing. But would it be so far-fetched if he was after the Trope Gramarie's secret tricks? It makes for a pretty compelling motive to take the notebook. In any case, we better focus on doing something about this contract for now. Trucy signed it in her dressing room, right? Then we better do a little more investigating there. So sorry to put the two of you through all of this. Don't worry, we'll get to the bottom of this. There's gotta be some kind of mistake. If you need me to, I'm willing to take drastic measures. With my magic! You're not planning on pulling some magical money out of there, are you? No, my magic panties are much better at making things disappear than appear. Do I want to know what she's planning to make disappear? Apollo, we have to do something. Anything to fix this. I agree, let's check out the dressing room again for starters. Okay, and we should finally check that understage passage too. The beast, then you have to go through the backstage area. Be careful down there. Okay, this is where Trucy signed that contract. Right, and there must be some kind of trick that was used when she signed it. The question is, what kind of trick and how was it done? If some kind of action or two was used, there still may be a trace of it somewhere. Like with the pen or the paper. Well, it's time to find the secret to that trick. Of Gets, let's do this. What are these two F? Look at all the stuff. I bet it belongs to that bunny assistant we saw in the show. So, wow, that's a lot of stuff. Should we need all of that? I mean, I don't think I've ever seen so much makeup. When it comes to the sheer number of items you dress back at the office isn't any better. Those things are the natural accumulation of 2 years' work, and they're all necessary. Really? Instant noodles and crackers? Of course, I need those for when I have to stay at the office all night prepping a case. The comic books too? Oh, of course I need those too. Manga these days are super realistic and informative. I need them for research. I see. So you need to research street fighting and the funnies, do you? What? Yeah. Hey, take a look at this clipboard. Could you sign this, please, ma'am? Oh! Isn't this the clipboard Trucy used when she signed the contract? I think you're right. Let's give it a once over. Let's try opening the folder. What is that? Spider holds paper in place. Could this clip have something to do with how they con her? Ow, it bit me. Only you could get hurt by a clipboard, Athena. Hey, there's X there. Hey. It's so sensitive. Hey, this screw is different from the others. Not only that, but I think it's loose. Look, I can move it. You sure you should be fooling with it like that, Apollo? Whoa, it came right off. See, I tried to tell you, but would you listen? No. Hey, take a look through the whole thing. I think there's something back here. Oh, well, you're right. What is it? Hey, what the? Hey, look, the back panel is loose. I think I can take it off. Got it. You're just breaking things left and right today, aren't you? Look, there's something inside. Is this back sheet up? I want to say paper. Oh, I know. It's carbon paper. You put it between two pieces of paper and it copies what you write onto the bottom one. When you just signed the contract, there was actually another contract underneath. Her signature on top of the contract got copied onto the hidden contract. So that's how Juicy was conned. This is that ratings Rasha's doing. I just know it. How dare he? Gotta hand it to him though. Couldn't have been easy fooling Juicy. That girl's no slouch. Yeah, but I bet we can use this clipboard as evidence if we ever take this to trial. Okay, I think that's alright. Let's see, we should just be able to get to the understage passage from backstage. Hopefully the bunny unlocked the door for us like she said she would. Then understage. Doors unlocked. Thank you, Bunny. Well, Athena, here we go. There's a rat there. It sure is dark and dusty down here. The Abyss, the magical underworld, and look, there's a Danish scene of the Abyss now. Fearsome beast with long, sharp fangs ready to prey on unsuspecting souls. Huh? What are you? Oh, you mean that tiny little rat over there? No, I mean that fearsome beast over there. Think you don't like rodents? Look at all these props. Hey, there's something in this hat. Dope, cards, a juice box and some snacks. Looks like somebody planned to have a little treat in the middle of the show. This sword is the exact same design as the murder weapon. Wait, what is this? Hiya! Ow! What are you doing? That hurts. I think I'm bleeding out. Oh, stop being such a drama queen. It's only Dropper. Huh? Hey, you're right. This must be the sword that Juicy used during the trip. After the incident, someone must have switched this Rapper's sword with the real one on stage. Maybe that's when they brought the Rapper's sword here. Okay. What's this globby stuff? Oh, it's glove in the dark tape. Hey, this must be what I saw through that secret door in the bottom of the coffin. But who put it here and why? Probably a marker of some sort since it's so dark down here. Sounds about right. Maybe it's meant to mark which ladder to climb. It's a stage lift for getting up to the stage. It looks like this crank lowers the platform. But Juicy said it's impossible for one person to do it alone. It sounds like a challenge now. I'm gonna try it. Yeah. Or you could just take people out there. If I'm in this room right, this must be the stage lift Juicy moved during the show. Actually, it was there when the stage lift one is now. How in the world did she manage to move this huge thing? Couldn't have been easy for her. She's pretty petite side. Very big, very big, easy for you. It's not implying. That's it, jump. You're looking up a microaggression and later. I'm gonna make it big someday too. Just you wait and see. Sally, yes, I do. You really shouldn't scribble on the walls, you know, Apollo. It wasn't me. Ladder goes up to the ceiling. I wonder what's just above. Follow. Alright, fine. Climb the ladder. Why does it always have to be ladders? Huh? Where am I? It's pitch black and cramped too. You know what I think? I think you're in that coffin we saw backstage. So that's where this ladder leads. I still don't get what that coffin was for. This ladder goes up to the ceiling, so I guess it leads to one of the trapdoors on the stage. She must have used this ladder when she escaped from the coffin. Why don't you climb up there and see if I'm correct? It's not so high, you'll be fine, right? Huh? Why me? You make a young lady wearing a skirt climb a ladder? Fine, I'm going. Ah, the light burns! Ow. Are you alright? I can now confirm that the ladders does indeed lead up to the stage. Now that tasty bit of info was definitely worth risking life and limb for when done. Hold up, Paula, I hear voices. Quick hide! Huh? Ow, quit shoving! Hurry up and get down there! Yo, my arm doesn't bend that way. What the heck, Athena? Shh! Look! Bonnie! It's so much work pretending to be cute and sweet. Isn't that Bonnie? Hey, Bonnie, wait for me. And their ratings, Raja. What did we have to hide for, Athena? Because I heard something funny. There was something off in their voices. Oh, right. Athena's super sensitive hearing. Those lawyers are poking around, trying to stir up trouble. This lady, man! It's fake! Should I be worried? Relax, I didn't say anything to the police, and I won't say anything to them either. You better not, or you are gonna get it. Pow, right in the kisser. What the? Is it just me, or does Bonnie seem kind of different from before? Apollo, shh! I'm sick and tired of this whole investigation. All I want is Juicy's head on a platter. Leave everything to me, babe. Don't forget the power of mass media. TV can accomplish anything. I'll make sure Juicy gets much worse than a guilty verdict. Can't wait to see that girl crying and begging for mercy. You really hate Juicy, don't you, Bonnie? I hate her, I loathe her. I can't stand that Juicy right. Just because she's a little good at magic, she thinks she's all that. This is exactly what that sniffling brat deserves. Hey, what the heck? If you mess this up, you're gonna really be sorry, you hear me? I'll crush you flat. Like a cockroach under my foot. Oh, you cute little thing. You're so adorable when you're throwing a fit. Ow, 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 my foot. Can you take a joke? Come on, grab my things. We're leaving. Okay, what's wrong? This girl is the killer. Yo, late the hippity hopping way. My little bun bun. What was that absolutely revolting scene all about? Yes, the entertainment industry attracts all kinds of eccentrics, but that conversation, it set up every red flag in the book. You said it, I smell blood with a capital P-U. Ray Tins claims he was at the TV station at the time of the incident, and we saw Bonnie on stage ourselves. Hey, Apollo, I have an idea. Why don't we pay Take-Two TV a visit? You can check up on the ratings, Raja's alibi while we are there. Sounds like a plan. Yikes, look at this place. There's so much going on at once. It's making my head spin. Take a look at that screen and listen to those hosts. Magical murder, live audience, witness shocking skewering, 70-year-old magician, Juicy Wright, it's the exclusive unedited footage of the heinous crime, complete and uncut. You can let them broadcast that Juicy will get tried in the court of public opinion. Well, I doubt we can stop them from airing it. We can prove her innocence in a real court of law. No matter what garbage they report on TV, we can set the record straight at the trial. Look at that logo above the screen. Scandal Gamble Gambit is the title of this show. Yup, haven't you ever seen it? They present scandalous rumors about celebrities, and then people bet on whether the rumors are true or not. So it's just another tasteless TV show. Looks like Truce is their next target. Today's scandal is tragedy on a stage. Did Trucy Wright cause an accident, or did she commit murder? Looks like murder is in the lead. Well, I say neither. Then we just have to create a third option tomorrow in court. Excuse me, looking into the incident that happened at the magic show this morning. Oh, that? Yeah, I was the cameraman for that. Can you tell us anything about what you saw? Pan was so soups adorbs. That's not exactly what I couldn't get enough of her. I filmed her the whole time. Got some primo footage, if I do say so myself. Real quick before she decides to share what he intends to do with the said footage. Wonder what that guy sitting down there is doing. It was he's reading that script he's holding. What, are you serious? Those two are gonna break up? What? And the series is going to on a hiatus? Of course the cartoonist is sick? No way. I think he's reading a comic book he's had in his script. If you're gonna group up on set, that's pretty bold way to do it. Pardon me, I know you're busy right now. What are you guys? Street? Street? Does that mean people off the street or something? Trucy Wright's lawyers? Oh, okay, lawyers, got it. Well, what do you want? He must be really busy, he hasn't even looked this way. You're investigating the incident that occurred at the magic show this morning. And we heard that Roger Ratings was in charge of that program. Yeah, that's right, the guy that hates magic, but the show was all his idea. Just between you and me, I think it was Bonnie that egged him on. Egged him on? How so? So the two of them together, you know, walking along in arm. Bet she sweet-talked him into doing the program because she wanted the work. She hasn't been studying very well on her own, apparently. I see. Hey, if you're looking into the incident, I guess you want the show footage, right? It's on the disc in my back pocket. If you want it, go ahead and finish it out. Wow, thank you very much. It turned out to be surprisingly helpful. Wait. Okay. It's the same fucking video, right? It's the same fucking ass video I've seen. Oh. That coffee cup looks awfully familiar. Yeah, that's where Mr. Ratings always sits. He's very hands-on, you know. You always find him on the sets of his projects. He was here at the station during the magic show, right? Yeah, well, he had two shows going on at once this morning. He had his regular program to oversee here, so he couldn't be at the Penrose. So you can vouch for him that he was here at the station during the magic show. What, like an alibi? Sure can, he was definitely here. Still, after a while, he couldn't stand being away from the Penrose, it seems. As soon as his part was over here, he took a taxi to the theater. He apparently didn't get there until after that thing had already occurred. Sounds like he has a rock-solid alibi. Well, I guess we got just about everything we can out of this place. Looks like Red Team's alibi is pretty airtight. But if that's true, then who could have killed Mr. Rios? Looks like we're much done here. Should we go back to the office? We can get a snack and talk over our plan of attack. That's good to me. What in the world? What's going on in here? What the hell? Hello? All these stickers say repossessed. Repossessed? Who did this? Who's responsible for this? Wow, now this is a restricted area, champ. No trespassing. Oi! Trespassing? But this is our office. You're the one who's trespassing. Enough with the lip, boy. Don't tell me you forgot about your debt. About your debt? What are you talking about? I'm just abiding by the contract. If the agency can't pay me, I have every right to seize its property, am I right? Just like that, we haven't even had a chance to take this to a trial. You're gonna be mad soon, choosy be the one you're mad at. I told you, it serves you right for getting involved with those gramarys. Why, you dirty rotten? What are you going to do with all of our stuff? Sell it, of course, every last bit of it. That's why I'm seizing it, everything. And I'll take this little office of yours too. You think you can just waltz in here and do whatever you want? Indeed I do, unless you write whatever warehouse jokers got 3 million ready. That I know then, because I gotta recoup my money somehow. After all, the entire program went south because of Trucy. It's called liability for compensation, and this infantile agency is the liable party. Why, you black-hearted? Hey, Apollo, what about that crooked clipboard? It's no good. We don't have any proof that the ratings was behind it. Darn. You're gonna have to do better than that, folks. Looks like the famed Mr. Right left behind nothing but incompetent noobs to run things. No way, he was counting on Mr. Right to be away for this plan of his. What a two-bit talk. We'll show him. There's the sugar. That expression is priceless. So, how does it feel to lose the precious office your boss left you in charge of? Now, not dropping in or anything, but I think you should know where you stand right now. Oh man, what now? Here, have a gander. The trial of young up-and-coming magician Trucy Wright is scheduled for tomorrow. You're here just outside the office of the suspect, hoping for an exclusive peek inside. What? Is this live? Oh, Apollo, look, there's a sea of reporters outside. Oh, a questionable-looking pair are peeking out the window at this very moment. Our viewers at home can see for themselves their vicious, brutal expressions. Yellow journalism at its finest. And that's the way it is. The majority of the public already thinks Trucy is guilty. They saw the whole thing happen with their own eyes during the show's live broadcast. Everybody in the country is against you. No way. No office, no allies. Are you sure you still want to represent that girl? Of course we do. We believe in her innocence. Go ahead. Think what you want. It's a free country. Just know that you'll be the biggest losers in the end. In the meantime, feel free to keep on flopping around like the dying wish you are. Now then, you've gotta be out here. You've gotta be out of here by tomorrow. Taking this cozy little office tonight while you still can. Hang loose, baby. I can't believe you let Mr. Wright's office get placed under Caesar. Baldy! This is just ridiculous. Eek! Look out! Clear up, we don't want murderers here. Hey! If it's a fight you want, I'll take you on. Come on! Yikes! Let's get out of here before we get killed too. I can't believe this is happening. We have to do something to protect ourselves, and fast. It's Mr. Right. Apollo, I got your message. How is she? Is Trucy okay? She's not crying, does she have a lawyer? Mr. Right, it's all a giant mess. Poor Trucy. And the office, our office. Apollo, okay, we better both take a deep breath. Wow, I see. And he's saying you have to be out by tomorrow? I'm so sorry, Mr. Right. I wish there wasn't something I could have done. This is quite the mess, isn't it? Even if I left right now, I won't be there in time for the trial tomorrow. I'm sorry, Apollo, but I need you to handle this for me. Of course, we can handle the defense, but the office? It's too soon to give up on that. What do you mean? The contract only addresses Trucy's liability if she causes the show to be cancelled. So you just have to prove in court tomorrow that it wasn't Trucy's fault. Hey, you're right. So everything depends on your winning that trial tomorrow. Trucy's fate and the fate of our office. It's all out right. It's all riding on your shoulders, Apollo. I know. I'll be fine, right? Apollo! I've been watching you grow over this past 2 years. That's why I can say with absolute confidence that you'll be fine. Really? I've seen your victory after victory in some pretty dicey situations, and guide Athena, helping her along the way too. That's why I know you're ready. Why I know I can leave Trucy and the office to you. I believe in you, Apollo. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Good luck tomorrow. Thank you. I'm fine. Everything will be fine. You can call me anytime if you feel you need to, but I'll be fine on my own, right? Yes, I think so too. I can do this. That's the spirit. Give it your best out there, Apollo. What is it, Apollo? What are you smiling about? Who, me? It's nothing. Mr. Wright believes in me. I can't let him down. You have to win this trial, Tina. I couldn't agree more, and I'll do everything in my power to help. Our opponent tomorrow, Prosecutor Sat Mahdi, huh? Why now of all times? Still, I don't care who it is. I can't afford to let my guard down for anyone. So that's it, huh?
O restless, wandering soul of the dead.
Okay.
Prosecutor Sadmati. Oh,
Sat Mahdi.
sorry to disturb you, but I figured I should tell you. The lead attorney's been decided. It's Apollo Justice.
Apollo Justice.
Oh boy. To be continued. I'm fine, I'm Apollo Justice and I'm fine. Is Apollo okay? He's been muttering to himself all morning. He's been like that since yesterday. Guess the pressure of today's trial is getting to him. Poor Apollo, he's really tearing himself up over all of this. Get it together, Apollo. Yikes, Athena, when did you get here? Try to relax a little bit, will you? You're getting yourself way too worked up. Yeah, but I'm alright. I'm fine. You know, I did a little digging on this Nahyuta Satmathi guy. It's apparently not your run-of-the-mill prosecutor. Oh yeah? What'd you find out? Well, they say he wields an incredible power. To accurately read a trial's karma, its ultimate fate. What is that supposed to mean? I don't have all the details, but apparently he can foresee how the arguments will go and even lead his opposition. So the defense basically ends up going in whatever direction he has in his head. Man, this isn't going to be a cakewalk if that's true. Emma did say she talked to him for us, though. Here's hoping that went well. In any case, it sounds like she's going to keep us on our toes. That's why I know you're ready. Why I know I can leave Trucy and the other office to you. I believe in you, Apollo. Mr. Wright is putting his faith in me. I can't let him down now. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. There he goes again. It's almost like he's chanting a prayer. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm Apollo Justice and I'm fine. You say so, Apollo. The trial will start momentarily. Is the defense ready? Yes. You're fine. Trucy's fate and the fate of the agency rest on this trial. This is justice. If ever there was a time to shine, it's now. Core number 6, huh? Court is now in session for the trial of Trucy Wright. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Nahyuta. And the prosecution? Prosecutor Satmati. 1,000 pardons. It was rude of me to keep you waiting. I was praying for the victim. Oh, praying. Yes, I see. You are a Kurainist monk, correct, prosecutor? Yes, that is correct. I am but a lowly monk from the kingdom of Kurain. I beg in advance for the forgiveness and kind patience of everyone here in this court. I'm unfamiliar with the proceedings of this country and may make many blunders. He seems like such a gentle-mannered soul, doesn't he? Wonder if Emma had a chance to talk with him about Trucy. Now then, Prosecutor Satmati, your opening statement, if you would. Certainly, in the name of the Holy Mother, I vow to guide the victim's soul to a land of eternal peace known as the Twilight Realm. Now let the last rites of the victim begin. Nahyuta Satmati. He's really been making a name for himself apparently, but that nickname, Last Rites Prosecutor, wonder how that will come into play today. The incident took place in the middle of a spectacular magic show. The accused performed a magic trick in which she thrust a sword into a coffin. A coffin from which the body of the victim then spilled out, dead from a fatal stabbing. The victim's name was Manov Mystery, otherwise known as the Great Mysterious. His blood was found on the sword that was used during the magic trick. His death was just an unfortunate accident. Okay, because death shock as a result of being stabbed through the back with a sharp blade. The victim's real name was Manov Mystery. Manov. It is only natural for one to assume as such, Your Honor. However, it was no mere accident, but rather a homicide. The prosecution's position is thus that this was a murder made to look like an accident. I see, and you believe this crime was committed by the defendant? After a thorough consideration of all possible scenarios, I unfortunately had no other choice but to conclude as much. So that's how it's going to be, huh? Guess Emma couldn't convince him after all. Very well. Now let us hear from the defense. Naturally, we maintain that the defendant is innocent, Your Honor. If the defense wouldn't mind, could you please explain your reasoning? My reasoning? Well, I would have to say that my main reason is because I believe in the defendant. I see. So you find it difficult to come up with anything more concrete than that, do you? What a fine demonstration of the fact that you are indeed of a lawyer of a putrid mind. Putrid mind? Prosecutor Satmati? Excuse me, but I don't... Huh? Sakura? Oh, you don't mind asking? Prosecutor, what was that you were just chanting? A such sutra of the Holy Mother that guides those obtaining soul towards enlightenment. It is a Kurainist incantation to awaken the foolish from their fruitless slumber, fitting for a lawyer who indulges in such a fantasy as the innocence of the accused. I see, so basically you're asking the defense to get real? Allow me to these few words, defense. It is my duty as a monk to punish sinners and to guide victims' soul to the Twilight Realm. Should you show repentance and admit to the accuser's guilt now, no harm will come to you. But, should you interfere with my sacred last rites for the victim, then I shall cast you down into a pit of the hell, along with Trucy Wright. Now wait just 1 minute here. Putrid, pit of hell? Is that any way to address someone in a court of law? Prosecutor Satmati, that may be the way you conduct in trials in Kurain, but I would appreciate it if you would refrain from such as charged language here. Your Honor, that was but a Kurainist sermon for those who have strayed from the path. Harsh words are often necessary to administer contemptible deviants who cannot see reason. Oh, I see. I didn't realize. I guess they really do hate defense attorneys in Kurain, huh? I mean, still, that was way over the top as far as verbal abuse goes. And the trial's only just begun. Well, defense, I suppose the way a prosecutor does things varies by country. Why don't we look at this as cross-cultural exchange and try to be open-minded about it? What? Bailiff, please bring in the first witness. Emma. Munch, 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 munch. Uh-oh, I thought she'd said goodbye to the statues. Detective Sky, the courtroom is no place for gorging yourself. What's wrong with having a little snack? Girl's gonna eat, right? She seems a little stressed out. Detective Sky, your testimony, please. Yeah, about that. I just want to state for the record that I believe Trucy Wright is innocent. I'm sorry. Detective Sky, this path you seek to follow is misguided. Giving the wrongdoer false hope will only deepen her despair in the end. But let it go and move on. Act which go against your duty will earn you divine punishment from the Holy Mother. Chew, chew, chew. Fine, I don't know about the divine part, but I get the punishment bit loud and clear. I guess Emma got assigned lots of paperwork or something for sticking up for Trucy. She and Prosecutor Satmari don't seem to get along very well, do they? Shall we continue? The prosecution contends that the accused had a clear motive. The evidence, if you would, Detective Sky. Alright. Please take a look at this poster. It's a Trope Grammary poster from 13 years ago. Is it just me or is it a little different from the one is in Miss Wright's dressing room? Cancelled? This is a revised version of that poster. This one says cancelled under Mr. Rios. That's right, Mr. Rios left the Trope after the first version of the poster was printed. Take a look at Mr. Rios' right forearm near his elbow. See the big scar there? Okay, looks the same still, yeah. He apparently got that when he made a mistake while practicing a magic trick. Ouch, that's quite a scar. Because of the accident, Magnified Grammary concluded Mr. Rios was too unskilled. Just before the show was to open, Magnifier announced that Mr. Rios wouldn't be appearing. But in defiance of Magnify's decision, Mr. Rios tried to go on stage anyway. This in turn caused Magnify to oust Mr. Rios from the Trope on the spot. Kick Mr. Rios out? That seems rather extreme. Did he really have to go that far? When it came to magic, Trope Grammary was so passionate. Or should I say extreme about it, that it caused problems for them from time to time. Yes, they even caused Discord a amount of trouble with their extreme antics. And now the Trope's successor has committed a murder. Seems the Trope's rare talent was inherited by the right person after all. A putrid talent for criminality. You sound rather extreme yourself, Prosecutor. Criminals with impure souls do not deserve any sympathy, Your Honor. As I was saying, after his expulsion, Mr. Rios apparently went on to hold a grudge against the Trope. He would tell those close to him, I will get my revenge on Trope Grammary someday. Revenge, that certainly sounds antagonistic. Okay. And then his chance for revenge finally came, if you would be so kind, Detective Sky. I guess I don't have a choice, do I? The victim planned to get his revenge on the Trope Grammary during the Choose His Magic show. Mr. Rios was going to first steal the Grammary notebook from the defendant. He then intended to reveal the secrets behind their magic tricks during the show. That was the victim's plan for revenge, and while he did in fact steal the notebook, the defendant murdered him before he had a chance to reveal the secrets. Oi! By the time the accused had discovered the victim's book theft, he was too late. Her only option was to kill Mr. Rios and make it look like an accident.
Objection!
That's nothing but conjecture.
Objection!
The victim's assistant, Bonnie DeFam, gave the police a statement. She testified that just before the start of the show, Mr. Rios said, I'm going to reveal all of the trope grammary's secrets on stage today. What? Well, that isn't exactly a great starting point for a repeal, is it? You are telling me. Allow me to give you one piece of advice to events. Oh, and what's that? Let it go and move on. Excuse me? Helping a sinner will only sully your own soul. One possessed of an unclean soul will burn in the flames of hell, and then be ever burned with that sin in their next life. But I don't believe in that sort of thing. Besides, I have no intention of giving up. Oh, Holy Mother, grant me the strength to deal with this shit lawyer. All actions have consequences, and yours will surely earn you the honor of being a mere stinkbug at best in your next life. Stinkbug. Now then, Mr. Justice, to your cross-examination, please. Okay, let's see. Let's see, something bothered me with the... Let me try this one.
Hold it!
I'm sorry, but what exactly is the basis for claiming it was murder? Beats me. Beats me! What? The basis is beats me? You'll have to ask Prosecutor Satmari over there because he hasn't told me his reasoning either. Detective Sky, your feeding of information to the defense has not gone unnoticed by my eyes. Ah, he knows. Oop. The bad karma of acts which go against your duty will impinge upon you in your next life. But even before that, it may impinge upon your job in the form of a transfer. Please don't get me kicked out of the forensic unit. Anything but that? Poor Emma, she's really been risking everything for us. Well, Prosecutor Satmari, what are your grounds for claiming homicide? Was the luminous tape in the understage passage? I realized that it had been moved so that Mr. Rios would climb up into the downstage coffin by mistake. What? Mr. Rios, who was waiting in the understage passage, was supposedly to have used this upstage ladder shown here on the left. He was to climb up into a coffin that had been set up in the backstage area after being turned into a stuffed dragon during Act 1. Mr. Rios was supposed to come back to life and emerge from that coffin. The luminous tape had been moved to mark the downstage ladder. So the victim climbed up into a coffin on the stage itself by mistake, the very same coffin the accused thrust her sword into. And you have proof that it was my client who moved the tape? But of course, Detective Sky. Oh, that's right. I identified the defendant's fingerprints on the luminous tape. Phew, what? He actually had proof? Your defense, are you finally ready to let it all go and move on? Absolutely not. Detective, please add the information about the prints on the tape to your testimony. The defendant's prints were on the tape. I guess she must have moved it during the show. Wait, what? Wait, she wore gloves though, yeah. It's not possible. I'm sorry, Detective Sky, but there's a flaw in your testimony. Oh, really? The prosecution is claiming that Miss Wright moved the understage tape during the show in order to guide the victim into a coffin downstage. But it doesn't make sense that she would leave prints on the tape at that time. It doesn't? Please consider the fingerprinting results of the main coffin. It shows that not one of my client's fingerprints was found on or in it. That's true. We didn't find any of her prints on that coffin. I think you've realized what the flaw in your testimony is. Claiming Miss Wright left prints on the tape during the show is inconsistent with the facts. Because she was wearing gloves during the show. She must have left the prints sometime before the show started. In other words, her prints do not prove she moved the tape to mislead the victim. The prosecution's investigation was insufficient. Oh my. But on a personal level, I'm very happy about that. Well, prosecutor Satmari, if the defense's argument is true, then you have no evidence the defendant moved the tape to receive the victim. I see. Apparently, the defense is more intelligent than I had thought. More than a stingbug at any rate. Come on, you can bump me up to at least a stack beetle now, can't you? Would that really be any better? Of course, way better. Stack beetles are cool with those huge mandibles of theirs. Sakura or something. The defense wishes to promote it to a stack beetle. Then answer me this question. Alright, shoot. Even with no evidence that the accused moved the tape to misguide the victim, the victim still climbed the ladder using the tape as a guide and entered the coffin on the stage. The accused then thrust her sword into said coffin with the victim in it. So what you're saying is, the fact remains that the victim was stabbed to a death, right? Precisely. However, this does drastically change one aspect of this case. The accused did not lead the victim into the coffin on purpose, then it means the victim's death could have been accidental. If it was indeed an accident, the defense can argue that it was involuntary manslaughter. I see, if it was involuntary manslaughter, they could plead extenuating circumstances. The severity of the crime could be mitigated. Defense, if you believe the accused did not murder the victim, then do you argue that it was an accident? This is it. The all-important question. Defense argues that Mr. Bruce's death was a murder. Yeah. Mr. Bonnie. Miss Bonnie. Defense that the defendant is entirely innocent. We believe that it wasn't an accident but murder. And what's more, we believe it was committed by a third party. A third party? As in the true culprit is someone else? That is quite a brazen claim to make. I'm one wholly without grounds. Your voice is as loud as your suit, and your mind echoes just as loudly in emptiness. Surely you were but a loud red pepper in your previous life. I've been demoted to a vegetable? Wow, I didn't know a person could be reincarnated as a non-sentient plant. In any case, I do have a grounds to make this claim. Let us hear this reasoning of yours then. Alright, but before I give it, there is one question that we need to address. If the victim was killed by some third party, then the sword the defendant thrust into the coffin wasn't the cause of death. If that's the case, then how did we wind up with a dead body inside the coffin? A very good question. Now let's hear your opinion, Mr. Justice. How did the victim body wind up inside the coffin? He was killed in the coffin, he was magic, he was killed back, yeah. What if the victim was killed under the stage before being put into the coffin? In other words, what if the victim was already dead in the coffin from the get-go? Oh, I see. In that case, the defendant's sword wouldn't have been the cause of death. How do you respond, Prosecutor Satmari? That is the third time. The third time of what? Oh. Hiya! Huh? What the heck is this? Soruga! Oh, my head! What do you think you're doing? Even the merciful Holy Mother loses patience if she's struck 3 times. Since you never learned, you needed to be punished. Why don't you let me worry about what I need and don't need? It is what you deserve for interfering with my sacred last rites for the victim. You are brainless lawyers chasing phantoms. You know nothing. Let this humble servant of the Holy Mother give you an edifying sermon. A sermon now? There is a passage in sacred scriptures. Scriptures of Croranism. Cornered frog will swallow even a snake. Huh? A cornered lawyer has unexpectedly struck back hard against the prosecution. Did I get it right? No, for I am not done with my sermon. And yet, the frog still dies, its belly bitten and torn from within. Just great. And in this case, you are that frog, defense. And what exactly is your point anyway? Let us assume for a moment that the victim was killed on the stage. Well, who then had the opportunity to do so during the show? Let's see, the people in the show were Bonnie the Fam, the victim Mr. Rios, and Trucy Wright. Bonnie the Fam was on stage throughout the entire show, as easily confirmed by the footage from the show. Which leaves us with only one suspect, Trucy Wright. Now do you see? The accused killed Mr. Rios as he waited on standby in the understage passage, and then placed his dead body in the coffin above, thus making the murder look like an accident. Oh great and merciful Holy Mother, thus another pro-cheat mind has been guided towards enlightenment. Ugh, I can't believe I swallowed his trick to question Hall. Objection! Sorry, but I have to raise an objection here. Athena, what are you? There's something I want to point out, Apollo. And who might you be? You strike me as a mere child in incontinence. I may be young, but I have an attorney's badge just the same. And you would contribute to this discussion in that capacity? Most certainly I would. You just argued that the defendant killed the victim under the stage. But let me remind you that Miss Wright is a girl. Clearly. Sure you didn't raise an objection simply to point out such an obvious fact. Your Honor, please send for this little child's guardian to come take her home. But I'm not done with my sermon. You don't need to talk like Prosecutor San Marty, you know. Listen, if the victim was killed in the understage passage, then his body would then have to be hauled up to the stage, right? However, Miss Wright is a young girl and a pretty petted one at that. She couldn't possibly have hefted that large body up and put it in the coffin. That's true. It does seem like it would be a rather difficult task for the defendant. I don't think even I could do it. What do you think of that, prosecutor? Who's the judge now? In my religion, the priestesses of Quranism are revered as the pillars of our beliefs. So I naturally hold nothing but deep respect for women. I also think highly of the female perspective. There's the man who called this fair maiden a little child. Who's a fair maiden? I agree that your point is a worth discussion in defense. How indeed was the dead body raised up into a coffin? But the accused, Trucy Wright, that is. You are committed to the pointing the finger at her no matter what, huh? Then you explain how that can be possible. But of course! There was a way for even a small creature like her to raise the victim's body up. Huh? Wait. You really can't explain it? I foresaw that our arguments would come to this, so I have prepared a witness. Well, admire your readiness, prosecutor. It is really not that difficult when one can read the ultimate outcome of any trial. He couldn't have really predicted that things would turn out like this, could he? It's pretty hard to believe. Excuse me, but may I step down now? Yes, I suppose you may. One moment, Detective Sky. I'm sorry for, you know, the way I handled all of this. You did a fine job, Detective. Your testimony was invaluable. It was? Yes, you served well as a detective and did not allow your personal feelings to interfere. You overcame the conflicted emotions you felt and performed your duty admirably. You will be rewarded for your fine work. Oh. Thank you. I hope we can work together again in the future. Emma seems bewildered by the unexpected praise. Guess she's a pretty nice person like they say, as long as you're not up against him. Now then, let us call the next witness. Okay. It's Bonnie, right? Witness, please state your name and occupation. Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the court. It's very nice to meet all of you. I'm a lacomorphing illusionist from the land of fairy tales, Bonnie the Femme. I can't wait to do some magic tricks for all of you. Please, witness. There's a time and place for all things, including magic. Aww, but it would be okay if I just do a little magic, right? Come on, please. Look, everybody's waiting. That's my chance to shine. That is your second time. My second time doing what? There will be no further warnings. You should know that from our preparatory meeting, correct? Yep. Is no one exempt from His Holiness' rosary of suffering? May we have your testimony, witness, once you have recovered from your disappointment? Well, as a huge fan of Trucy's, I don't really want to testify against her. But I guess I have to, don't I? As a huge fan of Trucy's, huh? Liar. Bitch is a liar. Two-faced bitch. Sure, you're a real fan, alright. Of destroying Trucy, you mean. I really can't believe that Trucy killed Mr. Rias. Is it possible for a small girl to lift a dead body up if she used a stage lift? Is it possible? Could Trucy really have? If Trucy did use a stage lift, I think she must have used the stage lift number 2. Was on stage for the entire show, by the way. You weren't on stage the whole time? And you were sure about that? There's no question, the entire audience could testify to that fact. Much more, she's shown clearly in the TV show footage as well. I could possibly have killed Mr. Rias, not little old me. Therefore, the only person who could have killed the victim on the stage is the accused. Furthermore, by using a stage lift, even as petrified young lady could have raised the body up to the stage without difficulty. You gotta be kidding me. Very well, the defense may now cross-examine the witness. Okay. You said you are a huge fan of Trucy's, isn't that right? Oh yes, I even became a magician because I wanted to be just like her. First time I saw her, she was performing at the Wonder Bar. She was only in junior high back then, but she got up and on stage with tons of confidence. Then she proceeded to win my heart with her astonishing tricks and winning smile. She certainly sounds like she means a lot of that. So finally being able to perform with her must have been quite a treat for you, right? Oh yes, after all, it was my chance to have my hair see me. Not just as a fan, but as a fellow magician. But then that horrible accident happened. It was not an accident, it was a murder. Witness, please explain if you would. How a small young woman such as Trucy Morai could have raised the body.
Hold it!
What makes you think it would be possible? It's not like you tried it out yourself, right? Well, actually we did try it out for ourselves. You did? Detective Sky, if you would. Oh. So that's why you made me do that. Detective Sky, what did he have you do? The prosecutor asked me to try raising one of the male police officers with the stage lift without a single word of explanation as to why he was making me do it. You're kidding. It's as if he really can foresee all of our counter-arguments. Do not underestimate this humble servant of the Holy Mother. More like haughty. Guess that means Trucy could have lifted the dead body up. Does that mean...
Hold it!
Is what possible? Could Trucy really have what, Mr. Pham? Please finish your sentence. Well, I... Don't try to beat around the bush. Come right out and say it. I want to tell this court what you really believe. What I really believe? Of course I don't believe Trucy could ever commit murder. Such an amazing and a wonderful magician would never do such a thing. But taking all the facts into account, what else can I think? I know of at least 3 other unflattering things you really think about Trucy. How can you attack this girl when she is obviously speaking with reserve? There is such a thing as a reading between the lines, Mr. Justice. Is that how the youth of today lacked the ability to do such a basic thing? Looking at me like that isn't going to help me stick my foot in my mouth less, Your Honor. Witness, please describe what the accused might have used to lift the dead body. Alright.
Hold it!
Stage lift, huh? The stage lift 2? You mean the stage lift shown here on the left? That's right, with the stage lift, I think everyone a small crew could easily lift a dead body up to the stage. And so that makes her the murderer, in your opinion. Oh, of course not, I believe in Trucy. Like I said, I'm a huge fan of hers. Oh, brother. How long is she gonna keep this act up? Depends what position was stage lift number 2 in after the show. Let's see, if I recall, it was in the fully raised position. And the reason why it was fully raised? Come on. It's because the accused used it to lift the victim's body. Would you agree? No? Feel free to slowly mull it over while you roast over the flames of hell. Evil red pepper. So now I'm also evil.
Hold it!
You didn't have a single spare moment to slip down to the understage passage? Huh? Don't tell me you suspect me now. I'm just trying to do my job by fully examining your alibi. Depending on how solid it is, I might have to suspect you, yes. You gotta be kidding me. Don't spit it on my head and tell me it's raining, lawyer boy. I'm right there in the footage, or are you too much of an idiot to see? Huh? Mr. Fam, are you feeling alright? You seem suddenly different. Oh, oops, where did that come from, alright? Oh my, I seem to have a snap there for a second, didn't I? You didn't just snap, you broke character just now. In any case, I was on stage the whole time performing magic. I mean, you saw me in the footage, right? My bedazzling and flawless performance. Flawless? That's odd, considering what you told me. You said that you made a mistake with where you positioned Mr. Hat. Mr. Fam, to what is the defense referring? Well, I made a little mistake on stage. I was in charge of operating Mr. Hat, you see. According to the script, I was supposed to place him to the left of the coffin. But I flopped it up and made him stand to the right of the coffin instead. And because of that mistake, Trucy had to move the stage lifts around. I feel really bad about messing Trucy's up like that with my group. Teehee. Darn it, I don't see any inconsistencies in her testimony. Now do you know who the real killer is? Come on, Cramps, don't you sit there. Handle down your ruling pronto. Do it quick before you kill over up there. I beg your pardon? Oops. Oh, what's got into me? I'm so sorry. Give her another 5 minutes before she tears off that mask. Fair defense? Are you ready to let it all go now? Of course not, I'll never give up. I see. I suppose this too is fate. The sacred scriptures of Quaranism describe a variety of hells for the damned. Someone like you who struggles ceaselessly against his fate, Polhic seems most appropriate. People Pol, what? Oh wait, that's Koranese. What sort of terrible place is Polhic? Place where the more one struggles, the further one falls into the abyss. At the bottom of the abyss, a ferocious beast awaits. Think of it as something akin to an anti-lion sandpit trap. Oh, there's one more of those in my backyard. Wow, Crannies in Hell is closer to home than I thought. Now then, it would appear that the witness's testimony supports the prosecution's claims that the defendant is the only one who could have killed the victims understage. How are we supposed to get out of this jam? Hey Apollo, if you can find any contradictions, maybe it's time to use analytical psychology. You mean, I heard some discord in Bonnie's voice while she was testifying. See? Well, Richard is picking up on the noise in her heart too. That's right. I think I can hear things others can with her super sensitive hearing. She can hear the emotions people suppress as a kind of noise or discord in their voices. Alright, Athena, let's give it a try. You got it.
Hold it!
Your Honor, I'm afraid that our witness, Mr. Pham, is suffering under terrible traumatic stress due to this horrible incident. She is? Yes, what with that terrible death on stage and her beloved Trucy getting arrested, she's under awful strain and shot. In fact, I don't know how much more she can take before she is unfit to testify. What? Oh, I've heard of that. What is it called? Post-stress disorders, right? It's where a person becomes uncontrollably angry. I think I read about it somewhere. Let's go in postal, Your Honor. This is PTSD. Oh my. So that's why the witness acts so hostile at times, as if she were a different person. Yes, and I think her condition is clouding her memory of the incident. Therefore, this is just a short therapy session for the witness. Huh? Therapy? You don't know the first thing about a magician's mental strength. I risked my life jumping through rings of fire and having my body sawn in half. Oopsie. Boy, I have to watch my temper, don't I? Miss Sykes, please do whatever you can to help this unfortunate young lady. What exactly is this child planning to do, Mr. Justice? With her super sensitive hearing, Miss Sykes can hear a witness's true emotions. Simply from tone and inflection, she can tell exactly what a person is feeling. She can even pick out feelings that a witness is trying to suppress or hide. Which projects the emotions I hear in the mood matrix where I can analyze them. Sounds like some sort of spurious devilry. Though I find it hard to believe, I must ask, how do emotions constitute evidence? While I won't say that emotions can be taken as evidence per se, I've seen how instrumental Miss Sykes' work has been in cracking a case. Therefore, I'll wholly support giving it a try. I see. If you are in favor of it, Your Honor, then I have no objections. And this mere monk can see that something disturbs the witness. I'll disturb you. Oh, thank you for understanding, Prosecutor Marty. Polo, you remember how to conduct therapy session, right? You want me to lead the session? Of course, you're the lead on this case after all. Fair enough, but do I need to refresh your? No need. I think I still remember from the last time, so let's get right into it. Okie dokie. Ready, midget? Let's do this. Let's do this. Here we go! If Trucy is the one who killed Mr. Reyes, sad. Even she could move the body with that lift. Was on stage at the time. But that terrible mistake. The stupid flop caused so much trouble. Feel so bad about it. Bad my ass. I have to say, Mr. Defam, you certainly are a strange one. Even though you said I feel so bad about it, seems you were feeling happy about it. I think I can guess why you were feeling happy. It must be because you messed Trucy up, didn't you? I think you were happy because you messed the defendant up. Am I right, aren't I? You gotta be kidding me. Why would I be happy I messed Trucy up? I'm a big fan of hers. Because we saw you. We saw how you said that you hated Trucy, right? How you were glad she was in trouble. And even how it was what she deserved. It looks like I hit the bunny on the head, so to speak. Yeah. Apollo, the noise level dropped. Now if we could get it down to 0%. Well, Mr. Fam, are you ready to confess how you really feel? What? What do you mean? I'm Bunny, the sweet, cute little bunny. I'm a rookie magician working hard to be just like my idol Trucy. That's the character I'm supposed to be. Keep that up, Mr. Fam, and you're going to have a mental breakdown. Just let yourself be who you really are. Who I really am? The two sides of you are fighting each other and doing your psychic harm. I can hear them. Two distinct voices battling inside you. Shut you pie hole, you know nothing, know it all. I mean, you mustn't say things like that or I might get flustered. Mr. Fam, how long do you insist on maintaining this wolf in sheep's clothing act? You can't end this therapy session until you get the real with us. Set the wild beast inside you free! Ugh. Ugh. Oh. Don't make me laugh. You don't know a dang thing about me. You want to see who I really am? Fine, take a good look. Jesus. What in the world? Sheep's clothing, you got it all wrong. It's a rabbit suit I've got on. And I'm not a wolf. I'm a blood-sucking vampire, back with fangs and wings. I think we just opened a Pandora's box. I'm fully done with that goody two-shoes cotton tail act. I feel free as a bird. As a bat? Fed, your therapy session has taken a turn for the worst from the looks of it. There's a perfectly good explanation for this, is in terms Sykes. Me thinks I create a monster. We blew it. Hey you, lobster boy. Who, me? You think I'm glad Trucy's in trouble? That I think she's getting her just desserts? Well, guess what? You're right! Does this mean you admit to wishing the defendant harm? Well, the bat is out of the bag now. That mistake of mine was a work of art. Thanks to my group, poor little Trucy had to do all of that hard physical labor. When you say hard physical labor, what are you referring to? Because of Mr. Hat's new position, Trucy had to move both of those huge stage lifts. They must have been so heavy. What a riot. It's strange. Tina, could you please add that last statement to Bonnie's testimony? Alright, I'll update the mood matrix with the new info. Hey Apollo, now there's a new inconsistency in the testimony. Yeah, she finally slipped up, so what do I need to do now? Well, from this point onward, you just do what you do best. Find the contradiction in the testimony and present evidence to refute it. Alright, got you now, Bonnie the fam. Okay. You know what serves her right? Okay. Thinks this one right? She told no one about this. Wait, yeah.
Objection!
That doesn't make sense. What? So you think I'm crazy now? No, that's not the point I was trying to make. But I don't hear you denying it. Miss Defam, allow me to repeat your statement. Thanks to that, she ended up having to move the stage lives. That's right. Oops. I still say that's just what she deserved. But how did you know? How did you know Miss Wright moved the stage lifts? Huh? According to her own statement, she didn't tell anyone that she had done so. What? So how could you possibly have known what she had done unless you saw her? You saw Miss Wright moving the lifts in the understage passage, didn't you? Well. She was there. You did, Apollo. Noise levels are at 0%. What, Mr. Justice? Wouldn't that mean... Yes, Your Honor. The fam herself was under the stage where the victim was killed. And I hardly need to tell the court what that means. You are one artful liar, Mr. Fam. And I'm one spectacular suspect. Why, you shiny red lobster boy? You're saying I killed Mr. Rios? I'm saying that it's a possibility. What's more? I say you had a solid motive to frame my client for the murder as well. Now, my apologies for the raining on the defense's Mary Riverly. You seem to have forgotten one very important point. Oh, really? The TV footage, as you can clearly see, Mr. Pham was on the stage the whole time. The entire audience can bear witness to that fact, including you. Oh yeah. You have just taken a long and senseless journey, only to return to the starting line. The witness could not have been in the understage passage, which means the only one left who could have killed the victim is the accused. Guess the party's over. What? Mr. Pham knew something she couldn't have known unless she was under the stage. How do you explain that, Prosecutor Saad Mahdi? It's quite simple. The accused must have told Mr. Pham about it, but then forgot. Ha! Open those useless eyes of yours and take a good look at the footage. If Mr. Pham really was in the understage passage, would mean she was on stage and understage at the same time. I mean, she was in two places at once. That does seem to be the only explanation that makes any sense. Maybe an explanation, but I'm not so sure about the make sense part. They will just have to make it make sense. Your Honor, the witness was both on stage and on stage at the same time. That is the defense's assertion. I heard of some illogical things to come out of you before, but this is absurd. I'm sure you'll change your tune once you hear my reasoning, Your Honor. My gut tells me you're bluffing, but I'll bite. Very well, Mr. Justice. How do you explain how the witness was in the two places at any one? She teleported, there were two bunnies. Two bunnies, right? There's no way. There were two bunnies, Your Honor. If that were the case, it would all make sense, wouldn't it? Twins, you know. There were two of them. Suspected you had a few screw loose, but now I see some are missing altogether. Is there a tool in this courtroom? Is there a toolkit in this courtroom, Your Honor? I suppose 3 screws to the head should right in his putrid brain. Very well. No, wait, please listen to my argument. Very well, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to at least give it a listen. As was argued earlier, Mr. Pham is shown in the footage the whole time. At the same time, she was also watching Miss Wright in the understage passage. The only possible explanation is that there are two bunnies. That almost sounds like it makes sense. What do you think, Prosecutor Saad Mahdi? This humble servant of the Holy Mother is of the opinion that we should lose no time in replacing this defense's many lost screws. But Apollo, it goes against reality itself to say that one person is actually two. We don't have to be bound by reality. After all, we are talking about magic here. The bunny the Pham in the footage is the real bunny. The bunny here on the witness stand, the one who must have been on the stage. This bunny the Pham is our second bunny. Oh, she is. Say we call the one in the front of us bunny number 2. I believe I have just a piece of evidence to prove that Miss Bunny's number 2 exists. Oh, then please submit your evidence, Mr. Justice. Unknown. Maybe? What's this? Yes, during our investigation we found a set of unknown prints on the coffin on the stage. These prints were most likely left during the course of the show. But they didn't match the prints of any of the people involved in this case. And no third party's fingerprints? I was not told of this. Emma must have kept it from him. Nice, Emma! So the question is, who could these prints possibly belong to? Ah ha 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 ha! Mr. Pham, or should I say body number 2? These are your fingerprints, aren't they? Sakura! Enough of this foolishness. One person could not possibly be 2. Those fingerprints could have been left not. only during the show, but at any time.
Objection!
It's not like you to lose your cool like that, Prosecutor Satmari. And I'm sure you know that. Exactly when the fingerprints were made is not the main issue. What do you mean by that, Mr. Justice? The issue is who do these unknown prints belong to? They're certainly not Bonnie the Fams. But what if they belong to the person standing right in front of us? Oh, you mean Bonnie number 2 is the second Bonnie? Is that what you're saying, implying? What you're implying? It's preposterous to suggest that those prints belong to the witness. I say they must belong to some other unknown individual. Prosecutor Satmari, can you really look at her and still say that? What are you looking at? Take a picture, it'll last longer. How could this be? If we check her prints, I'm sure they'll match the unknown set. Well, Bonnie, the prints that don't belong to a real you belong to you, don't they, Bonnie 2? Bonnie 2. Witness is what the defense has said true. Fine, I admit it. The fingerprints are mine. Then does that mean you aren't Bonnie the Fam? What? Ridiculous. Are there really 2 Bonnies? Nope, there's only 1 Bonnie. That's because I'm Petty. Petty the Fam. What? Ladies and gentlemen of the court, it's time for a wondrous magic show. Casting the amazement of as this lacomorphing illusionist performs her teleportation magic. Watch closely, it's a showtime. Blackout. What the heck? What an amazing trick! The witness has suddenly split into 2 people. Not trick, not gimmick to it either. No gimmick to it either. We are simply twins. What? Twins! So that's how the teleportation trick works. Ever since our debut, I had to hide or pretend to I'm Bonnie. All cute and sweet and goofy-goody. I can't tell you how stressful it's been. But I don't have to hide anymore. That's right, our days of sneaking around are finally over. Their color is blown, but they actually seem pretty happy about it. So which one of you is this nice Bonnie? The fam we met in the dressing room? That would be me. And the sharp-tongued Bonnie we saw with the braiding Russia on the stage was... Hey, who are you calling the sharp tongue? It's all starting to make sense now. Petty the fam! So, Mr. Justice, this changes the facts of the case dramatically. Bonnie and Petty. Oh yeah, I forgot to check. 25, huh? Damn. She's 27. So it does. So in the show, it was Bonnie who was on stage the whole time. So Bonnie couldn't have committed the crime. But Petty, on the other hand, who was on the stage, did have the opportunity. Well, so we now have 2 suspects. Wait just a minute there, Lobster Boy. I didn't do it. That's right. Betty might have foul mouth, but she never killed anybody. Hey, who's got a foul mouth here? Oh, well, speak up. Huh?
Hold it!
Please save your sibling squabbling for later. Betty, you must have been in the understage passage during the show. Otherwise, you wouldn't have known about the stage ellipse being moved. So what exactly were you doing down there? Fine, I'll testify anything to get you off my back. Prosecutor Satmari, Petty the fam is ready to testify. What do you say? Petty, you lied to this humble servant of the Holy Mother. Hey, what else could I do? I couldn't blow our cover and ruin our magic act. Besides, am I gonna go to your Twilight Hell or whatever for being a liar? You will indeed. However, it won't be after you're dead. Rather, I shall give you a taste of your punishment on this mortal coil in the interrogation hell. Now then, Petty the Fam, please explain to this court what exactly you were doing under the stage. It's true that I had the business in the understage passage because of the upcoming trick. Was the fire trick right? The one Mr. Rios was supposed to do? That's right, it's a very dangerous trick, so I had to make sure we were prepared for it. It was in the script and I really wanted to see it, but I couldn't because of the accident. Shut up, you're gonna give it away. Anyway, I was really busy. Yeah, way too busy to have the chance to kill Mr. Rios. Well, that's certainly a different... that's... How's that for a flawless testimony and alibi? Our magic is real, it's not a trick or a gimmick. Oh my, she's floating! Your Honor... You can see she's being held up from below. You were supposed to pretend you didn't see that. It's a little something called ethique. What? I can't help it. Whenever I see a contradiction or inconsistency, I just have to point it out. Now that the defense may begin its cross-examination. Alright. With this, my friends, guys, I think I am done for today. Let's save the game. And tomorrow we shall continue this trial. Oh, I'm so done for today. But with that, guys, I wish you a happy Friday. Have a lovely weekend. Thanks for watching. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for more, alright? Bye-bye.